Endnotes 1, 500. Aulus Gellius, Attic Nights I2 and 1719, speaks of the Discourses of Epictetus being arranged by Arrian. And Gellius, Attic Nights 19:1, speaks of a fifth book of these discourses, but only 4 are extant and some fragments. The whole number of books was 8, as Photius, Codex 58, says. There is also extant an Enchiridion or manual, consisting of short pieces selected from the Discourses of Epictetus. And there is the valuable commentary on the Enchiridion written by Simplicius in the 6th century AD and in the reign of Justinian. Arrian explains in a manner what he means by saying that he did not write these Discourses of Epictetus, but he does not explain his meaning when he says that he did not make them public. He tells us that he did attempt to write down in the words of Epictetus what the philosopher said. But how it happened that they were first published, without his knowledge or consent, Arrian does not say. It appears, however, that he did see the discourses when they were published. And as Johann Schweighöser remarks, he would naturally correct any errors that he detected, and so there would be an edition revised by himself. Schweighöser has a note, I chapter 26, 13, on the difficulties which we now find in the discourses. Right arrow curving left. This moral approving and disapproving faculty is Bishop Butler's translation of the delta omicron kappa iota mu alpha sigma tau iota kappa and pi omicron delta omicron kappa iota mu alpha sigma tau iota kappa of this opening passage in his dissertation, Of the Nature of Virtue. See his note. Right arrow curving left. The rational faculty is the lambda omicron gamma iota kappa psi upsilon chi of Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius, of which Marcus Aurelius says, Meditations 11:1. These are the properties of the rational soul: it sees itself, analyses itself, and makes itself such as it chooses. The fruit which it bears, itself enjoys. Right arrow curving left. This is what he has just named the rational faculty. The Stoics gave the name of appearances, phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma alpha iota, to all impressions received by the senses, and to all emotions caused by external things. Chrysippus said, phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma tau pi theta omicron nu tau psi upsilon chi gamma iota nu mu epsilon nu omicron nu delta epsilon iota kappa nu mu epsilon nu omicron nu alpha upsilon tau epsilon kappa alpha tau pi epsilon pi omicron iota eta kappa. Plutarch, for chapter 12, De Placida Philosophorum. Right arrow curving left. Compare Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 2:3. Epictetus does not intend to limit the power of the gods, but he means that the constitution of things being what it is, they cannot do contradictories. They have so constituted things that man is hindered by externals. How then could they give to man a power of not being hindered by externals? Seneca, De Providentia, chapter 6, says, But it may be said, many things happen which cause sadness, fear, and are hard to bear. Because, God says, I could not save you from them, I have armed your minds against all. This is the answer to those who imagine that they have disproved the common assertion of the omnipotence of God, when they ask whether he can combine inherent contradictions. Whether he can cause 2 and 2 to make 5. This is indeed a very absurd way of talking. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighöser observes that these faculties of pursuit and avoidance, and of desire and aversion, and even the faculty of using appearances, belong to animals as well as to man, but animals in using appearances are moved by passion only, and do not understand what they are doing, while in man these passions are under his control. Claudius Salmasius proposed to change mu tau epsilon rho omicron nu into mu tau epsilon rho omicron nu, to remove the difficulty about these animal passions being called a small portion of us, the gods. Schweighöser, however, though he sees the difficulty, does not accept the emendation. Perhaps Arrian has here imperfectly represented what his master said, and perhaps he did not. Right arrow curving left. He alludes to the Odyssey, X21, kappa epsilon nu omicron nu gamma rho tau alpha mu eta nu mu omega nu pi omicron eta sigma epsilon kappa rho omicron nu omega nu. Right arrow curving left. Plautius Lateranus, consul elect, was charged with being engaged in Piso's conspiracy against Nero. He was hurried to execution without being allowed to see his children, and though the tribune who executed him was privy to the plot, Lateranus said nothing. Tacitus, The Annals 1549, 60. Right arrow curving left. Epictetus was a freedman of Nero, and once the master of Epictetus. He was Nero's secretary. One good act is recorded of him: he helped Nero to kill himself, and for this act he was killed by Domitian, Suetonius, Domitian, chapter 14. Right arrow curving left. This is an imitation of a passage in the Bacchae of Euripides, line 492, etc., which is also imitated by Horace, Epistles, 16, right arrow curving left. Pyro omicron alpha rho epsilon sigma. It is sometimes rendered by the Latin propositum or by voluntas, the will. Right arrow curving left. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, who was ordered in Nero's time to put himself to death, Tacitus, The Annals 16, 21, 35. He was the husband of Arria, whose mother Arria, the wife of Epictetus, in the time of the Emperor Claudius, heroically showed her husband the way to die, Plinius, Letters, 3:16. Martial has immortalized the elder Arria in a famous epigram, Epigrams I-14. When Arria to her Pietus gave the sword, which her own hand from her chaste bosom drew, this wound, she said, believe me, gives no pain. But that will pain me which thy hand will do. Right arrow curving left. Gaius Musonius Rufus, a Tuscan by birth, of equestrian rank, a philosopher and Stoic, Tacitus, The History 381. Right arrow curving left. Peconius Agrippinus was condemned in Nero's time. The charge against him was that he inherited his father's hatred of the head of the Roman state, Tacitus, The Annals 1628. The father of Agrippinus had been put to death under Tiberius, Suetonius, Tiberius chapter 61. Right arrow curving left. Aricia, about 20 Roman miles from Rome, on the Via Appia, Horace, Satires I-5, 1, Egressum magnum e excepit Aricia Roma. Right arrow curving left. Epictetus, Enchiridion, chapter 11, never say on the occasion of anything, I have lost it, but say, I have returned it. Right arrow curving left. The Spartan boys used to be whipped at the altar of Artemis Orthia till blood flowed abundantly, and sometimes till death. But they never uttered even a groan, Cicero, Tusculan Disputations 2:14, v. 27. Right arrow curving left. The preconception pyro lambda eta psi iota is thus defined by the Stoics: sigma tau iota delta pyro lambda eta psi iota nu nu omicron iota alpha phi upsilon sigma iota kappa tau nu kappa alpha theta lambda omicron upsilon. Diogenes Laertius Lives 7. We name anticipation all knowledge, by which I can a priori know and determine that which belongs to empirical knowledge. And without doubt this is the sense in which Epicurus used his expression pyro lambda eta psi iota. Kant, Kritik der reinen Vernunft, p. 152, 7th edition. He adds, but since there is something in appearances which never can be known a priori, and which consequently constitutes the difference between empirical knowledge and knowledge a priori, that is, sensation, as the material of observation, it follows that this sensation is specially that which cannot be anticipated, it cannot be a pyro lambda eta psi iota. On the other hand, we could name the pure determinations in space and time, both in respect to form and magnitude, anticipations of the appearances. Because these determinations represent a priori whatever may be presented to us a posteriori in experience. See also page 8, etc. Right arrow curving left. Nero was passionately fond of scenic representations, and used to induce the descendants of noble families, whose poverty made them consent to appear on the stage. Tacitus, Annals, 1414. Suetonius, Nero, chapter 21. Right arrow curving left. The purple is the broad purple border on the toga named the toga praetexta, worn by certain Roman magistrates and some others, and by senators, it is said, on certain days, Cicero. Philippics 2:43. Right arrow curving left. Helvidius Priscus, a Roman senator and a philosopher, is commended by Tacitus, the History 4:4. 5. As an honest man, he followed the philosophers who considered those things only to be good which are virtuous, those only to be bad which are foul. And he reckoned power, rank, and all other things which are external to the mind as neither good nor bad. Vespasian, probably in a fit of passion, being provoked by Helvidius, ordered him to be put to death, and then revoked the order when it was too late. Suetonius, Vespasianus, chapter 15. Right arrow curving left. Batten was elected for 2 years gymnasiarch or superintendent of a gymnasium in or about the time of Marcus Aurelius. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. This is supposed, as Casaubon says, to refer to Domitian's order to the philosophers to go into exile. And some of them, in order to conceal their profession of philosophy, shaved their beards. Epictetus would not take off his beard. Right arrow curving left. The text is, epsilon delta mu omicron chi epsilon rho omega nu. The sense seems to be, Epictetus is not superior to Socrates, but if he is not worse, that is enough for me. On the different readings of the passage and on the sense, see the notes in Johann Schweighauser's edition. The difficulty, if there is any, is in the negative mu. Right arrow curving left. Milo of Croton, a great athlete. The conclusion is the same as in Horace, Epistles I 28, etc. Est quodam prodire tenus, si non dater ultra. Right arrow curving left. Epictetus speaks of God theta epsilon and the gods. Also conformably to the practice of the people, he speaks of God under the name of Zeus. The gods of the people were many, but his God was perhaps one. Father of men and gods, says Homer of Zeus, and Virgil says of Jupiter, father of gods and king of men. Claudius Salmasius proposed pi tau omicron theta epsilon omicron. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. Rho tau epsilon kappa alpha pi rho omicron sigma chi epsilon mu tau iota tau omicron tau omega nu pi omicron beta tau epsilon tau nu tau upsilon chi eta mu tau omega nu. John Upton compares Matthew 16 verse 6, rho tau epsilon kappa alpha pi rho omicron sigma chi epsilon pi tau zeta mu eta, etc. Upton remarks that many expressions in Epictetus are not unlike the style of the Gospels, which were written in the same period in which Epictetus was teaching. Johann Schweighauser also refers to Johann Jacob Wettstein's New Testament. Right arrow curving left. Tau epsilon rho omicron upsilon nu or epsilon rho omicron iota alpha is translated happiness. The notion is that of flowing easily, as Seneca, Epistles 1:20, explains it, beata vita, secundo defluens cursu. Right arrow curving left. Pi epsilon rho tau theta epsilon iota tau alpha iota. The Latin translation is, in futurum tempus regicit. Hieronymus Wolff says, significat id, quod in enchiridio dictum est, philosophes tyrannem non nimium tribuere sibi, sed quasi adubitantum expectar dum confirmator judicium. Right arrow curving left. Diogenes Laertius, Lives, Chrysippus, Book 7, states that Chrysippus wrote 705 books, or treatises, or whatever the word sigma upsilon gamma gamma rho mu mu alpha tau alpha means. He was born at Soli, in Cilicia, or at Tarsus, in 280 BC, as it is reckoned, and on going to Athens he became a pupil of the Stoic Cleanthes. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book 3 Chapter 2. The word is tau pi omicron iota. Right arrow curving left. Halteres are gymnastic instruments, Galenus I de sanitate tuenda, Martial, Epigrams 1449, Juvenal, Satires 6:420, and the Scholiast, John Upton. Halteres is a Greek word, literally, leapers. They are said to have been masses of lead, used for exercise and in making jumps. The effect of such weights in taking a jump is well known to boys who have used them. A couple of bricks will serve the purpose, Marshall says, Epigrams 1449. Quid perunt stulto fortes haltir lacerti? Exercit melius venia fossa viros. Juvenal, Satires 6-421, writes of a woman who uses dumbbells till she sweats, and is then rubbed dry by a man. Quum lasata gravi sussiderant brachia massa. Arthur J. Maclean's Juvenalis. As to the expression, psi epsilon iota sigma, kappa alpha omicron lambda tau rho epsilon, see John Upton's note. It is also a Latin form, Epicurus hoc viderit, Cicero, Academica 2 Chapter 7. Haec fortuna viderit, Epistulae ad Atticum 6-4. It occurs in Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 841, v. 25, and in Acts 18 verse 15. Right arrow curving left. Mu epsilon tau alpha rho rho iota pi zeta epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. Compare James 1 verse 6, gamma rho delta iota alpha kappa rho iota nu mu epsilon nu omicron iota kappa epsilon kappa lambda delta omega nu iota theta alpha lambda sigma sigma eta nu epsilon mu iota zeta omicron mu nu kappa alpha iota pi iota zeta omicron mu nu. Right arrow curving left. This is said in the Crito of Plato, 1, but not in exactly the same way. Right arrow curving left. So kings and such personages speak in the Greek tragedies. Compare what Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 11-6, says of tragedy. Right arrow curving left. Nu epsilon sigma tau kappa alpha sigma iota nu. See the note of Johann Schweighöser on the use of this form of the verb. Right arrow curving left. See Lecture V, The New Academy, Thomas Woodhouse Levin's 6 lectures introductory to the philosophical writings of Cicero, Cambridge, 1871. Right arrow curving left. Pi alpha chi theta epsilon. See the note in Johann Schweighöser's edition. Right arrow curving left. Compare Cicero, Academica Priora 2-6. Right arrow curving left. Goethe has a short poem, entitled, Gleich und gleich, like and like. Ein Blumenglockchen. Vom Boden herwehr. War für Gesprosit. In lieblichem Flor. De kam ein Bienchen. Und nascht fein. Die missen wohl beid. Für einander sein. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöser's note. I have given the sense of the passage, I think. Right arrow curving left. Cicero, De Officiis Chapter 4, on the difference between man and beast. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöser's note, Tom. 2 page 84, right arrow curving left. The original is alpha tau omicron, which I refer to God. But it may be ambiguous. Johann Schweighöser refers it to man, and explains it to mean that man should be a spectator of himself, according to the maxim, gamma nu theta iota sigma epsilon alpha upsilon tau nu. It is true that man can in a manner contemplate himself and his faculties as well as external objects. And as every man can be an object to every other man, so a man may be an object to himself when he examines his faculties and reflects on his own acts. Schweighöser asks, how can a man be a spectator of God, except so far as he is a spectator of God's works? It is not enough. He says, to reply that God and the universe, whom and which man contemplates, are the same thing to the Stoics. For Epictetus always distinguishes God the maker and governor of the universe from the universe itself. But here lies the difficulty. The universe is an all-comprehensive term, it is all that we can in any way perceive and conceive as existing. And it may therefore comprehend God, not as something distinct from the universe, but as being the universe himself. This form of expression is an acknowledgement of the weakness of the human faculties, and contains the implicit assertion of Locke that the notion of God is beyond man's understanding, an essay concerning human understanding, etc. 2 Chapter 17. Right arrow curving left. This work was the colossal chryselephantine statue of Zeus, Jupiter, by Phidias, which was at Olympia. This wonderful work is described by Pausanias, Iliaca, A. 11. Right arrow curving left. Compare Aulus Persius Flaccus, Satires 366. Discite, Io, miseri eti causas cognoscite rerum. Quid summus aut quid nam victuri gignomer. Right arrow curving left. Compare Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 850, and Book 2 Chapter 16 at 13. Right arrow curving left. Phiomicron Romeu. This word in this passage has a different meaning from that which it has when it is opposed to Romeu. See Thomas Gataker's Meditations, Marcus Aurelius, 9:1, John Upton. Epictetus says that the powers which man has were given by God, Marcus Aurelius says, from nature. They mean the same thing. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. Compare Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 9:1. Right arrow curving left. The title is pi epsilon rho tau chi rho epsilon alpha tau nu mu epsilon tau alpha pi iota pi tau nu tau omega nu kappa alpha pi omicron theta epsilon tau iota kappa nu kappa alpha tau nu mu omicron iota omega nu. Johann Schweighauser has a big note on mu epsilon tau alpha pi pi tau omicron nu tau epsilon lambda gamma omicron iota, which he has collected from various critics. Elizabeth Carter translated the title, of the use of convertible and hypothetical propositions and the like. But, convertible might be understood in the common logical sense, which is not the meaning of Epictetus. Schweighauser explains mu epsilon tau alpha pi pi tau omicron nu tau epsilon lambda gamma omicron iota to be sophistical arguments in which the meaning of propositions or of terms, which ought to remain the same, is dexterously changed and perverted to another meaning. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note on pi omicron delta epsilon xi epsilon iota nu kappa alpha sigma tau alpha pi omicron delta nu tau alpha. Right arrow curving left. These are syllogisms and figures, modes, tau rho pi omicron iota, by which the syllogism has its proper conclusion. Right arrow curving left. Compare Aristotle, Topics 8:1, 22, Julio Pace edition, 758. Afterwards Epictetus uses tau mu omicron lambda omicron gamma eta mu nu alpha as equivalent to lambda mu mu alpha tau alpha, premises or assumptions. Right arrow curving left. The inference, tau pi iota phi epsilon rho mu epsilon nu omicron nu. Pi iota phi omicron rho est, illatio, quae assumptionem sequitur, John Upton. Right arrow curving left. This, then, is a case of mu epsilon tau alpha pi pi tau omicron nu tau epsilon lambda gamma omicron iota, Book I Chapter 7 at 1, where there has been a sophistical or dishonest change in the premises or in some term, by virtue of which change there appears to be a just conclusion, which, however, is false. And it is not a conclusion derived from the premises to which we assented. A ridiculous example is given by Seneca, Epistles 48, Mus syllaba est, mus autem caesium rodet, syllaba ergo caesium rodet. Seneca laughs at this absurdity, and says perhaps the following syllogism, collectio, may be a better example of acuteness, mus syllaba est, syllaba autem caesium non rodet, mus ergo caesium non rodet. One is as good as the other. We know that neither conclusion is true, and we see where the error is. Gilles Menage says that though the Stoics particularly cultivated logic, some of them despised it, and he mentioned Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. John Upton, however, observes that Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius did not despise logic. He says nothing about Seneca, but employed it for their own purposes. It has been observed that if a man is asked whether, if every A is B, every B is also A, he might answer that it is. But if you put the conversion in this material form, every goose is an animal, he immediately perceives that he cannot say, every animal is a goose. What does this show? It shows that the man's comprehension of the proposition, every A is B, was not true, and that he took it to mean something different from what the person intended who put the question. He understood that A and B were coextensive. Whether we call this reasoning or something else, makes no matter. A man whose understanding is sound cannot in the nature of things reason wrong. But his understanding of the matter on which he reasons may be wrong somewhere, and he may not be able to discover where. A man who has been trained in the logical art may show him that his conclusion is just according to his understanding of the terms and the propositions employed, but yet it is not true. Right arrow curving left. Rufus is Musonius Rufus, Book I Chapter 1. To kill a father and to burn the Roman capital are mentioned as instances of the greatest crimes. Compare Horace, Epode 3. Cicero, De Amicitia, Chapter 11, Plutarch, Tiberius Gracchus, Chapter 20. Right arrow curving left. The faculties, as Hieronymus Wolff says, are the faculties of speaking and arguing, which, as he also says, make men arrogant and careless who have no solid knowledge. According to Bian's maxim, gamma rho omicron eta sigma iota gamma kappa omicron pi tau pi rho omicron kappa omicron pi sigma tau iota nu, arrogance, self-conceit, is a hindrance to improvement. C88. Right arrow curving left. Things mean, propositions, and terms. See Aristotle, Prior Analytics I39, delta epsilon delta kappa alpha mu epsilon tau alpha lambda alpha mu beta nu epsilon iota nu, etc. Pi iota chi epsilon iota rho mu alpha tau alpha are arguments of any kind with which we attack, pi iota chi epsilon iota rho epsilon nu, an adversary. Right arrow curving left. The enthymeme is defined by Aristotle, nu theta mu eta mu alpha mu nu omicron nu sigma tau iota sigma upsilon lambda lambda omicron gamma iota sigma mu xi epsilon kappa tau omega nu sigma eta mu epsilon omega nu, Prior Analytics 2 Chapter 27. He has explained, in the first part of this chapter, what he means by epsilon kappa and sigma eta mu epsilon omicron nu. See also Augustus de Morgan's Formal Logic, page 237, and Penny Cyclopedia, Organon, page 6. Note. Right arrow curving left. A man, as Hieronymus Wolff explains it, should not make oratory, or the art of speaking, his chief excellence. He should use it to set off something which is superior. Right arrow curving left. Plato was eloquent, and the adversary asks, if that is a reason for not allowing him to be a philosopher. To which the rejoinder is that Hippocrates was a physician, and eloquent too, but not as a physician. Right arrow curving left. Epictetus was lame. Right arrow curving left. In Book I Chapter 20 at 15, Epictetus defines the being, omicron sigma alpha, or nature of good to be a proper use of appearances. And he also says, Book I Chapter 29 at 1, that the nature of the good is a kind of will, pi rho omicron alpha rho epsilon sigma iota pi omicron iota, and the nature of evil is a kind of will. But Johann Schweighöfer cannot understand how the good of man can be a certain will with regard to appearances. And he suggests that Arian may have written, a certain will which makes use of appearances. Right arrow curving left. Cicero, Tusculan Disputations v 37, has the same, Socrates cum rogeritur, cujatum esse diceret, mundanum, inquit. Totius enim mundi esse incolumit civum arbitrabitur. John Upton right arrow curving left. It is the possession of reason, he says, by which man has communion with God, it is not by any external means, or religious ceremonial. A modern expositor of Epictetus says, through reason our souls are as closely connected and mixed up with the deity as though they were part of him, Book I Chapter 14 at 6. Book 2 Chapter 8 at 11, 17, 33. In the epistle named from Peter, 2 Peter 2 verses 1 and 4, it is written, whereby are given to us exceeding great and precious promises that by these, cv. 3, ye might be partakers of the divine nature, gamma nu eta sigma theta epsilon alpha kappa omicron iota nu omicron phi sigma epsilon omega, having escaped the corruption that is in the world through lust. Elizabeth Carter, Introduction, Section 31, has some remarks on this Stoic doctrine, which are not a true explanation of the principles of Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius. Right arrow curving left. So Jesus said, Our Father which art in heaven. Cleanthes, in his hymn to Zeus, writes, Kappa Sigma Omicron Gamma Rho Gamma Nu Omicron Sigma Mu Nu. Compare Acts of the Apostles 17:28, where Paul quotes these words. It is not true then that the conception of a parental deity, as it has been asserted, was unknown before the teaching of Jesus, and, after the time of Jesus, unknown to those Greeks who were unacquainted with his teaching. Right arrow curving left. In our present society there are thousands who rise in the morning and know not how they shall find something to eat. Some find their food by fraud and theft, some receive it as a gift from others, and some look out for any work that they can find and get their pittance by honest labor. You may see such men everywhere if you will keep your eyes open. Such men, who live by daily labor, live a heroic life, which puts to shame the well-fed philosopher and the wealthy Christian. Epictetus has made a great misstatement about irrational animals. Millions die annually for want of sufficient food, and many human beings perish in the same way. We can hardly suppose that he did not know these facts. Compare the passage in Matthew 6:25, 34. It is said, verse 26, Behold the fowls of the air, for they sow not, neither do they reap, nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feedeth them. Are ye not much better than they? The expositors of this passage may be consulted. Right arrow curving left. The old man is Epictetus. Right arrow curving left. He means, as Hieronymus Wolff says, on account of the necessities of the body seeking the favor of the more powerful by disagreeable compliances. Right arrow curving left. John Upton refers to Cicero, Tusculan Disputations I-30, Cato Major, Chapter 20, Somnium Scipiones, Chapter 3, De Republica, 415. The purport of which passage is that we must not depart from life without the command of God. See Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 2:17, 3:5, v. 33. But how shall a man know the signal for departure, of which Epictetus speaks? Right arrow curving left. John Upton has referred to the passages of Epictetus in which this expression is used, Book I chapter 24 at 20. Book I chapter 25 at 18, Book II chapter 1 at 19, and others, to Seneca, De Providentia chapter 6, ep 91. To Cicero, De Finibus 3:18, where there is this conclusion, E quo apparit edi sapientis esse aliquando officium exidir e vita, cum beatus sit, edi stulti manere in vita cum sit miser. Compare Matthew 6 verse 31, Therefore take no thought, saying, What shall we eat? Or, what shall we drink? Or, wherewithal shall we be clothed? For after all these things do the Gentiles seek, for your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of all these things, etc. Right arrow curving left. This passage is founded on and is in substance the same as that in Plato's Apology, chapter 17. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighöser has a long note on this passage, to receive from another. I think that there is no difficulty about the meaning, and the careful reader will find none. Epictetus was once a slave. Right arrow curving left. The meaning is obscure. Johann Schweighöser thinks that the allusion is to a defeated enemy asking permission from the conqueror to bury the dead. Epictetus considers a man as a mere carcass who places his happiness in externals and in the favor of others. Right arrow curving left. A prefectus annoni, or superintendent of the supply of corn at Rome, is first mentioned by Livy, History of Rome 4:12, as appointed during a scarcity. At a later time this office was conferred on Pompey for 5 years. Gaius Maecenas, Cassius Dio's Roman History 52. Chapter 24, advised Augustus to make a prefectus annoni or permanent officer over the corn market and all other markets, pi tau omicron sigma tau omicron upsilon tau tau epsilon gamma omicron rho tau lambda omicron iota pi. He would thus have the office formally exercised by the aediles. Right arrow curving left. I cannot explain why the third person is used here instead of the second. See Johann Schweighöser's note. Right arrow curving left. The Stoics taught that man is adapted by his nature for action. He ought not therefore to withdraw from human affairs, and indulge in a lazy life, not even a life of contemplation and religious observances only. John Upton refers to Marcus Aurelius, Meditations v. 1, 819, and Cicero, De Finibus v. 20. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighöfer proposes a small alteration in the Greek text, but I do not think it necessary. When Epictetus says, "Why are we not active?" he means, why do some say that we are not active? And he intends to say that we are active, but not in the way in which some people are active. I have therefore added in parentheses what is necessary to make the text intelligible. Right arrow curving left. This passage is rather obscure. The word pi alpha nu alpha gamma nu alpha iota signifies, it is said, to read over for the purpose of explaining as a teacher may do. The pupil also would read something to the teacher for the purpose of showing if he understood it. So Epictetus also says, "But what is it to me," etc. Right arrow curving left. A plain allusion to restraints put on the exportation of grain. Right arrow curving left. When we are children, our parents put us in the hands of a pedagogue to see on all occasions that we take no harm. Epictetus, Fragment 97. Right arrow curving left. Kappa nu mu epsilon tau alpha delta xi, if you should change your mind, as we say. So we may translate, in the previous part of this chapter, delta omicron xi epsilon nu mu nu, and the like, we had a mind to such and such a thing. Below it is said that the causes of our actions are our opinions and our wills, where the Greek for wills is delta gamma mu alpha tau alpha. If we translate delta omicron xi epsilon nu mu nu, seemed right, as some persons would translate it, that is not the meaning, unless we understand seemed right in a sense in which it is often used, that is, a man's resolve to do so and so. See Johann Schweighöfer's note on pi lambda eta psi iota and delta gamma mu alpha. As Marcus Aurelius says, Meditations 8:1, how then shall a man do this, what his nature requires? If he has principles, delta gamma mu alpha tau alpha, from which come his affects, rho mu alpha iota, and his acts, pi rho xi epsilon iota. Right arrow curving left. He uses the word delta gamma mu alpha tau alpha, which contains the same element or root as delta omicron kappa epsilon, delta omicron xi epsilon. Right arrow curving left. A scholasticus is one who frequents the schools, a studious and literary person, who does not engage in the business of active life. Right arrow curving left. The line is from the prayer of Ulysses to Athena, "Hear me, child of Zeus, thou who standest by me always in all dangers, nor do I even move without thy knowledge." Socrates said that the gods know everything, what is said and done and thought, Xenophon, Memorabilia I 1, 19. Compare Cicero, De Natura Deorum I 1, 2. And Richard Price's dissertation, on Providence, Section I, Epictetus enumerates the various opinions about the gods in ancient times. The reader may consult the notes in Johann Schweighöfer's edition. The opinions about God among modern nations, who are called civilized, and are so more or less, do not seem to be so varied as in ancient times, but the contrasts in modern opinions are striking. These modern opinions vary between denial of a God, though the number of those who deny is perhaps not large, and the superstitious notions about God and his administration of the world, which are taught by teachers, learned and ignorant, and exercise a great power over the minds of those who are unable or do not dare to exercise the faculty of reason. Right arrow curving left. To follow God, is a stoical expression. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations X11. Right arrow curving left. This means that we ought to learn to be satisfied with everything that happens, in fact with the will of God. This is a part of education, according to Epictetus. But it does not appear in our systems of education so plainly as it does here. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 4:23. Everything harmonizes with me, which is harmonious to thee, O universe. Nothing for me is too early nor too late, which is in due time for thee. Right arrow curving left. John Upton has collected the passages in which this doctrine was mentioned. One passage is in Aulus Gellius, Attic Nights 6:1, from the 4th book of Chrysippus on Providence. Who says, "Nothing is more foolish than the opinions of those who think that good could have existed without evil." Johann Schweighöfer wishes that Epictetus had discussed more fully the question on the nature and origin of evil. He refers to the commentary of Simplicius on the Enchiridion of Epictetus, chapter 13, 8, and 34, 27, for his treatment of this subject. Epictetus, Enchiridion, c. 27, says that, as a mark is not set up for the purpose of missing it, so neither does the nature of evil exist in the universe. Simplicius observes, page 278, ed. Schweighöfer, the good is that which is according to each thing's nature, wherein each thing has its perfection, but the bad is the disposition contrary to its nature of the thing which contains the bad, by which disposition it is deprived of that which is according to nature, namely, the good. For if the bad as well as the good were a disposition and perfection of the form, epsilon delta omicron upsilon, in which it is, the bad itself would also be good and would not then be called bad. Right arrow curving left. The word is pi omicron theta sigma epsilon iota. It is explained by what follows. Right arrow curving left. E quota pars homo sit terrae totius unus. Lucretius, De Rerum Natura 652, and Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 2:4. Right arrow curving left. The original is delta gamma mu alpha sigma iota, which the Latin translators render Decretus, and Elizabeth Carter, Principles. I don't understand either. I have rendered the word by thoughts, which is vague, but I can do no better. It was the Stoic doctrine that the human intelligence is a particle of the divine. Carter names this one of the Stoic extravagancies, arising from the notion that human souls were literally parts of the deity. But this is hardly a correct representation of the Stoic doctrine. Right arrow curving left. Elizabeth Carter compares Job 31 verse 15, "Did not he that made me in the womb make him, my manservant? And did not one fashion us in the womb?" Right arrow curving left. I suppose he means human laws, which have made one man a slave to another. And when he says dead men, he may mean mortal men, as contrasted with the gods or God, who has made all men brothers. Right arrow curving left. Things appear to be separate, but there is a bond by which they are united. All this that you see, wherein things divine and human are contained, is one. We are members of one large body, Seneca, Epistle 95. The universe is either a confusion, a mutual involution of things and a dispersion. Or it is unity in order and providence, Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 6:10 also 7:9, all things are implicated with one another, and the bond is holy. And there is hardly anything unconnected with any other thing. See also Cicero, De Natura Deorum 2:7. And De Orator, 3:5. Right arrow curving left. The word is sigma upsilon mu pi alpha theta epsilon nu. Cicero, De Divination 2:69, translates sigma upsilon mu pi theta epsilon iota alpha nu by continuatio conjuncti hoc naturae. Right arrow curving left. Compare Emanuel Swedenborg, Angelic Wisdom, 349, 356. Right arrow curving left. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations v27, live with the gods. And he does live with the gods who constantly shows to them that his own soul is satisfied with that which is assigned to him, and that it does all that the demon wishes. Which Zeus hath given to every man for his guardian and guide, a portion of himself. And this is every man's understanding and reason. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 3:5, names this demon, the God who is in thee. St. Paul, 1 Corinthians 3 verse 16, says, Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? Even the poets use this form of expression. Est Deus in nobis, adjutant colessimus illo, ipso. Impetus hic sacrae semina mentis habet. Ovid, Fasti, 6:5. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note on pi alpha rho alpha delta delta omega kappa epsilon nu. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. This is tau gamma epsilon mu omicron nu iota kappa nu, a word often used by Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 2:2, 6s, right arrow curving left. The philosopher had forgot that fig trees do not blossom, Elizabeth Carter. The flowers of a fig are inside the fleshy receptacle which becomes the fruit. Johann Schweighauser prints mu delta nu, gamma sigma omicron iota lambda gamma omega, pyro omicron sigma delta kappa alpha, and in his Latin version he prints, id vero, ego tibi dico, ne expects. I neither understand his pointing, nor his version. Hieronymus Wolff translates it, etsi ego tibi dixero, virtutum brevi parari passi, nali credere, which is right. Wolff makes nu go with lambda gamma omega. Right arrow curving left. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations v. 33. Right arrow curving left. See John Upton's note on delta. Right arrow curving left. Delta omicron nu tau alpha is Johann Schweighauser's probable emendation. Right arrow curving left. Lambda gamma omicron sigma tau nu delta iota alpha rho theta rho nu. Delta iota alpha rho theta rho omicron nu means to divide a thing into its parts or members. The word analyze seems to be the nearest equivalent. See Johann Schweighauser's note on pi tau nu omicron delta iota alpha rho omega theta. Right arrow curving left. This is obscure. The conclusion, reason therefore is analyzed by itself, is not in Epictetus, but it is implied, as Johann Schweighauser says, page 197, notes. So Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 11:1, writes, these are the properties of the rational soul, it sees itself, analyses itself. If reason, our reason, requires another reason to analyze it, that other reason will require another reason to analyze that other reason, and so on to infinity. If reason then, our reason, can be analyzed, it must be analyzed by itself. The notes on the first part of this chapter in the edition of Johann Schweighauser may be read by those who are inclined. Right arrow curving left. Our opinions. There is some defect in the text, as Hieronymus Wolff remarks. The opponent, he says, disparages logic, dialectic, as a thing which is not necessary to make men good, and he prefers moral teaching to logic, but Epictetus informs him that a man who is not a dialectician will not have a sufficient perception of moral teaching. Right arrow curving left. He repeats the words of the supposed opponent, and he means that his adversary's difficulty shows the necessity of dialectic. Right arrow curving left. Antisthenes, who professed the Cynic philosophy, rejected logic and physic, Johann Schweighauser note page 201, right arrow curving left. Xenophon, Memorabilia 4:5, 12, and 4:6, 7. Epictetus knew what education ought to be. We learn language, and we ought to learn what it means. When children learn words, they should learn what the thing is which is signified by the word. In the case of children this can only be done imperfectly as to some words, but it may be done even then in some degree. And it must be done, or the word signifies nothing, or, what is equally bad, the word is misunderstood. All of us pass our lives in ignorance of many words which we use. Some of us in greater ignorance than others, but all of us in ignorance to some degree. Right arrow curving left. The supposed interpreter says this. When Epictetus says the Roman tongue, perhaps he means that the supposed opponent is a Roman and does not know Greek well. Right arrow curving left. Enchiridion, chapter 49. When a man gives himself great airs because he can understand and expound Chrysippus, say to yourself, if Chrysippus had not written obscurely, this man would have had nothing to be proud of. See the rest. Right arrow curving left. Compare Xenophon, Memorabilia I1, 3. Right arrow curving left. This is true. If you place before a man the fear of death, you threaten him with the fear of death. The man may yield to the threat and do what it is the object of the threat to make him do, or he may make resistance to him who attempts to enforce the threat. Or he may refuse to yield, and so take the consequence of his refusal. If a man yields to the threat, he does so for the reason which Epictetus gives, and freedom of choice, and consequently freedom of will really exists in this case. The Roman law did not allow contracts or agreements made under the influence of threats to be valid. And the reason for declaring them invalid was not the want of free will in him who yielded to the threat, but the fact that threats are directly contrary to the purpose of all law. Which purpose is to secure the independent action of every person in all things allowed by law. This matter is discussed by Savigny, Des Heutigen Römisch Recht, 3 section 114. See the title, Quod Metus Causa, in the Digest, 4, 2. Compare also Book 4 Chapter 1 at 68, etc. Right arrow curving left. Tau pi alpha theta epsilon nu tau iota, etc. Johann Schweighöfer has a note on the distinction between tau rho gamma epsilon sigma theta alpha iota and tau rho mu nu. Compare Book 3 Chapter 2 at 1, Book 3 Chapter 3 at 2. Book 3 Chapter 22 at 43, and Book I Chapter 4 at 11. Schweighöfer says that rho gamma epsilon sigma theta alpha iota refers to the gamma alpha theta nu and sigma upsilon mu phi rho omicron nu, and rho mu nu to the kappa alpha theta kappa omicron nu, and he concludes that there is a defect in the text, which he endeavors to supply. Right arrow curving left. Elizabeth Carter says, the most ignorant persons often practice what they know to be evil, and they, who voluntarily suffer, as many do, their inclinations to blind their judgment, are not justified by following it. Perhaps she means them, their inclinations. The doctrine of Epictetus therefore, here and elsewhere, on this head, contradicts the voice of reason and conscience, nor is it less pernicious than ill-grounded. It destroys all guilt and merit, all punishment and reward, all blame of ourselves or others, all sense of misbehavior towards our fellow creatures, or our Creator. No wonder that such philosophers did not teach repentance towards God. Carter has not understood Epictetus, and her censure is misplaced. It is true that the most ignorant persons often practice what they know to be evil, as she truly says. But she might have said more. It is also true that persons, who are not ignorant, often do what they know to be evil, and even what they would condemn in another, at least before they had fallen into the same evil themselves. For when they have done what they know to be wrong, they have a fellow feeling with others who are as bad as themselves. Nor does he say, as Carter seems to imply that he does, for her words are ambiguous, that they who voluntarily suffer their inclinations to blind their judgment are justified by following them. He says that men will do as they do, so long as they think as they think. He only traces to their origin the bad acts which bad men do, and he says that we should pity them and try to mend them. Now the best man in the world, if he sees the origin and direct cause of bad acts in men, may pity them for their wickedness, and he will do right. He will pity, and still he will punish severely, if the interests of society require the guilty to be punished, but he will not punish in anger. Epictetus says nothing about legal penalties. And I assume that he would not say that the penalties are always unjust, if I understand his principles. His discourse is to this effect, as the title tells us. That we ought not to be angry with the errors of others, the matter of the discourse is the feeling and disposition which we ought to have towards those who do wrong. Because they are mistaken about good and evil. He does not discuss the question of the origin of these men's mistake further than this: men think that a thing or act is advantageous. And it is impossible for them to think that one thing is advantageous and to desire another thing. Their error is in their opinion. Then he tells us to show them their error, and they will desist from their errors. He is not here examining the way of showing them their error. By which I suppose that he means convincing them of their error. He seems to admit that it may not be possible to convince them of their errors. For he says, if they do not see their errors, they have nothing superior to their present opinion. This is the plain and certain meaning of Epictetus, which Carter in her zeal has not seen. Right arrow curving left. Here the text, 9, 10, 11 is defective. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. The conclusion explains what precedes. A man can have no pain in his horns, because he has none. A man cannot be vexed about the loss of a thing if he does not possess it. John Upton says that Epictetus alludes to the foolish quibble, if you have not lost a thing, you have it, but you have not lost horns, therefore you have horns. Seneca, Epistle 45. Epictetus says, you do not lose a thing when you have it not. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. Compare what is said in Xenophon, Memorabilia 4:2, 24, on the expression, know thyself. Right arrow curving left. This ought to be the method in teaching children. Right arrow curving left. That is, obstinate, as this animal is generally, and sometimes very obstinate. The meaning then is, as Johann Schweighauser says, a man should be invincible, not with a kind of stupid obstinacy or laziness and slowness in moving himself like an ass. But he should be invincible through reason, reflection, meditation, study, and diligence. Right arrow curving left. From the rustics came the old proverb, for when they commend a man's fidelity in goodness they say he is a man with whom you may play the game with the fingers in the dark. Cicero, De Officiis, 3:19. See Egidio Forcellini's Latin lexicon, Micar. Right arrow curving left. The manuscripts have omicron mu nu omicron or omicron mu epsilon nu omicron. Johann Schweighauser has accepted John Upton's emendation of omicron nu omega mu nu omicron, but I do not. The sleep refers to dreams. Aristotle, Nicomachean Ethics, I-13, says, better are the visions, dreams, of the good, pi iota epsilon iota kappa nu, than those of the common sort. And Zeno taught that, a man might from his dreams judge of the progress that he was making, if he observed that in his sleep he was not pleased with anything bad, nor desired or did anything unreasonable or unjust. Plutarch, pi epsilon rho omicron kappa omicron tau, edited by Daniel Albert Wittenbach, Volume 1 Chapter 12. Right arrow curving left. Theta epsilon rho alpha pi epsilon omicron upsilon sigma iota. Epictetus continues to use the same word. Right arrow curving left. Febris, fever, was a goddess at Rome. John Upton refers to an inscription in Jan Grutter, Inscriptions Antiqui Totius Orbis Romani 97, which begins, Febri Divi. Compare Lactantius, De Falsa Religione, Chapter 20. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book I Chapter 3. Right arrow curving left. The word is phi lambda alpha upsilon tau omicron nu, self-love, but here it means self-regard, which implies no censure. See Aristotle, Nicomachean Ethics 9 Chapter 8, nu alpha sigma chi rho phi iota lambda alpha tau omicron upsilon pi omicron kappa alpha lambda omicron sigma iota. His conclusion is, omicron tau omega mu nu omicron nu delta epsilon phi lambda alpha upsilon tau omicron nu epsilon nu alpha iota, kappa alpha theta pi epsilon rho eta tau alpha iota delta omicron pi omicron lambda lambda omicron chi rho. See the note of Johann Schweighauser. Epictetus, as usual, is right in his opinion of man's nature. Right arrow curving left. This has been misunderstood by Hieronymus Wolff. Johann Schweighauser, who always writes like a man of sense, says, Epictetus means by our proper interests, the interests proper to man, as a rational being. And this interest or good consists in the proper use of our powers, and so far from being repugnant to common interest or utility. It contains within itself the notion of general utility and cannot be separated from it. Right arrow curving left. Such a man was named in Greek kappa omicron iota tau omega nu tau eta, in Latin cubicularius, a lord of the bedchamber, as we might say. Seneca, De Constantia Sapientis, Chapter 14, speaks of the pride of the nomenclator, the announcer of the name, of the arrogance of the bedchamber man. Even the clerk of the close stool was an important person. Slaves used to carry this useful domestic vessel on a journey. Horace Satires I6, 109, John Upton. Right arrow curving left. Once the master of Epictetus, Book I Chapter 1 at 20. Right arrow curving left. Hand-kissing was in those times of tyranny the duty of a slave, not of a free man. This servile practice still exists among men called free. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighöfer says that he has introduced into the text Lord Shaftesbury's emendation, pi omicron upsilon. The emendation pi omicron upsilon is good, but Schweighöfer has not put it in his text. He has omicron tau gamma alpha theta nu tau iota theta mu epsilon theta alpha. Matthew 6 verse 21, for where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. So these people show by thanking God, what it is for which they are thankful. Right arrow curving left. Isaac Casaubon, in a learned note on Suetonius, Augustus, chapter 18, informs us that divine honors were paid to Augustus at Nicopolis, which town he founded after the victory at Actium. The priesthood of Augustus at Nicopolis was a high office, and the priest gave his name to the year. That is, when it was intended in any writing to fix the year, either in any writing which related to public matters, or in instruments used in private affairs. The name of the priest of Augustus was used, and this was also the practice in most Greek cities. In order to establish the sense of this passage, Casaubon changed the text from tau phi omega nu into tau sigma mu phi omega nu alpha, which emendation Johann Schweighöfer has admitted into his text. Right arrow curving left. A comparison of Book I Chapter 1 will help to explain this chapter. Compare also Book I Chapter 17. Right arrow curving left. Hieronymus Wolff suggests that we should read pyro omicron eta gamma omicron upsilon mu nu omega instead of pyro omicron eta gamma omicron upsilon mu nu omega nu. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöfer's note. Right arrow curving left. We reckon death among the things which are indifferent, indifferentia, which the Greeks name delta iota phi omicron rho alpha. But I name, indifferent, the things which are neither good nor bad, as disease, pain, poverty, exile, death. Seneca, Epistle 82 right arrow curving left. Zeno, a native of Citium, in the island of Cyprus, is said to have come when he was young to Athens, where he spent the rest of a long life in the study and teaching of philosophy. He was the founder of the Stoic sect, and a man respected for his ability and high character. He wrote many philosophical works. Zeno was succeeded in his school by Cleanthes. Right arrow curving left. Follow. See Book I Chapter 12 at 5. Right arrow curving left. I now have what the universal nature wills me to have, and I do what my nature now wills me to do. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations v. 25, and 11:5. Epictetus never attempts to say what God is. He was too wise to attempt to do what man cannot do. But man does attempt to do it, and only shows the folly of his attempts, and, I think, his presumption also. Right arrow curving left. Epicurus is said to have written more than any other person, as many as 300 volumes, kappa lambda iota nu delta rho omicron iota, rolls. Chrysippus was his rival in this respect. For if Epicurus wrote anything, Chrysippus vied with him in writing as much. And for this reason he often repeated himself, because he did not read over what he had written, and he left his writings uncorrected in consequence of his hurry. Diogenes Laertius, Lives X, John Upton. CI 4. Right arrow curving left. Precognitions, pyro omicron lambda psi epsilon iota, is translated precognita by John Smith, Select Discourses, page 4. Cicero says, Topica, 7 notionem appello quod Greci tum nu omicron iota alpha nu, tum pyro lambda eta psi iota nu dicant. Ea est in sita et antipercepta cujusque formae cognitio, ennodationis indigens. In the De Natura Deorum, I-16, he says, quae est enim gens aut quod genus hominum, quod non habet sine doctrina anticipationem quondam deorum, quam appellat pyrolambdatus iota nu Epicurus. Id est, antiseptum animo rei quondam informationem, sine qua nec intelligi quidquam nec query nec disputari potest. Epicurus, as Cicero says in the following chapter, 17, was the first who used pyrolambdatus iota in this sense. Which Cicero applies to what he calls the engrafted or rather innate cognitions of the existence of gods, and these cognitions he supposes to be universal. But whether this is so or not, I do not know. See I chapter 2, Tusculan Disputations I-24, De Finibus 3-6, and Pyrolambdatus iota in Book 4 chapter 8 at 6. Right arrow curving left. The word is sigma iota omicron nu, which is very difficult to translate. We may take an instance from ourselves. There is a general agreement about integrity, and about the worship of the Supreme Being, but a wondrous difference about certain acts or doings in trading. Whether they are consistent with integrity or not. And a still more wondrous difference in forms of worship, whether they are conformable to religion or not. Right arrow curving left. Horace, Epistles I-2. Right arrow curving left. Iliad, I, the quarrel of Achilles and Agamemnon about giving up Chrysis to her father. Right arrow curving left. The bath was a place of common resort, where a thief had the opportunity of carrying off a bather's clothes. From men's desires to have what they have not, and do not choose to labor for, spring the disorders of society, as it is said in the Epistle of James 4, 5:1, to which Elizabeth Carter refers. Right arrow curving left. See note 125. Right arrow curving left. John Upton refers to a passage in the Theaetetus, p. 150, Stephanus Pagination, where Socrates professes that it is his art to discover whether a young man's mind is giving birth to an idol, an unreality, and a falsity, or to something productive and true. And he says, p. 151, that those who associate with him are like women in childbirth, for they are in labor and full of trouble nights and days much more than women. And his art has the power of stirring up and putting to rest this labor of childbirth. The conclusion in the chapter is not clear. The student is supposed to be addressed by some rich old man, who really does not know what to say. And the best way of getting rid of him and his idle talk is by dismissing him with a joke. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. That is in the body, see Book I chapter 20 at 17. Compare Book 2 chapter 20 at the beginning of the chapter. Right arrow curving left. The word pi omicron nu omicron eta tau iota kappa omicron is not intelligible. Johann Schweighauser suggests that it ought to be pyro omicron nu omicron eta tau iota kappa omicron. How have we any care for others? Epicurus taught that we should not marry nor beget children nor engage in public affairs, because these things disturb our tranquility. Right arrow curving left. So Ovid says, Tristia 4:3, 79. Quae latet inc bona cessit non cognita rebus. Apparet virtus agnaturque malis. Right arrow curving left. In the time of Domitian philosophers were banished from Rome and Italy by a senatus consultum, Suetonius Domitianus chapter 10. Cassius Dio's Roman History, 67, chapter 13, and at that time Epictetus, as Aulus Gellius says, Attic Nights 1511, went from Rome to Nicopolis in Epirus, where he opened a school. We may suppose that Epictetus is here speaking of some person who had gone from Nicopolis to Rome to inquire about the state of affairs there under the cruel tyrant Domitian. Johann Schweighauser. Right arrow curving left. Diogenes was brought to King Philip after the Battle of Chaeronea as a spy, Book 3 chapter 22 at 24. Plutarch in the treatise, Quomodo Assentator ab amico digniscator, chapter 30, states that when Philip asked Diogenes if he was a spy, he replied, "Certainly I am a spy, Philip. Of your want of judgment and of your folly, which lead you without any necessity to put to the hazard your kingdom and your life in one single hour. Right arrow curving left. The garment with the broad border, the laticlave, was the dress of a senator, the garment with the narrow border, the angusticlave, was the dress of a man of the equestrian order. Right arrow curving left. The exclamation of Oedipus in the Oedipus Tyrannus of Sophocles, line 1390. Right arrow curving left. This means, you can die when you please. Compare Book I Chapter 9. The power of dying when you please is named by Plinius, Naturalis Historia 2 Chapter 7, the best thing that God has given to man amidst all the sufferings of life. Horace, Epistles 2:2, 213. Vivere si rect nescis, decid peritis. Lucisti satis, idisti satis atque bibisti. Tempus abier tibi. Right arrow curving left. The conclusion, and you will then see, is not in the text, but it is what Epictetus means. The argument is complete. If we admit the existence of God, and that He is our Father, as Epictetus teaches, we have from Him the intellectual powers which we possess. And those men in whom these powers have been roused to activity, and are exercised, require no other instructor. It is true that in a large part of mankind these powers are inactive and are not exercised, or if they are exercised, it is in a very imperfect way. But those who contemplate the improvement of the human race, hope that all men, or if not all men a great number, will be roused to the exercise of the powers which they have. And that human life will be made more conformable to nature, that is, that man will use the powers which he has, and will not need advice and direction from other men. Who professing that they are wise and that they can teach, prove by their teaching and often by their example that they are not wise, and are incapable of teaching. This is equally true for those who may deny or doubt about the existence of God. They cannot deny that man has the intellectual powers which he does possess. And they are certainly not the persons who will proclaim their own want of these powers. If man has them and can exercise them, the fact is sufficient. And we need not dispute about the source of these powers which are in man naturally, that is, according to the constitution of his nature. Right arrow curving left. See the end of the preceding chapter. John Upton compares Horace's, in Cedere Ludum, Epistles I 14, 36. Compare also Book 2 Chapter 16 at 37. Right arrow curving left. A festival at Rome in December, a season of jollity and license, Livy, History of Rome 22:1. Compare the passage in Tacitus, the Annals 13:15, in which Nero is chosen by lot to be king, and Seneca, De Constantia Sapientis Chapter 12, Illi, pueri, inter ipsos magistratus gerent. Et pria textam facesque ac tribunal imitanter. Right arrow curving left. Gyarus or Gyra, a wretched island in the Aegean Sea, to which criminals were sent under the empire at Rome. Juvenal, Satires I 73. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. Demetrius was a Cynic philosopher, of whom Seneca, De Beneficia 7:1, says, "He was in my opinion a great man, even if he is compared with the greatest." One of his sayings was, "You gain more by possessing a few precepts of philosophy, if you have them ready and use them, than by learning many if you have them not at hand." Seneca often mentions Demetrius. The saying in the text is also attributed to Anaxagoras, Lives by Diogenes Laertius, and to Socrates by Xenophon, Apologia, 27. Right arrow curving left. At Rome, and probably in other towns, there were seats reserved for the different classes of men at the public spectacles. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. Paradoxes, pi alpha rho delta omicron xi alpha, things contrary to opinion, are contrasted with paralogies, pi alpha rho lambda omicron gamma alpha, things contrary to reason, Book 4 Chapter 1 at 173. Cicero says, proemium to his paradoxes, that paradoxes are something which cause surprise and contradict common opinion. And in another place he says that the Romans gave the name of admirabilia to the Stoic paradoxes. The puncture of the eye is the operation for cataract. Right arrow curving left. Pi tau theta epsilon omega rho alpha. Intelligere quid verum rectum que sit, prius est et facilius. Id vero ex sequi et observer, posterius et difficilius. Hieronymus Wolff. This is a profound and useful remark of Epictetus. General principles are most easily understood and accepted. The difficulty is in the application of them. What is more easy, for example, than to understand general principles of law which are true and good? But in practice cases are presented to us which, as Francis Bacon says, are immersed in matter. And it is this matter which makes the difficulty of applying the principles, and requires the ability and study of an experienced man. It is easy, and it is right, to teach the young the general principles of the rules of life, but the difficulty of applying them is that in which the young and the old too often fail. So if you ask whether virtue can be taught, the answer is that the rules for a virtuous life can be delivered. But the application of the rules is the difficulty, as teachers of religion and morality know well, if they are fit to teach. If they do not know this truth, they are neither fit to teach the rules, nor to lead the way to the practice of them by the only method which is possible. And this method is by their own example, assisted by the example of those who direct the education of youth, and of those with whom young persons live. Right arrow curving left. Such an intention appears to mean the intention of learning. The son alone can say this to his father, when the son studies philosophy for the purpose of living a good life, and not for the purpose of display. Hieronymus Wolff right arrow curving left. I have followed Schweihauser's explanation of this difficult passage, and I have accepted his emendation kappa sigma epsilon omicron nu tau alpha, in place of the manuscripts, reading kappa epsilon nu tau alpha. Right arrow curving left. This was a large sum. He is speaking of drachmae, or of the Roman equivalents denarii. In Roman language the amount would be briefly expressed by sexages centina millia h.s. or simply by sexages. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note, and all his notes on this chapter, which is rather difficult. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 11. Right arrow curving left. Seneca, De Tranquillitate Animi, Chapter 9, says, "What is the use of countless books and libraries, when the owner scarcely reads in his whole life the tables of contents? The number only confuses a learner, does not instruct him. It is much better to give yourself up to a few authors than to wander through many." Right arrow curving left. See Plato's Apology, Chapter 28. And Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 3:5. Right arrow curving left. Pyrrho was a native of Elis, in the Peloponnesus. He is said to have accompanied Alexander the Great in his Asiatic expedition, Diogenes Laertius, Lives 961. The time of his birth is not stated, but it is said that he lived to the age of 90. See Thomas Woodhouse Levin's 6 lectures introductory to the philosophical writings of Cicero, 1871. Lecture 2, on the Pyrrhonian ethic, Lecture 3, on the grounds of skepticism. Right arrow curving left. Pi lambda epsilon tau omicron does not mean that the father is dead, and that the mother is dead. They survive and lament. Compare Euripides, Alcestis, v. 825. Pi omega lambda mu epsilon sigma theta alpha pi nu tau epsilon, omicron kappa epsilon nu eta mu nu. Right arrow curving left. Homer, Iliad, 12 verse 328, omicron mu epsilon nu, tau epsilon chi omicron rho xi omicron mu epsilon nu tau iota mu nu. Right arrow curving left. This means, the received opinion about the knowledge and certainty of things. Which knowledge and certainty the skeptic philosophers attack by taking away general assent or consent, Hieronymus Wolff. Lord Shaftesbury accepts this explanation. See also Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. The chief question which was debated between the Pyrrhonists and the academics on one side, and the Stoics on the other, was this, whether there is a criterion of truth. And in the first place, the question is about the evidence of the senses, or the certainty of truth in those things which are perceived by the senses. Johann Schweighöfer. The strength of the Stoic system was that it furnishes a groundwork of common sense, and the universal belief of mankind, on which to found sufficient certitude for the requirements of life. On the other hand, the real question of knowledge, in the philosophical sense of the word, was abandoned. Thomas Woodhouse Levin's 6 Lectures Introductory to the Philosophical Writings of Cicero, page 70. Right arrow curving left. Pyro sigma kappa omicron pi nu, Johann Schweighöfer's emendation in place of pyro omicron kappa pi tau omega nu. Right arrow curving left. For the word sigma upsilon nu theta epsilon iota alpha nu, which occurs in S20, Johann Schweighöfer suggests lambda theta epsilon iota alpha nu here, and translates it by veritas. See his notes on this chapter, S15 and S20. Right arrow curving left. See chapter 18 of this book. Right arrow curving left. We cannot conceive that the number of stars is either even or odd. The construction of the word pi omicron pi sigma chi epsilon iota nu is uncertain, for, says Johann Schweighöfer, the word is found only here. Right arrow curving left. The Medea of Euripides, 1079, where, instead of delta rho nu mu lambda lambda omega of Epictetus, the reading is tau omicron lambda mu sigma omega, John Upton. Tau omicron lambda mu sigma omega, Adolf Kirchhoff, with the best manuscripts, for delta rho nu mu lambda lambda omega, which, however, is the reading cited by several ancient authors. Frederick Apthorp Paley's Euripides, note. Right arrow curving left. This is the literal version. It does not mean that it appeared right, as Elizabeth Carter translates it. Alexander never thought whether it was right or wrong. All that appeared to him was the possessing of Helene, and he used the means for getting possession of her, as a dog who spies and pursues some wild animal. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighöfer proposes to erase mu from the text, but it is, I suppose, in all the manuscripts, and it is easy to explain the passage without erasing the mu. Right arrow curving left. The expression tau phi alpha iota nu mu epsilon nu omicron nu often occurs in this chapter, and it is sometimes translated by the Latin sententia or opinio, and so it may be, and I have translated it by opinion. But Epictetus says, S30, lambda lambda tau phi nu eta, kappa alpha epsilon theta pi omicron iota tau phi alpha nu nu, which means that there was an appearance, which was followed by the act. The word generally used by Epictetus is phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma alpha, which occurs very often. In the Enchiridion, I5, there is some difference between phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma alpha and tau phi alpha iota nu mu epsilon nu omicron nu, for they are contrasted. Tau phi alpha iota nu mu epsilon nu omicron nu is the phenomenon. The bare appearance, phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma alpha in this passage may be the mental state consequent on the phi alpha iota nu mu epsilon nu omicron nu, or as Diogenes Laertius says, pi alpha nu tau alpha sigma tau iota tau pi omega sigma iota nu psi upsilon chi. Right arrow curving left. The word is omicron sigma alpha. The corresponding Latin word which Cicero introduced is essentia, Seneca, Epistles 58. The English word essence has obtained a somewhat different sense. The proper translation of omicron sigma alpha is being or nature. Right arrow curving left. This is the maxim of Horace, Epistles I6. And Maclean's note. Nil admirari prop residential est una numesi. Salac quae possit facere id serve arbitum. On which John Upton remarks that this maxim is explained very philosophically and learnedly by Lord Shaftesbury, the author of the Characteristics, Volume 3 page 202. Compare Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 12:1, Seneca, De Vita Beata, Chapter 3, writes, Alierum rerum quae vitam instrunt diligens, sine admiration cujusquam. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations I-15, expresses that sign admiration by tau theta alpha mu alpha sigma tau omicron nu. Right arrow curving left. This is explained by what follows. Opinion does not really conquer itself. But one opinion can conquer another, and nothing else can. Right arrow curving left. The two chief prosecutors of Socrates, Plato, Apology, Chapter 18, Book 2 Chapter 2 at 15. Right arrow curving left. See Book I Chapter 18 at 15. Right arrow curving left. Phi lambda eta sigma alpha iota. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. One of those who cry out, philosopher, etc. Right arrow curving left. See Book I Chapter 9 at 20. Right arrow curving left. See Book I Chapter 6 at 13. Right arrow curving left. Socrates was condemned by the Athenians to die, and he was content to die, and thought that it was a good thing. And this was the reason why he made such a defense as he did, which brought on him condemnation. And he preferred condemnation to escaping it by entreating the dicasts, judges, and lamenting, and saying and doing things unworthy of himself, as others did. Plato, Apology, Chapters 29, 33. Compare Book I Chapter 9 at 16. Right arrow curving left. See Book I Chapter 25 at 8. Right arrow curving left. Read theta lambda instead of theta lambda. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note. This appears to be the remark of Epictetus. If it is so, what follows is not clear. Schweighauser explains it, but most of you act otherwise. Right arrow curving left. The Roman emperors kept gladiators for their own amusement and that of the people, Lipsius, Saturnalia, 2:16. Seneca says, De Providentia Chapter 4, I have heard a murmillo, a kind of gladiator, in the time of Caesar, Caligula, complaining of the rarity of gladiatorial exhibitions, what a glorious period of life is wasting. Virtue, says Seneca, is eager after dangers. And it considers only what it seeks, not what it may suffer. John Upton right arrow curving left. The word is hypothesis, pi theta epsilon sigma iota, which in this passage means matter to work on, material, subject, as in Book 2 Chapter 5 at 11. Where it means the business of the pilot. In Book I Chapter 7 hypothesis has the sense of a proposition supposed for the present to be true, and used as the foundation of an argument. Right arrow curving left. Tropic, tau rho omicron pi iota kappa nu, a logical term used by Stoics, which Johann Schweighauser translates propositio connexa in syllogismo hypothetico. The meaning of the whole is this. You do not like the work which is set before you, as we say, you are not content to do your duty in that state of life unto which it shall please God to call you. Now this is as foolish, says Hieronymus Wolff, as for a man in any discussion to require that his adversary should raise no objection except such as may serve the man's own case. Right arrow curving left. There will be a time when tragic actors shall not know what their business is, but will think that it is all show. So, says Hieronymus Wolff, philosophers will be only beard and cloak, and will not show by their life and morals what they really are. Or they will be like false monks, who only wear the cowl, and do not show a life of piety and sanctity. Right arrow curving left. God is introduced as speaking. Johann Schweighauser right arrow curving left. The word is kappa rho iota omicron, the name by which a slave in Epictetus addresses his master, Dominus, a physician is addressed by his patient, and in other cases also it is used. It is also used by the evangelists. They speak of the angel of the Lord, Matthew 1 verse 24, and Jesus is addressed by the same term, Matthew 8 verse 2, Lord or Master. Elizabeth Carter has the following note, it has been observed that this manner of expression is not to be met with in the heathen authors before Christianity. and therefore it is one instance of scripture language coming early into common use. But the word, kaparo iota omicron, is used by early Greek writers to indicate one who has power or authority, and in a sense like the Roman dominus, as by Sophocles for instance. The use of the word then by Epictetus was not new, and it may have been used by the Stoic writers long before his time. The language of the Stoics was formed at least 2 centuries before the Christian era, and the New Testament writers would use the Greek which was current in their age. The notion of scripture language coming early into common use is entirely unfounded, and is even absurd. Carter's remark implies that Epictetus used the scripture language, whereas he used the particular language of the Stoics, and the general language of his age. And the New Testament writers would do the same. There are resemblances between the language of Epictetus and the New Testament writers, such as the expression mu gamma nu omicron iota tau omicron of Paul, which Epictetus often uses, but this is a slight matter. The words of Peter, Ephesians 2 verses 1 and 4, that by these ye might be partakers of the divine nature, are a Stoic expression, and the writer of this epistle, I think, took them from the language of the Stoics. Right arrow curving left. The words in the text are, pi epsilon rho tau nu tau eta nu epsilon nu alpha iota pi tau eta nu, when pi tau eta is translated, the lowest chord or note. It must be remembered that the names employed in the Greek musical terminology are precisely the opposite to ours. Compare nu epsilon tau eta, the highest note, though the word in itself means lowest. Thomas Hewitt Key's Philological Essays, p. 42, note 1 right arrow curving left. I think that Johann Schweighauser's interpretation is right, that the instructed are those who think that they are instructed but are not. As they show by their opinion that they accept in moral matters the judgment of an ignorant man, whose judgment in music or geometry they would not accept. Right arrow curving left. He names these small arguments lambda omicron gamma rho iota alpha, which Cicero, Tusculan Disputations 2:12, names radiunculi. Right arrow curving left. What is the profit, my brethren, if anyone should say that he hath faith and have not works? Thus also faith, if it hath not works, is dead in itself. But a man may say, Thou hast faith, and I have works, show me thy faith without thy works, and I will show thee my faith by my works. Epistle of James 2:14, 18 right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note on pi sigma tau eta. Right arrow curving left. The word is epsilon sigma tau alpha theta. The corresponding noun is epsilon sigma tau theta epsilon iota alpha, which is the title of this chapter. Right arrow curving left. John Upton supposes that Epictetus is alluding to the verse of Aristophanes, Acharnians 5:31, where it is said of Pericles, He flashed, he thundered, and confounded Hellas. Right arrow curving left. He calls the uninstructed and ignorant by the Greek word idioti, idiots, which we now use in a peculiar sense. An idiota was a private individual as opposed to one who filled some public office. And thence it had generally the sense of one who was ignorant of any particular art, as, for instance, one who had not studied philosophy. Right arrow curving left. Compare the Phaedon of Plato, page 116. The children of Socrates were brought in to see him before he took the poison by which he died, and also the wives of the friends of Socrates who attended him to his death. Socrates had ordered his wife Xantippe to be led home before he had his last conversation with his friends, and she was taken away lamenting and bewailing. Right arrow curving left. The reader may understand why Epictetus gave such a lesson as this, if he will remember the tyranny under which men at that time lived. Right arrow curving left. It was the fashion of hunters to frighten deer by displaying feathers of various colors on ropes or strings and thus frightening them towards the nets. Virgil, Georgics 3:372. Punitive adjutant Pavidos formidine penny. Right arrow curving left. Euripides, Fragments. Right arrow curving left. In the Phaedon, chapter 24, or page 78. Right arrow curving left. It was the opinion of some philosophers that the soul was a portion of the divinity sent down into human bodies. Right arrow curving left. This was a doctrine of Heraclitus and of Zeno. Zeno, Diogenes Laertius, Lives 7:137, speaks of God as, in certain periods or revolutions of time exhausting into himself the universal substance, omicron sigma alpha, and again generating it out of himself. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 11:1, speaks of the periodical renovation of all things. For man, whose existence is so short, the doctrine of all existing things perishing in the course of time and then being renewed is of no practical value. The present is enough for most men. But for the few who are able to embrace in thought the past, the present, and the future, the contemplation of the perishable nature of all existing things may have a certain value by elevating their minds above the paltry things which others prize above their worth. Right arrow curving left. See Note 70. Johann Schweighöfer says that he does not quite see what is the meaning of ought to be open. And he suggests that Epictetus intended to say, we ought to consider that the door is open for all occasions. But the occasions, he says, ought to be when things are such that a man can in no way bear them or cannot honorably endure them. And such occasions the wise man considers to be the voice of God giving to him the sign to retire. Right arrow curving left. This is an allusion to one of the Roman modes of manumitting a slave before the praetor. Compare, Persius, Satires v. 75. Heu steros veri, culbus una quiritum. Vertigo facit. And again. Verterit hunc dominus, memento turbinis exit. Marcus Dama. The sum paid on manumission was a tax of 5%, established in 356 BC, Livy, History of Rome 7:16, and paid by the slave. Epictetus here speaks of the tax being paid by the master. But in Book 3 Chapter 26, he speaks of it as paid by the enfranchised slave. See Duro de la Malle, Économie politique de Romain I 290, 169. Right arrow curving left. These are the words of some pupil who is boasting of what he has written. Right arrow curving left. The word is pi epsilon rho iota delta iota alpha. I am not sure about the exact meaning of pi epsilon rho iota delta iota alpha. See the notes of Hieronymus Wolff and Johann Schweighöfer. Right arrow curving left. No other author speaks of Socrates having written anything. It is therefore very difficult to explain this passage in which Arian, who took down the words of Epictetus, represents him as saying that Socrates wrote so much. Socrates talked much, and Epictetus may have spoken of talking as if it were writing, for he must have known that Socrates was not a writer. See Johann Schweighöfer's note. Right arrow curving left. The word is pi tau alpha rho alpha xi alpha. Elizabeth Carter thinks that the true reading is pi rho alpha xi alpha, through idleness or having nothing to do. And she remarks that freedom from perturbations is the very thing that Epictetus had been recommending through the whole chapter and is the subject of the next chapter. And therefore cannot be well supposed to be the true reading in a place where it is mentioned with contempt. It is probable that Carter is right. John Upton thinks that Epictetus is alluding to the Sophists, and that we should understand him as speaking ironically, and this may also be right. Johann Schweighöfer attempts to explain the passage by taking free from perturbations in the ordinary simple sense, but I doubt if he has succeeded. Right arrow curving left. Mu pi epsilon rho epsilon sigma. Epictetus, Book 3 Chapter 2 at 14, uses the adjective pi epsilon rho omicron to signify a vain man. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations v. 5, uses the verb pi epsilon rho epsilon upsilon epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, and Paul, 1 Corinthians 13 verse 4, where our version is, charity, love, vaunteth not itself. Cicero, Epistulae ad Atticum I 14, 4, uses nu epsilon pi epsilon rho epsilon upsilon sigma mu eta nu, to express a rhetorical display. Right arrow curving left. The whole life of philosophers, says Cicero, Tusculan Disputations I 30, following Plato, is a reflection upon death. Right arrow curving left. Some English readers, too happy to comprehend how chains, torture, exile, and sudden executions can be ranked among the common accidents of life, may be surprised to find Epictetus so frequently endeavoring to prepare his hearers for them. But it must be recollected that he addressed himself to persons who lived under the Roman emperors, from whose tyranny the very best of men were perpetually liable to such kind of dangers. Elizabeth Carter. All men even now are exposed to accidents and misfortunes against which there is no security, and even the most fortunate of men must die at last. The lessons of Epictetus may be as useful now as they were in his time. See Book I Chapter 30. Right arrow curving left. Epictetus refers to the rhetorical divisions of a speech. Right arrow curving left. Xenophon, Memorabilia 4 Chapter 8, 4, has reported this saying of Socrates on the authority of Hermogenes. Compare the Apology of Xenophon near the beginning. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighöfer says that he can extract no sense out of this passage. I leave it as it is. Right arrow curving left. There is some difficulty here in the original. See Johann Schweighöfer's note. Right arrow curving left. The words may mean either what I have written in the text, or, and so he lost his suit. Right arrow curving left. The meaning is, you must not ask for advice when you are come into a difficulty, but every man ought to have such principles as to be ready on all occasions to act as he ought. Just as he who knows how to write can write any name which is proposed to him. Hieronymus Wolff. Right arrow curving left. The reader must know that these dissertations were spoken extempore, and that one thing after another would come into the thoughts of the speaker. So the reader will not be surprised that when the discourse is on the maintenance of firmness or freedom from perturbations, Epictetus should now speak of philosophical preparation, which is most efficient for the maintenance of firmness. Hieronymus Wolff. See also Johann Schweighöfer's note on section 21, suggests something me, and Book 2 Chapter 24. Right arrow curving left. In the Enchiridion or Manual, Chapter 14, it is written, every man's master is he who has the power to give to a man or take away that which he would have or not have, whoever then wishes to be free. Let him neither seek anything or avoid anything which is in the power of others. If he does not act thus, he will be a slave. Right arrow curving left. Elizabeth Carter says, this is one of the many extravagant refinements of the philosophers, and might lead persons into very dangerous mistakes, if it was laid down as a maxim in ordinary life. I think that Carter has not seen the meaning of Epictetus. The philosopher will discover the man's character by trying him, as the assayer tries the silver by a test. Cicero, De Legibus I9, says that the face expresses the hidden character. Euripides, Medea 5:18, says better, that no mark is impressed on the body by which we can distinguish the good man from the bad. Shakespeare says, there's no art to find the mind's destruction in the face. Macbeth Act I Scene 4. Right arrow curving left. It is not clear what is meant by women being common by nature in any rational sense. Zeno and his school said, Diogenes Laertius, Live 7, Zeno, page 195. London, 1664. It is their opinion also that the women should be common among the wise, so that any man should use any woman, as Zeno says in his Polity, and Chrysippus in the book on Polity. And Diogenes the Cynic and Plato. And we shall love all the children equally like fathers, and the jealousy about adultery will be removed. These wise men knew little about human nature, if they taught such doctrines. Right arrow curving left. Archidemus was a Stoic philosopher of Tarsus. We know little about him. Right arrow curving left. A man may be a philosopher or pretend to be, and at the same time he may be a beast. Right arrow curving left. The materials, lambda alpha iota, on which man works are neither good nor bad, and so they are, as Epictetus names them, indifferent. But the use of things, or of material, is not indifferent. They may be used well or ill, conformably to nature or not. Right arrow curving left. Terence says, Adelphi, 4-7. Si illud, quod est maxime opus, jacta non cadit. Illud quod cessidit forte, id arte ut corrigas. Dexterously, is, arte, tau epsilon chi nu iota kappa in Epictetus. John Upton right arrow curving left. The word is rho pi alpha sigma tau nu, which was also used by the Romans. One threw the ball and the other caught it. Chrysippus used this simile of a ball in speaking of giving and receiving, Seneca, De Beneficiis, 2:17. Martial has the word, Epigrams 4:19, siv harpasta manu pulverulenta rapis, and elsewhere. Right arrow curving left. In Plato's Apology chapter 15, Socrates addresses Meletus. And he says, it would be equally absurd if a man should believe that there are foals of horses and asses, and should not believe that there are horses and asses. But Socrates says nothing of mules, for the word mules in some texts of the Apology is manifestly wrong. Right arrow curving left. Compare Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 2:16, 3:11, 6:44, 12:36. And Seneca, De Otio chapter 31, and Cicero, De Finibus 3:19. Right arrow curving left. Pi lambda upsilon tau omicron iota. Compare Marcus Aurelius, Meditations X24, 8:34. Right arrow curving left. He tells some imaginary person, who hears him, that since he has come into the world, he must do his duty in it. Right arrow curving left. This discussion is with a young philosopher who, intending to return from Nicopolis to Rome, feared the tyranny of Domitian, who was particularly severe towards philosophers. See also note 152. Johann Schweighöser. Compare Pliny, Epistles I-12, and the expression of Corellius Rufus about the detestable villain, the Emperor Domitian. The title, of indifference, means, of the indifference of things, of the things which are neither good nor bad. Right arrow curving left. On tau sigma upsilon nu eta mu nu omicron nu, see Book I chapter 29. Right arrow curving left. Book 2 chapter 5 at 24. Right arrow curving left. Epictetus alludes to the verses from the Hypsipyle of Euripides. Compare Marcus Aurelius, Meditation 7:40. Life must be reaped like the ripe ears of corn, one man is born, another dies. Cicero, Tusculan Disputations 3:25, has translated 6 verses from Euripides, and among them are these two. Tum vita omnibus. Matenda ut fruges, sic jubit necessitas. Right arrow curving left. The story is in Xenophon's Cyropedia, for near the beginning, where Cyrus says that he called Chrysantas by name. Epictetus, as John Upton remarks, quotes from memory. Right arrow curving left. So Anaxagoras said that the road to the other world, ad inferos, is the same from all places. Cicero, Tusculan Disputations I-43. What follows is one of the examples of extravagant assertion in Epictetus. A tyrant may kill by a slow death as a fever does. I suppose that Epictetus would have some answer to that. Except to a Stoic the ways to death are not indifferent, some ways of dying are painful, and even he who can endure with fortitude would prefer an easy death. Right arrow curving left. The text has pi kappa alpha sigma alpha rho omicron. But pi perhaps ought to be pi or pi. Right arrow curving left. See note 160. Right arrow curving left. Diogenes Laertius reports in his Life of Socrates that he wrote in prison a paean, and he gives the first line which contains an address to Apollo and Artemis. Right arrow curving left. Divination was a great part of ancient religion, and, as Epictetus says, it led men to omit many duties. In a certain sense there was some meaning in it. If it is true that those who believe in God can see certain signs in the administration of the world by which they can judge what their behavior ought to be, they can learn what their duties are. If these signs are misunderstood, or if they are not seen right, men may be governed by an abject superstition. So the external forms of any religion may become the means of corruption and of human debasement, and the true indications of God's will may be neglected. John Upton compares Lucan, Pharsalia 9:572, who sometimes said a few good things. Right arrow curving left. A man who gives his opinion on grammar gives an opinion on a thing of which many know something. A man who gives his opinion on divination or on future events, gives an opinion on things of which we all know nothing. When then a man affects to instruct on things unknown, we may ask him to give his opinion on things which are known, and so we may learn what kind of man he is. Right arrow curving left. Gratilla was a lady of rank, who was banished from Rome and Italy by Domitian. Pliny, Epistles 3:11. See the note in Johann Schweighauser's edition on pi iota mu nu iota alpha. Right arrow curving left. As knavish priests have often played on the fears and hopes of the superstitious. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighauser reads tau nu rho nu iota theta rho iota omicron nu. See his note. Right arrow curving left. Kappa rho iota epsilon lambda eta sigma omicron nu, Domini miserere. Notissima formula in Christiana Ecclesia Jamusqui a primis temporibus usurpata, John Upton. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighauser observes that the title of this chapter would more correctly be Tau Epsilon Nu Mu Nu, God in Man. There is no better chapter in the book. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, Xenophon, Memorabilia 4:6, 8, concludes that the useful is good to him to whom it is useful. Right arrow curving left. I do not remember that Epictetus has attempted any other description of the nature of God. He has done more wisely than some who have attempted to answer a question which cannot be answered. But see Book 2 Chapter 14 at 11, 13. Right arrow curving left. Compare Cicero, De Officiis I 27. Right arrow curving left. Noble descent. See Book I Chapter 9. The doctrine that God is in man is an old doctrine. Euripides said, Aphthonius, Sophisti progymnasmata. Nu omicron gamma rho mu nu sigma tau iota nu kappa sigma tau tau epsilon. The doctrine became a commonplace of the poets, Ovid, Fasti 6, Est Deus in nobis, Adjutant colesimus illo, and Horace, Satires 2:6, 79, Atque figit humo divini particula mori. See note 97. Right arrow curving left. Elizabeth Carter has a note here. See 1 Corinthians 6 verses 19 and 2 Corinthians 6:16, 2 Timothy 1 verses 14 and 1 John 3:24, for 12, 13. But though the simple expression of carrying God about with us may seem to have some nearly parallel to it in the New Testament, yet those represent the Almighty in a more venerable manner. As taking the hearts of good men for a temple to dwell in. But the other expressions here of feeding and exercising God, and the whole of the paragraph, and indeed of the Stoic system, show the real sense of even its more decent phrases to be vastly different from that of Scripture. The passage in 1 Corinthians 6 verse 19 is, What? Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost which is in you, which ye have of God and ye are not your own? This follows 5:18, which is an exhortation to flee fornication. The passage in 2 Corinthians 6 verse 16 is, And what agreement hath the temple of God with idols? For ye are the temple of the living God. As God hath said, I will dwell in them and walk in them, etc. Carter has not correctly stated the sense of these two passages. It is certain that Epictetus knew nothing of the writers of the epistles in the New Testament, but whence did these writers learn such forms of expression as we find in the passages cited by Carter? I believe that they drew them from the Stoic philosophers who wrote before Epictetus and that they applied them to the new religion which they were teaching. The teaching of Paul and of Epictetus does not differ. The Spirit of God is in man. Emanuel Swedenborg says, in these two faculties, rationality and liberty, the Lord resides with every man, whether he be good or evil, they being the Lord's mansions in the human race. But the mansion of the Lord is nearer with a man, in proportion as the man opens the superior degrees by these faculties. For by the opening thereof he comes into superior degrees of love and wisdom, and consequently nearer to the Lord. Hence it may appear that as these degrees are opened, so a man is in the Lord and the Lord in him. Swedenborg, Angelic Wisdom, 240. Again, the faculty of thinking rationally, viewed in itself, is not man's, but God's in man. I am not quite sure in what sense the administration of the Eucharist ought to be understood in the Church of England service. Some English divines formerly understood, and perhaps some now understand, the ceremony as a commemoration of the blood of Christ shed for us and of his body which was broken. As we see in Thomas Burnet's posthumous work, De Fide et Officiis Christianorum, page 80. It was a commemoration of the Last Supper of Jesus and the Apostles. But this does not appear to be the sense in which the ceremony is now understood by some priests and by some members of the Church of England, whose notions approach near to the doctrine of the Catholic Mass. Nor does it appear to be the sense of the prayer made before delivering the bread and wine to the communicants, for the prayer is, "Grant us, gracious Lord, so to eat the flesh of thy dear Son Jesus Christ and to drink his blood that our sinful bodies may be made clean by his body and our souls washed through his most precious blood and that we may evermore dwell in him and he in us." This is a different thing from Epictetus' notion of God being in man, and also different, as I understand it, from the notion contained in the two passages of Paul. For it is there said generally that the Holy Ghost is in man or God in man, not that God is in man by virtue of a particular ceremony. It should not be omitted that there is after the end of the communion service an admonition that the sacramental bread and wine remain what they were, and that the natural body and blood of our Saviour Christ are in heaven and not here. It being against the truth of Christ's natural body to be at one time in more places than one. It was affirmed by the Reformers and the best writers of the English Church that the presence of Christ in the Eucharist is a spiritual presence. And in this opinion they followed Calvin and the Swiss divines, and yet in the prayer book we have the language that I have quoted. And even Calvin, who only maintained a spiritual presence, said that the verity is nevertheless joined to the signs, and that in the sacrament we have true communion in Christ's body and blood. Contemporary Review, p. 464, August 1874. What would Epictetus have thought of the subtleties of our days? Right arrow curving left. The Athena of Phidias was in the Parthenon on the Athenian Acropolis, a colossal chryselephantine statue, that is, a framework of wood, covered with ivory and gold. Pausanias. Description of Greece I-24. The figure of Victory stood on the hand of the goddess, as we frequently see in coins. See Book I Chapter 6 at 23, and the note in Johann Schweighauser's edition. Cicero, De Natura Deorum, 334. Right arrow curving left. The great statue at Olympia was the work of Phidias. Pausanias, Description of Greece v. 11. It was a seated colossal chryselephantine statue, and held a victory in the right hand. Right arrow curving left. An allusion to the combatants in the public exercises, who used to show their shoulders, muscles, and sinews as a proof of their strength. See Book I Chapter 4, Book 2 Chapter 18, Book 3 Chapter 22, Elizabeth Carter. Right arrow curving left. Kappa Kappa Lambda Iota Sigma Iota Nu. See Book 3 Chapter 2. Right arrow curving left. The abuse of the faculties which are proper to man, called rationality and liberty, is the origin of evil. By rationality is meant the faculty of understanding truths and thence falses, and goods and then evils. And by liberty is meant the faculty of thinking, willing, and acting freely, and these faculties distinguish man from beasts. Emanuel Swedenborg, Angelic Wisdom, 264 and also 240. See Book 2 Chapter 8 Right arrow curving left. This seems to be a proverb. If I am eaten, let me be eaten by the nobler animal. Right arrow curving left. A conjunctive or complex, sigma upsilon mu pi epsilon pi lambda epsilon gamma mu nu omicron nu, axiom or lemma. Aulus Gellius, Attic Nights 16:8, gives an example. Publius Scipio, the son of Paulus, was both twice consul and triumphed, and exercised the censorship and was the colleague of Lucius Mummius in his censorship. Gellius adds, in every conjunctive if there is one falsehood, though the other parts are true, the whole is said to be false, for the whole is proposed as true, therefore if one part is false, the whole is not true. The disjunctive, delta iota epsilon zeta epsilon upsilon gamma mu nu omicron nu, is of this kind: pleasure is either bad or good, or neither good nor bad. Right arrow curving left. We often say a man learns a particular thing, and there are men who profess to teach certain things, such as a language, or an art, and they mean by teaching that the taught shall learn. And learning means that they shall be able to do what they learn. He who teaches an art professes that the scholar shall be able to practice the art of making shoes for example, or other useful things. There are men who profess to teach religion, and morality, and virtue generally. These men may tell us what they conceive to be religion, and morality, and virtue. And those who are said to be taught may know what their teachers have told them. But the learning of religion, and of morality and of virtue, mean that the learner will do the acts of religion and of morality and of virtue. Which is a very different thing from knowing what the acts of religion, of morality, and of virtue are. The teacher's teaching is in fact only made efficient by his example, by his doing that which he teaches. Right arrow curving left. He is not a Stoic philosopher, who can only explain in a subtle and proper manner the Stoic principles, for the same person can explain the principles of Epicurus, of course for the purpose of refuting them. And perhaps he can explain them better than Epicurus himself. Consequently he might be at the same time a Stoic and an Epicurean, which is absurd. Johann Schweighöfer. He means that the mere knowledge of Stoic opinions does not make a man a Stoic, or any other philosopher. A man must according to Stoic principles practice them in order to be a Stoic philosopher. So if we say that a man is a religious man, he must do the acts which his religion teaches, for it is by his acts only that we can know him to be a religious man. What he says and professes may be false, and no man knows except himself whether his words and professions are true. The uniformity, regularity, and consistency of his acts are evidence which cannot be mistaken. Right arrow curving left. It has been suggested that Epictetus confounded under the name of Jews those who were Jews and those who were Christians. We know that some Jews became Christians. But see Johann Schweighöfer's Note 1 and Note 7. Right arrow curving left. It is possible, as I have said, that by Jews Epictetus means Christians, for Christians and Jews are evidently confounded by some writers, as the first Christians were of the Jewish nation. In Book 4 Chapter 7, Epictetus gives the name of Galileans to the Jews. The term Galileans points to the country of the great teacher. Paul says, Romans 2 verse 28, for he is not a Jew, which is one outwardly, but he is a Jew which is one inwardly, etc. His remarks, 2:17, 29, on the man, who is called a Jew, and rests in the law and makes his boast of God, may be compared with what Epictetus says of a man who is called a philosopher, and does not practice that which he professes. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 24 at 26, Iliad, 7:264, etc., Juvenal, Satires 15:65. Nec hunc lapidem, qualis et turnus et ajax. Vel quo tidides percussit pondera coxum. Eni. John Upton. Right arrow curving left. Cicero, De Finibus 4:10, Seneca, Epistles 95. Right arrow curving left. See Book I Chapter 9. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 6:44, but my nature is rational and social. And my city and country, so far as I am Antoninus, is Rome, but so far as I am a man, it is the world. I have here translated Pyro Omicron Beta Tau Omega Nu by domestic animals. I suppose that the bovine species, and sheep and goats are meant. Right arrow curving left. This may appear extravagant, but it is possible to explain it, and even to assent to it. If a man believes that all is wisely arranged in the course of human events, he would not even try to resist that which he knows it is appointed for him to suffer, he would submit and he would endure. If Epictetus means that the man would actively promote the end or purpose which he foreknew, in order that his acts may be consistent with what he foreknows and with his duty, perhaps the philosopher's saying is too hard to deal with. And as it rests on an impossible assumption of foreknowledge, we may be here wiser than the philosophers, if we say no more about it. Compare Seneca, De Providentia chapter 5. Right arrow curving left. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 642, we are all working together to one end, some with knowledge and design, and others without knowing what they do. Right arrow curving left. A lettuce is an example of the most trifling thing. A seat probably means a seat of superiority, a magistrate's seat, a Roman cella curulis. Right arrow curving left. Omicron tau omicron beta lambda alpha beta. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, we must by no means then do an act of injustice. Crito, certainly not. Socrates, nor yet when you are wronged must you do wrong in return, as most people think, since you must in no way do an unjust act. Plato, Crito, chapter 10. Right arrow curving left. See the beginning of Book 2 chapter 16. Right arrow curving left. The same remark will apply to most dissertations spoken or written on moral subjects, they are exercises of skill for him who delivers or writes them, or matter for criticism and perhaps a way of spending an idle hour for him who listens. And that is all. Epictetus blames our indolence and indifference as to acts, and the trifling of the schools of philosophy in disputation. Right arrow curving left. See Book I chapter 2. Right arrow curving left. See Cicero's use of opinatio, Tusculan Disputations 4:11. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. Doing nothing without the rule. This is a Greek proverb, used also by Persius, Satires v. 119, compare Cicero, De Finibus 3:17, and Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 2:16. Right arrow curving left. That is, so far shall I consider you from being able to judge rightly of things without a balance that I shall understand that not even with the aid of a balance can you do it. That you cannot even use a balance, and consequently that you are not worth a single word from me. Johann Schweighauser right arrow curving left. This is a just conclusion. We must fix the canons or rules by which things are tried, and then the rules may be applied by the wise and good to all cases. Right arrow curving left. This is what is said in the Gorgias of Plato, page 472, 474, right arrow curving left. The word is nu omicron iota alpha iota, which Cicero explains to be the name as pyro omicron lambda psi epsilon iota. Academica Priora 210. Right arrow curving left. Socrates' notion of envy is stated by Xenophon, Memorabilia 3:9-8, to be this: it is the pain or vexation which men have at the prosperity of their friends. And that such are the only envious persons. Bishop Butler gives a better definition, at least a more complete description of the thing: emulation is merely the desire and hope of equality with or superiority over others, with whom we may compare ourselves. There does not appear to be any other grief in the natural passion, but only that want which is implied in desire. However, this may be so strong as to be the occasion of great grief. To desire the attainment of this equality or superiority, by the particular means of others being brought down to our level, or below it, is, I think, the distinct notion of envy. From whence it is easy to see that the real end which the natural passion, emulation, and which the unlawful one, envy, aims at is the same. Namely, that equality or superiority, and consequently that to do mischief is not the end of envy, but merely the means it makes use of to attain its end. Sermons upon Human Nature, I right arrow curving left. I have omitted the words pi tau omicron nu alpha nu tau omicron upsilon kappa nu eta sigma epsilon tau nu pi lambda eta sigma iota omicron nu. I see no sense in them, and the text is plain without them. Right arrow curving left. I am not sure that I have understood rightly xi nu delta alpha tau at the beginning of this sentence. Right arrow curving left. The symposium or banquet of Xenophon is extant. Compare Book 3 Chapter 16 at 5, and Book 4 Chapter 5 at the beginning. Right arrow curving left. The elliptic art is the art of anointing and rubbing, one of the best means of maintaining a body in health. The iatric or healing art is the art of restoring to health a diseased body. The elliptic art is also equivalent to the gymnastic art, or the art of preparing for gymnastic exercises, which are also a means of preserving the body's health. When the exercises are good and moderate. Right arrow curving left. Epictetus in speaking of himself and of his experience at Rome. Right arrow curving left. See note 206. Right arrow curving left. In Diogenes Laertius, Lives, Zeno, 7, there is a letter from Antigonus to Zeno and Zeno's answer. Simplicius, note on the Enchiridion, chapter 51, supposes this Antigonus to be the king of Syria, but John Upton remarks that it is Antigonus Gonatas, king of Macedonia. Right arrow curving left. See Book I chapter 7. Right arrow curving left. The original is, but that person, kappa epsilon nu omicron, has power to kill me. That person must be the person already mentioned, and Elizabeth Carter has done right in adding this explanation. Right arrow curving left. The 30 tyrants of Athens, as they were named, Xenophon, Hellenica 2. The talk of Socrates with Critias and Charicles 2 of the 30 is reported in Xenophon's Memorabilia, I2, 33. The defense of Socrates before those who tried him and his conversation in prison are reported in Plato's Apology, and in the Phaedon and Crito. Diogenes was captured by some pirates and sold, Book 4 Chapter 1 at 115. Right arrow curving left. There is some corruption here. Right arrow curving left. Enchiridion, Chapter 8, do not seek, wish, that things which take place shall take place as you desire, but desire that things which take place shall take place as they do. And you will live a tranquil life. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book 3 Chapter 2 at 4, Book 4 Chapter 8 at 20. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 8:27, writes, there are 3 relations, between thee and other things, the one to the body which surrounds thee. The second to the divine cause from which all things come to all, and the third to those who live with thee. This is precise, true, and practical. Those who object to the divine cause may write in place of it the nature and constitution of things, for there is a constitution of things, which the philosopher attempts to discover. And for most practical purposes, it is immaterial whether we say that it is of divine origin or has some other origin, or no origin can be discovered. The fact remains that a constitution of things exists, or, if that expression be not accepted, we may say that we conceive that it exists and we cannot help thinking so. Right arrow curving left. See Book I Chapter 14 at 13, Book 2 Chapter 8 at 14. Socrates, Xenophon, Memorabilia I1, 19, said the same. That man should make himself like the gods is said also by Marcus Aurelius, Meditations X8, see Plato, Laws I4. John Upton. When God is said to provide for all things, this is what the Greeks called pyro nu omicron iota alpha, providence, Book I Chapter 16, Book 3 Chapter 17. In the second of these passages there is a short answer to some objections made to providence. Epictetus could only know or believe what God is by the observation of phenomena. And he could only know what he supposed to be God's providence by observing his administration of the world and all that happens in it. Among other works of God is man, who possesses certain intellectual powers which enable him to form a judgment of God's works, and a judgment of man himself. Man has or is supposed to have certain moral sentiments, or a capacity of acquiring them in some way. On the supposition that all man's powers are the gift of God. Man's power of judging what happens in the world under God's providence is the gift of God, and if he should not be satisfied with God's administration, we have the conclusion that man, whose powers are from God, condemns that administration which is also from God. Thus God and man, who is God's work, are in opposition to one another. If a man rejects the belief in a deity and in a providence, because of the contradictions and difficulties involved in this belief or supposed to be involved in it, and if he finds the contradictions and difficulties such as he cannot reconcile with his moral sentiments and judgments, he will be consistent in rejecting the notion of a deity and of providence. But he must also consistently admit that his moral sentiments and judgments are his own, and that he cannot say how he acquired them, or how he has any of the corporeal or intellectual powers which he is daily using. By the hypothesis they are not from God. All then that a man can say is that he has such powers. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 10, Book I Chapter 17 at 12, Book 2 Chapter 11 at 4, etc. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations x8. Right arrow curving left. The original is, to add the colophon, which is a proverbial expression and signifies to give the last touch to a thing. Right arrow curving left. See the fragments of Menander quoted by John Upton. Right arrow curving left. Sunt infortunica casibus omnia ponent. Iti mundum credent nullo rector moveri. Juvenal, Satires 1386. Right arrow curving left. From the fact that man has some intelligence, Voltaire concludes that we must admit that there is a greater intelligence. Letter to Suzanne Necker, Vol. 67, Edition Kell. Page 278. Right arrow curving left. The word is pi omicron kappa alpha rho tau epsilon nu, which Cicero, Tusculan Disputations I-34, renders para netium vita disidir. The words, I have resolved, are in Epictetus, kappa kappa rho iota kappa alpha. Pliny, Epistles I-12, says that Corellius Rufus, when he determined to end his great sufferings by starvation, made the same answer, kappa kappa rho iota kappa alpha, to the physician who offered him food. Right arrow curving left. The great city is the world. Right arrow curving left. The meaning is that you cannot lead a fool from his purpose either by words or force. A wise fool must mean a fool who thinks himself wise. And such we sometimes see. Though thou shouldst bray a fool in the mortar among wheat with a pestle, yet will not his foolishness depart from him. Proverbs 27 verse 22. Right arrow curving left. Hellebore was a medicine used in madness. Horace says, Satires 2:3, 82. Danda est elabori multo pars maxima avarice. Right arrow curving left. Epictetus seems in this discussion to be referring to some professor, who had declared that he would not take money from his hearers, and then, indirectly at least, had blamed our philosopher for receiving some fee from his hearers. Johann Schweighauser. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 10 at 25. Right arrow curving left. To answer to things means to act in a way suitable to circumstances, to be a match for them. So Horace says, Satires 2:7, 85. Responsere cupidinibus, contemnere honores. Fortis. Right arrow curving left. Perhaps this was a common puzzle. The man answers right, he cannot say. Right arrow curving left. That is which follows praise or blame. He seems to mean making the proper use of praise or of blame. Right arrow curving left. By the words, sit down, Epictetus indicates the man's baseness and indolence, who wishes God to do for him that which he can do himself and ought to do. Johann Schweighauser. Right arrow curving left. So Johann Schweighöfer explains this difficult passage. Perhaps he is right. This part of the chapter is obscure. Right arrow curving left. It is observable that this most practical of all the philosophers owns his endeavors met with little or no success among his scholars. The apostles speak a very different language in their epistles to the first converts of Christianity, and the Acts of the Apostles. And all the monuments of the primitive ages bear testimony to the reformation of manners produced by the gospel. This difference of success might indeed justly be expected from the difference of the two systems. Elizabeth Carter. I have not quoted this note of Carter because I think that it is true. We do not know what was the effect of the teaching of Epictetus, unless this passage informs us, if Carter has drawn a right inference from it. The language of Paul to the Corinthians is not very different from that of Epictetus, and he speaks very unfavorably of some of his Corinthian converts. We may allow that a reformation of manners was produced by the gospel in many of the converts to Christianity, but there is no evidence that this reformation was produced in all. And there is evidence that it was not. The corruptions in the early Christian church and in subsequent ages are a proof that the reforms made by the gospel were neither universal nor permanent. And this is the result which our knowledge of human nature would lead us to expect. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 1 at 13. Right arrow curving left. Dursey, a pure stream in Boeotia, which flows into the Isthmus. The Martian water is the Martian aqueduct at Rome, which was constructed 144 BC, and was the best water that Rome had. Some of the arches of this aqueduct exist. The bright stream of Dursey is spoken of in the Hercules Furens of Euripides, line 573. The verse in the text which we may suppose that Epictetus made, has a spondee in the fourth place, which is contrary to the rule. Right arrow curving left. The small stones are supposed to be the marbles which decorated Athens, and the rock to be the Acropolis. Right arrow curving left. In the original it is epsilon sigma alpha gamma omega gamma alpha. It was a name used for short commentaries on the principles of any art, such as we now call introductions, compendiums, elements. Aulus Gellius, Attic Nights 16:8. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöfer's note. Right arrow curving left. The manuscripts have sigma omicron epsilon mu, but the emendation of Claudius Salmasius, sigma epsilon mu iota, is certain. Right arrow curving left. There are innumerable passages in St. Paul, which, in reality, bear that noble testimony which Epictetus here requires in his imaginary character. Such are those in which he glories in tribulation. Speaks with a heroic contempt of life, when set in competition with the performance of his duty, rejoices in bonds and imprisonments, and the view of his approaching martyrdom. And represents afflictions as a proof of God's love. See Acts 20 verses 23 and 24. Romans 5:3, 8:38, 39, 2 Timothy 4 verse 6. Elizabeth Carter right arrow curving left. The meaning is uncertain. See Johann Schweighöfer's note. Right arrow curving left. Procrustes and Sciron, two robbers who infested Attica and were destroyed by Theseus, as Plutarch tells in his Life of Theseus. Right arrow curving left. Marcus Aurelius Meditations X28, only to the rational animal is it given to follow voluntarily what happens, but simply to follow is a necessity imposed on all. Compare Seneca, Questions Naturales 259. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 11 at 1, and Book 3 Chapter 14 at 8. Right arrow curving left. Theorems are defined by Cicero, De Fato, Chapter 6, Percepta appel quae dicunter Greece theta epsilon omega rho mu alpha tau alpha. Right arrow curving left. This rhetorician or orator, as Epictetus names him, appears to be the same person as Theopompus of Chios, the historian. Right arrow curving left. That Epictetus does not quite correctly compare the notion of what is wholesome to the human body with the preconceived notion, anticipata notione, of moral good and bad. will be apparent to those who have carefully inquired into the various origin and principles of our notions. Johann Schweighöfer. Also see his note on nu tau epsilon iota nu omicron nu. Right arrow curving left. The topic of the desires and aversions. Book 3 Chapter 2. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book I Chapter 27 at 10. Right arrow curving left. This is the meaning of what Medea says in the Medea of Euripides. Epictetus does not give the words of the poet. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book 4 Chapter 7 at 20. Right arrow curving left. If you would subject all things to yourself, subject yourself to reason. Seneca, Epistle 37. Right arrow curving left. See Book I Chapter 7 at 1. Right arrow curving left. The Pseudomenos was a treatise by Chrysippus, Diogenes Laertius Lives 7, Chrysippus. The Pseudomenos was a famous problem among the Stoics, and it is this. When a person says, I lie. Doth he lie, or doth he not? If he lies, he speaks truth; if he speaks truth, he lies. The philosophers composed many books on this difficulty. Chrysippus wrote 6. Philetas wasted himself in studying to answer it. Elizabeth Carter right arrow curving left. Epictetus is ridiculing the men who compliment one another on their writings. John Upton compares Horace, Epistles 2:2, 87. Ut alter. Alterius sermon miros audiret honores. Discito alceus puncto lias. Al mio cus nisi calimachus. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book I Chapter 19 at 4. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighöfer has no doubt that we ought instead of sigma upsilon nu alpha gamma omega gamma, collections, to read epsilon sigma alpha gamma omega gamma, introductions. Right arrow curving left. As to Archidemus, see Book 2 Chapter 4 at 11, and Antipater, Book 2 Chapter 19 at 2. Right arrow curving left. See Book 4 Chapter 12. Right arrow curving left. Omega sigma tau mu alpha tau alpha. Egrotations quae appellanter a stoicis omega sigma tau mu alpha tau alpha, Cicero, Tusculan Disputations 4:10. Right arrow curving left. Kappa omicron mu psi sigma omicron sigma tau iota. Compare the Gospel of St. John 4 verse 52, pi theta epsilon tau omicron nu pi alpha rho tau nu rho alpha nu kappa omicron mu psi tau epsilon rho omicron nu sigma chi epsilon. Right arrow curving left. Placet enim Chrysipo cum gradatim interrogator, verbi causa, tria pauca sint and multa, aliquanto prius quam ad multa perveniat quaescera, id est quat abi is dissiter sigma upsilon chi zeta epsilon iota nu. Cicero, Academica 2 pr 29. Compare Persius, Satires 680. Depinga ubi system. Inventus, Chrysipp, tue finiter acervi. Right arrow curving left. The passage is in Plato, Laws, 9p. 854, tau alpha nu sigma omicron iota pyro omicron sigma pi tau tau iota tau nu tau omicron iota omicron tau omega nu delta omicron gamma mu tau omega nu, etc. The conclusion is, if you cannot be cured of your mental disease, seek death which is better and depart from life. This bears some resemblance to the precept in Matthew 6 verse 29, and if thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee, etc. Right arrow curving left. Hercules is said to have established gymnastic contests and to have been the first victor. Those who gained the victory both in wrestling and in the pancratium were reckoned in the list of victors as coming in the second or third place after him, and so on. Right arrow curving left. I have followed Hieronymus Wolff's conjecture pi kappa tau alpha instead of the old reading pi alpha kappa tau alpha. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book 3 Chapter 12 at 15. Right arrow curving left. Castor and Pollux. Horace, Odes I 12. Quorum simul alba naudes. Stella refulsit, etc. Right arrow curving left. Aulus Gellius, Attic Nights 19 Chapter 1, Visa quae 6 quadam sua cc inferunt nascitanda hominibus. Right arrow curving left. Consider that everything is opinion, and opinion is in thy power. Take away then, when thou choosest, thy opinion, and like a mariner, who has doubled the promontory, thou wilt find calm, everything stable, and a waveless bay. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 12:22. Right arrow curving left. Hesiod, Works and Days, v. 411. Right arrow curving left. Compare Aulus Gellius Attic Nights 17 Chapter 19. Right arrow curving left. See the long note communicated to John Upton by James Harris. And Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. Diodorus, surnamed Cronus, lived at Alexandria in the time of Ptolemaeus Soter. He was of the school named the Megaric, and distinguished in dialectic. Right arrow curving left. If you assume any two of these three, they must be in contradiction to the third and destroy it. Right arrow curving left. Speak to me, etc. May be supposed to be said to Epictetus, who has been ridiculing logical subtleties and the grammarian's learning. When he is told to speak of good and evil, he takes a verse of the Odyssey, the first which occurs to him, and says, "Listen." There is nothing to listen to, but it is as good for the hearer as anything else. Then he utters some philosophical principles, and being asked where he learned them, he says, from Hellanicus, who was an historian, not a philosopher. He is bantering the hearer. It makes no matter from what author I learned them, it is all the same. The real question is, have you examined what good and evil are, and have you formed an opinion yourself? Right arrow curving left. The Peripatetics allowed many things to be good which contributed to a happy life. But still they contended that the smallest mental excellence was superior to all other things. Cicero, De Finibus v. 5, 31. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 8 at 20. Right arrow curving left. To blame God means to blame the constitution and order of things, for to do this appeared to Epictetus to be absurd and wicked. As absurd as for the potter's vessel to blame the potter, if that can be imagined, for making it liable to wear out and to break. Right arrow curving left. Our fellowship is with the Father and with His Son Jesus Christ, 1 John 1 verse 3. The attentive reader will observe several passages besides those which have been noticed, in which there is a striking conformity between Epictetus and the Scriptures, and will perceive from them either that the Stoics had learnt a good deal of the Christian language or that treating a subject practically and in earnest leads men to such strong expressions as we often find in Scripture and sometimes in the philosophers. Especially Epictetus. Elizabeth Carter. The word fellowship in the passage of John and of Epictetus is kappa omicron iota nu omega nu alpha. See note 205. Right arrow curving left. Itac arse silas negabat esse quidquam quat suari possit, eni illid cadem ipsum, quat Socrates sibi reliquissit. Sic omnia latir sensibat in occulto, nec eis quidquam quat erni aut intelligii possit. Cabus de causis nihil oportera nec profiteri nec ad firmer quemquam nec adsension adprober. Cicero, Academica Posteriora 1, 12, Diogenes Laertius Lives 990 of the Pyrrhonists. Right arrow curving left. Cicero, De Finibus 230, 31, speaking of the letter which Epicurus wrote to her Marcus when he was dying, says that the actions of Epicurus were inconsistent with his sayings, and his writings were confuted by his probity and morality. Right arrow curving left. Paul says, Corinthians 1:15, 3:2, if after the manner of men I have fought with beasts at Ephesus, what advantageth it me, if the dead rise not? Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. The words, let us eat and drink, etc., are said to be a quotation from the Thais of Menander. The meaning seems to be, that if I do not believe in the resurrection of the dead, why should I not enjoy the sensual pleasures of life only? This is not the doctrine of Epictetus, as we see in the text. Right arrow curving left. It would give security to the Epicureans, that they would enjoy all that they value, if other men should be persuaded that we are all made for fellowship, and that temperance is a good thing. Right arrow curving left. See John Upton's note. Right arrow curving left. I have followed Johann Schweighöser, who suggests pyro omicron sigma epsilon xi epsilon rho gamma sigma theta alpha iota in place of the manuscript's pyro omicron sigma epsilon rho gamma sigma theta alpha iota. Right arrow curving left. Polybius, the Histories 656, when he is speaking of the Roman state, commends the men of old time, who established in the minds of the multitude the opinions about the gods and Hades. Wherein, he says, they acted more wisely than those in his time who would destroy such opinions. Right arrow curving left. Epictetus alludes to the Spartans who fought at Thermopylae, 480 BC against Xerxes and his army. Herodotus, the Histories 7-28, has recorded the inscription placed over the Spartans. Stranger, go tell the Spartans, here we lie. Obedient to those who bade us die. The inscription is translated by Cicero, Tusculan Disputations I-42. Right arrow curving left. When Xerxes was advancing on Athens, the Athenians left the city and embarked on their vessels before the Battle of Salamis, 480 BC. See Cicero, De Officiis, 3:11. Right arrow curving left. He is now attacking the academics, who asserted that we can know nothing. Right arrow curving left. Epictetus is speaking according to the popular notions. To deny Demeter and to eat the bread which she gives is the same thing in the common notions of the Greeks. As it would be for Epictetus to deny the existence of God and to eat the bread which he gives. Right arrow curving left. The manuscripts have pi alpha rho sigma chi omega mu epsilon nu. Pi alpha rho sigma chi omega sigma iota would be in conformity with the rest of the passage. But this change of persons is common in Epictetus. Right arrow curving left. This resembles what our Savior said to the Jewish rulers, Verily I say unto you, that the publicans and the harlots go into the kingdom of God before you. Matthew 21 verse 31. Elizabeth Carter. To an academic who said he comprehended nothing, the Stoic Ariston replied, Do you not see even the person who is sitting near you? When the academic denied it, Ariston said, Who made you blind? Who stole your power of sight? Diogenes Laertius Lives 7-163. John Upton. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighöser has some remarks on the title of this chapter. He says that this discourse does not keep to the same subject, but proceeds from that with which it began to other things. Right arrow curving left. Kappa alpha tau sigma tau omicron lambda pi omicron iota sigma alpha. I have omitted these words because I don't understand them, nor do the commentators. The word kappa alpha sigma tau omicron lambda occurs in Book 2 Chapter 10 at 15, where it is intelligible. Right arrow curving left. Literally, because to you or for you nothing is brought from home. Perhaps the meaning is explained by what follows. The man has no comfort at home. He brings nothing by the thought of which he is comforted. Right arrow curving left. See Book I Chapter 7. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 17 at 34. Right arrow curving left. Tau mu epsilon tau alpha phi epsilon lambda sigma epsilon iota. Johann Schweighöser in his note says that he has written the text thus, but he has not. He has written tau mu epsilon tau alpha phi epsilon lambda sigma epsilon iota. The mu epsilon appears to be necessary, and he has rendered the passage accordingly, and rightly, I think. Right arrow curving left. See note 32 on Helteries. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 25. Right arrow curving left. In this dissertation is expounded the Stoic principle that friendship is only possible between the good. Johann Schweighöser. He also says that there was another discourse by Epictetus on this subject, in which he expressed some of the opinions of Musonius Rufus, note 13. Johann Schweighöser draws this conclusion from certain words of Jonas Stobaeus. And he supposes that this dissertation of Epictetus was in one of the last 4 books of Epictetus' Discourses by Arrian, which have been lost. Cicero, De Amicitia chapter 5, says, Nisi in bonus amicitium eis non posse, and chapter 18. Right arrow curving left. The first verse is from the Alcestis of Euripides, line 691. The second in Epictetus is not in Euripides. Johann Schweighöser thinks that it has been intruded into the text from a trivial scholium. Right arrow curving left. From the Phoenici of Euripides, line 723, etc. Right arrow curving left. Compare Euripides, Hecuba, line 846, etc. Delta epsilon iota nu gamma epsilon theta nu eta tau omicron pi alpha nu tau alpha sigma upsilon mu pi tau nu epsilon iota. Kappa alpha tau nu gamma kappa alpha nu mu omicron iota delta iota rho iota sigma alpha nu. Phi lambda omicron upsilon tau iota phi nu tau epsilon tau omicron gamma epsilon pi omicron lambda epsilon mu iota omega tau tau omicron upsilon. Chi theta rho omicron tau epsilon pi rho nu epsilon pi omicron iota mu epsilon nu omicron iota. Right arrow curving left. Alexander did this when Hephaestion died. Arrian, Expedition of Alexander, 7:14. Right arrow curving left. Matthew 6 verse 21, For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. Right arrow curving left. By self is here meant the proper good, or, as Solomon expresses it, Ecclesiastes 7 verse 13, the whole of man. The Stoic proves excellently the inconvenience of placing this in anything but a right choice, right disposition and behavior, but how it is the interest of each individual in every case to make that choice in preference to present pleasure and in defiance of present sufferings. Appears only from the doctrine of a future recompense. Elizabeth Carter. Compare Cicero, De Finibus 2:15, where he is speaking of Epicurus, and translates the words pi omicron phi alpha nu epsilon iota nu mu eta delta nu epsilon nu alpha iota tau kappa alpha lambda nu rho alpha tau nu delta omicron xi omicron nu, ut enim consuetudo loquitur. Id solem dicitur honestum quat est populari fama gloriosum, nu delta omicron xi omicron nu. See Johann Schweighöser's note. Right arrow curving left. The quarrels of the Athenians with the Lacedaemonians appear chiefly in the history of the Peloponnesian War. Thucydides, History of the Peloponnesian War I1. The quarrel of the great king, the king of Persia, is the subject of the history of Herodotus, the Histories I1. The great quarrel of the Macedonians with the Persians is the subject of Arrian's expedition of Alexander. The Romans were at war with the Geti or Daci in the time of Trajan, and we may assume that Epictetus was still living then. Right arrow curving left. Aristotle, Nicomachean Ethics 8 Chapter 8. Elizabeth Carter. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighöser thinks that this is the plain meaning, as wild beasts in the mountains lie in wait for men, so men lie in wait for men, not only in deserted places, but even in the forum. Right arrow curving left. Pi omicron upsilon delta sigma iota tau omicron kappa alpha lambda omicron. Lord Shaftesbury suggested delta sigma iota kappa alpha lambda psi iota tau omicron kappa alpha lambda omicron, which John Upton approved, and he refers to Book 2 Chapter 9 at 12, alpha kappa alpha tau lambda lambda eta lambda omicron iota lambda psi epsilon iota kappa alpha delta sigma epsilon iota. Johann Schweighöser suggests delta iota alpha delta sigma iota, which I have followed in the version. Schweighöser refers to Book I Chapter 12 at 6, Book I Chapter 14 at 9. The manuscripts give no help. Right arrow curving left. The old story about Eriphyle who betrayed her husband for a necklace. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöser's note. Right arrow curving left. The word for spirit is pi nu epsilon mu alpha, a vital spirit, an animal spirit, a nervous fluid, as Johann Schweighöser explains it. Or as Plutarch says, De Placitis Philosophorum 4:15, the spirit which has the power of vision, which permeates from the chief faculty of the mind to the pupil of the eye. And in another passage of the same treatise, 4:8. The instruments of perception are said to be intelligent spirits, pi nu epsilon mu alpha tau alpha nu omicron epsilon rho, which have a motion from the chief faculty of the mind to the organs. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöser's note. Right arrow curving left. See Book I Chapter 1. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighöser has this note, that which Epictetus names the pi rho omicron alpha iota rho epsilon tau iota kappa delta upsilon nu alpha mu and afterwards frequently pi rho omicron alpha rho epsilon sigma iota, is generally translated by voluntas, will. But it has a wider meaning than is generally given to the Latin word, and it comprehends the intellect with the will. And all the active power of the mind which we sometimes designate by the general name reason. Right arrow curving left. On the Greek text, John Upton remarks that, there are many passages in these dissertations which are ambiguous or rather confused on account of the small questions. And because the matter is not expanded by oratorical copiousness, not to mention other causes. Right arrow curving left. The general reading is kappa alpha pi rho omicron alpha iota rho epsilon tau. Claudius Salmasius proposes kappa alpha pi rho omicron alpha rho epsilon tau alpha, which Johann Schweighöser says in a note that he accepts, and so he translates it in the Latin. But in his text he has kappa alpha pi rho omicron alpha iota rho epsilon tau. Right arrow curving left. This appears to be the book which Cicero, Tusculan Disputations 3:18, entitles on the Supreme Good, de Summo Bono, which, as Cicero says, contains all the doctrine of Epicurus. The book on the canon or rule is mentioned by Velleius in Cicero de Natura Deorum I chapter 16 as that celestial volume of Epicurus on the rule and judgment. See also De Finibus I 19. Right arrow curving left. This is said in a letter written by Epicurus, when he was dying in great pain. Diogenes Laertius Lives X 22, Cicero, De Finibus 2 chapter 30, quotes this letter. Right arrow curving left. The manuscripts have pi rho omicron alpha iota rho epsilon tau iota kappa delta upsilon nu mu epsilon omega. Lord Shaftesbury suggested phi rho alpha sigma tau iota kappa and Claudius Salmasius also. Johann Schweighöser has put phi rho alpha sigma tau iota kappa in the text, and he has done right. Right arrow curving left. The Stoics taught that a man should lead an active life. Horace, Epodes I 1, 16, represents himself as sometimes following the Stoic principles. Nun agilis fio et merser civilibus undis. But this was only talk. The Stoic should discharge all the duties of a citizen, says Epictetus, he should even marry and beget children. But the marrying may be done without any sense of duty. And the continuance of the human race is secured by the natural love of the male and of the female for conjunction. Still it is good advice, which the Roman censor Metellus gave to his fellow citizens, that, as they could not live without women, they should make the best of this business of marriage. Aulus Gellius, Attic Nights I 6. Right arrow curving left. The rest of the verses are quoted in the Enchiridion, S. 52, right arrow curving left. Chrysippus wrote a book on the resolution of syllogisms. Diogenes Laertius, Lives 7, says of Chrysippus that he was so famous among dialecticians that most persons thought, if there was dialectic among the gods, it would not be any other than that of Chrysippus. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöser's note on kappa alpha tau alpha lambda eta kappa tau iota kappa. Right arrow curving left. That is, let us not now consider whether I am perfect in the art of speaking, and you have a mind well prepared to derive real advantage from philosophical talk. Let us consider this only, whether your ears are sufficiently prepared for listening, whether you can understand a philosophical discussion. Johann Schweighöser right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöser's note. Right arrow curving left. In the 9th book of the Iliad, where Achilles answers the messengers sent to him by Agamemnon. The reply of Achilles is a wonderful example of eloquence. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 17. Right arrow curving left. Compare Xenophon, Memorabilia 3:9, 4. Right arrow curving left. There is some deficiency in the text. Cicero, Academica Priora I-12, ut enim necess est lancem in libra ponderibus impositus de primi, 6 nimum perspicuus cedera, appears to supply the deficiency. Right arrow curving left. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations v28, x4. Right arrow curving left. A pancratiast is a man who is trained for the pancratium, that is, both for boxing and wrestling. The pentathlon comprised 5 exercises, which are expressed by one Greek line. Leaping, running, the quoit, throwing the javelin, wrestling. Compare Aristotle, Rhetoric I-5. Right arrow curving left. Compare Horace, Satires 2-3, v. 253. Quacro, Faciasin quat olim. Mutatus Polmon, etc. The story of Polmon is told by Diogenes Laertius. He was a dissolute youth. As he was passing one day the place where Xenocrates was lecturing, he and his drunken companions burst into the school. But Polmon was so affected by the words of the excellent teacher that he came out quite a different man, and ultimately succeeded Xenocrates in the school of the academy. See Book 4 Chapter 11 at 30. Right arrow curving left. Laius consulted the oracle at Delphi how he should have children. The oracle told him not to beget children, and even to expose them if he did. Laius was so foolish as to disobey the god in both respects, for he begot children and brought them up. He did indeed order his child Oedipus to be exposed, but the boy was saved and became the murderer of Laius. Right arrow curving left. Plato, Apology, I-9, etc. and Chapter 17, right arrow curving left. See Note 20. Right arrow curving left. Cicero, De Finibus 2:11, Horace, Epistles I-10, 12. This was the great principle of Zeno, to live according to nature. Bishop Butler in the preface to his sermons says of this philosophical principle, that virtue consisted in following nature, that it is, a manner of speaking not loose and undeterminate, but clear and distinct, strictly just and true. Right arrow curving left. The bare use of objects, appearances, belongs to all animals, a rational use of them is peculiar to man. Elizabeth Carter, Introduction Section 7. Right arrow curving left. Lambda omicron nu delta iota, lambda omega nu alpha tau pi omicron eta sigma omicron nu. Hieronymus Wolff proposed an emendation which Johann Schweighauser does not put in his text, but he has expressed it in the Latin version. The Greek is intelligible, if we look to what follows. Right arrow curving left. From the Odyssey, I-37, where Zeus is speaking of Aegisthus. Right arrow curving left. In place of Pyro Omicron Kappa Psi Alpha Nu Tau Alpha, Johann Schweighauser suggests that we should read Pyro Omicron Kappa Psi Omicron Nu Tau Alpha, and this is probable. Right arrow curving left. Kappa Alpha Lambda Kappa Alpha Gamma Alpha Theta is the usual Greek expression to signify a perfect man. The Stoics, according to Jonas Stobaeus, absurdly called virtue Kappa Alpha Lambda Nu, beautiful, because it naturally calls Kappa Alpha Lambda Epsilon to itself those who desire it. The Stoics also said that everything good was beautiful, Kappa Alpha Lambda, and that the good and the beautiful were equivalent. The Roman expression is vir bonus et sapiens. Horace Epistles I-7, 22 and 16, 20. Perhaps the phrase Kappa Alpha Lambda Kappa Alpha Gamma Alpha Theta arose from the notion of beauty and goodness being the combination of a perfect human being. Right arrow curving left. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 11:37, as to sensual desire he should altogether keep away from it. And as to avoidance, aversion, he should not show it with respect to any of the things which are not in our power. Right arrow curving left. To point out a man with the middle finger was a way of showing the greatest contempt for him. Right arrow curving left. As to Archidemus, see Book 2 Chapter 4 at 11. Pi chi epsilon iota pi alpha nu tau alpha. This expression is compared by John Upton with Matthew 6 verse 2, pi chi omicron upsilon sigma iota mu iota sigma theta nu. Right arrow curving left. Hieronymus Wolff suggests omicron. Crines was a Stoic philosopher mentioned by Diogenes Laertius. We may suppose that he was no real philosopher, and that he died of fright. Right arrow curving left. See this chapter above. Right arrow curving left. Tau omicron sigma iota phi rho omicron upsilon. On this reading the student may consult the note in Johann Schweighauser's edition. The word sigma iota phi rho omicron upsilon, if it is the right reading, is not clear, nor the meaning of this conclusion. The philosopher is represented as being full of anxiety about things which do not concern him, and which are proper subjects for those only who are free from disturbing passions and are quite happy. Which is not the philosopher's condition. He is compared to a sinking ship, and at this very time he is supposed to be employed in the useless labor of hoisting the sails. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book I Chapter 19 at 11. Right arrow curving left. Elizabeth Carter compares the Epistle to the Romans, 7:21, 23. Johann Schweighauser says, the man either sees that the thing which he is doing is bad or unjust, or for any other reason he does not do the thing willingly. But he is compelled, and allows himself to be carried away by the passion which rules him. The another, who compels is God, Schweighauser says, who has made the nature of man such, that he must postpone everything else to that thing in which he places his good, and he adds that it is man's fault if he places his good in that thing in which God has not placed it. Some persons will not consider this to be satisfactory. The man is compelled and allows himself to be carried away, etc. The notion of compulsion is inconsistent with the exercise of the will. The man is unlucky. He is like him who sees, as the Latin poet says, the better things and approves of them, but follows the worse. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note on this obscure passage. Right arrow curving left. On preconceptions, see Book I Chapter 2. Right arrow curving left. Xenophon, Memorabilia I 6, 14. But Epictetus does not quote the words, he only gives the meaning. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 8:43, says, different things delight different people. But it is my delight to keep the ruling faculty sound without turning away either from any man or from any of the things which happen to men, but looking at and receiving all with welcome eyes. And using everything according to its value. Right arrow curving left. Socrates never professed to teach virtue, but by showing himself to be a virtuous man he expected to make his companions virtuous by imitating his example. Xenophon, Memorabilia I 2, 3. Right arrow curving left. John Upton explains this passage thus, he who loves knows what it is to endure all things for love. If any man then being captivated with love for a girl would for her sake endure dangers and even death, what would he not endure if he possessed the love of God, the universal, the chief of beautiful things? Right arrow curving left. The Greek is kappa omicron nu omicron, the communis sensus of the Romans, and our common sense. Horace, Satires I 3, 65, speaks of a man who, communi sensu plain caret, one who has not the sense or understanding which is the common property of men. Right arrow curving left. This was a proverb used by Bion, as Diogenes Laertius says. The cheese was new and soft, as the ancients used it. Right arrow curving left. Rufus is mentioned in note 13. Right arrow curving left. The Greek is delta iota omicron rho theta omega tau. The Latin word is corrector, which occurs in inscriptions and elsewhere. Right arrow curving left. The Epicureans are ironically named philosophers, for most of them were arrogant men. See what is said of them in Cicero's De Natura Deorum, I-8. Johann Schweighöfer, right arrow curving left. Maximus was appointed by Trajan to conduct a campaign against the Parthians, in which he lost his life. Dion Cassius, 2-1108, 1126, Hermann Samuel by Maris. Cassiope or Cassope is a city in Epirus, near the sea, and between Pandosia and Nicopolis, where Epictetus lived. Right arrow curving left. Psi Upsilon Chi Iota Kappa Omicron is Lord Shaftesbury's emendation in place of Gamma Alpha Theta Omicron, and it is accepted by Johann Schweighöfer. Right arrow curving left. Diogenes Laertius, Lives X 151, quoted by John Upton. Injustice, says Epicurus, is not an evil in itself, but the evil is in the fear which there is on account of suspicion. Right arrow curving left. The manuscripts, with one exception, have delta omicron gamma mu alpha tau zeta omega nu tau kappa alpha lambda, pi omicron iota nu tau alpha sigma Cairo alpha, but it was properly corrected by Hieronymus Wolff, as John Upton remarks, who shows from Cicero, De Finibus 2:25 and 31, that the manuscripts are wrong. In the second passage Cicero says, Nihil in he preclara epistola scriptum ab Epicuro congruens et conveniens decretus aegis reparatus. Ita redarguiter ipsi assisi, vincenturque scripta aegis probatate ipsius ac moribus. See Book 2 Chapter 18. Right arrow curving left. John Upton compares the passage, line 333, in the Cyclops of Euripides, who speaks like an Epicurean. Not to marry and not to engage public affairs were Epicurean doctrines. See Book I Chapter 23 at 3 and 6. Right arrow curving left. The Tarutic art is the art of working in metal, stone, or wood, and of making figures on them in relief or by cutting into the material. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöfer's note. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöfer's note. Right arrow curving left. A codicillus is a small codex, and the original sense of codex is a strong stem or stump. Lastly, it was used for a book, and even for a will. Codicilli were small writing tablets, covered with wax, on which men wrote with a stylus or pointed metal. Lastly, codicillus is a book or writing generally, and a writing or letter by which the emperor conferred any office. Our word codicil has only one sense, which is a small writing added or subjoined to a will or testament, but this sense is also derived from the Roman use of the word. Digest 29, Tit. 7, De Jure Codicillarum. Right arrow curving left. John Upton supposes this to mean, whose bedchamber man are you? And he compares Book I Chapter 19. But Johann Schweighöfer says that this is not the meaning here, and that the meaning is this: he who before daybreak is waiting at the door of a rich man, whose favor he seeks, is said in a derisive way to be passing the night before a man's chamber. Right arrow curving left. See Book I Chapter 9 at 20. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 6 at 22, Nu Sigma Omicron Iota Pi Omicron Iota. John Upton. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighöfer says that he does not clearly see what Epictetus means, nor do I. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöfer's note. Right arrow curving left. The Roman word patronus, which at that time had the sense of a protector. Right arrow curving left. On the syllogism named lying, psi epsilon upsilon delta mu epsilon nu omicron, see Book 2 Chapter 17 at 34. Right arrow curving left. Marina vasa were reckoned very precious by the Romans, and they gave great prices for them. It is not certain of what material they were made. Pliny, Naturalis Historia 37 Chapter 2, has something about them. Right arrow curving left. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 3:13. As physicians have always their instruments and knives ready for cases which suddenly require their skill, so do thou have principles, delta gamma mu alpha tau alpha, ready for the understanding of things divine and human, and for doing everything, even the smallest. With a recollection of the bond which unites the divine and human to one another. For neither wilt thou do anything well which pertains to man without at the same time having a reference to things divine, nor the contrary. Right arrow curving left. These verses are from the golden verses attributed to Pythagoras. See Book 4 Chapter 6 at 32. Right arrow curving left. The beginning of a form of prayer, as in Macrobius, Saturnalia I-17, Namque Vestals Virgins ita indigitant, Apollo Madis, Apollo Pian. Right arrow curving left. This passage is obscure. See Johann Schweighauser's note here, and also his note on S6, right arrow curving left. Epsilon nu omicron mu mu omega theta lambda eta sigma alpha. St. Paul has made use of this very expression nu mu nu omicron mu mu omega theta lambda sigma, 2 Timothy 2 verse 3. Elizabeth Carter right arrow curving left. The Greek is omicron phi iota lambda omicron gamma. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 18 at 14. Right arrow curving left. Id quid opus critero magnos promittera montes? Persius, 365. Craterus was a physician. Right arrow curving left. John Upton compares Matthew 8 verse 2. Lord, if thou wilt, thou canst make me clean. Right arrow curving left. Compare Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 448, tau phi rho, sigma upsilon sigma pi sigma alpha nu tau epsilon. Right arrow curving left. To this Stoic precept Horace, Epistles I 19, opposes that of Aristippus. Iti mihi res, non mi rebus, subjunger Connor. Both wisely said, if they are rightly taken. Johann Schweighauser, who refers to Book I Chapter 12 at 17. Right arrow curving left. Lord Shaftesbury proposed to read tau nu alpha tau rho nu for tau nu delta epsilon lambda phi nu. But see Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. As to the divine law, see Book 3 Chapter 24 at 32, and Xenophon's Memorabilia, 4 21, etc., John Upton, right arrow curving left. The poet is Homer. The complete passage is in the Odyssey, 14 line 55, etc. Stranger, I must not, e'en if a worse man come. Ill treat a stranger, for all come from Zeus. Strangers and poor. Right arrow curving left. To set up a palm tree. He does not mean a real palm tree, but something high and upright. The climbers of palm trees are mentioned by Lucian, de Dea Syria, chapter 29. Johann Schweighauser has given the true interpretation when he says that on certain feast days in the country a high piece of wood is fixed in the earth and climbed by the most active youths by using only their hands and feet. In England we know what this is. It is said that Diogenes used to embrace statues when they were covered with snow for the purpose of exercising himself. I suppose bronze statues, not marble, which might be easily broken. The man would not remain long in the embrace of a metal statue in winter. But perhaps the story is not true. I have heard of a general, not an English general, setting a soldier on a cold cannon, but it was as a punishment. Right arrow curving left. Nu alpha tau omicron iota chi sigma omega. See the note of Johann Schweighauser. Right arrow curving left. This was done for the sake of exercise, says John Upton, but I don't understand the passage. Right arrow curving left. There is a like fable in Aesop of the earthen pitcher and the brazen. John Upton. Right arrow curving left. The text has sigma upsilon mu mu epsilon tau rho alpha nu. It would be easier to understand the passage if we read sigma upsilon mu mu epsilon tau rho iota nu, as in Book 4 Chapter 1 at 84 we have pi alpha rho tau mu tau rho alpha. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. See Book I Chapter 26 at 18, and Book 3 Chapter 2 at 5. Right arrow curving left. Polybius, The Histories 636. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighöfer refers to Arrian's expedition of Alexander, 626, for such an instance of Alexander's abstinence. There was an Apollonius of Tyana, whose life was written by Philostratus, but it may be that this is not the man who is mentioned here. Right arrow curving left. This was the doctrine of Heraclitus, that all things were composed from, had their origin in, fire, and were resolved into it, an opinion afterwards adopted by the Stoics. It is not so extravagant as it may appear to some persons, to suppose that the earth had a beginning, is in a state of continual change, and will finally be destroyed in some way and have a new beginning. See Seneca, Epistle 9, Cum resolute mundo, diis in unum Confucius, Polysper essent natura, adquiescit sibi Jupiter, cogitationibus sui traditus. Right arrow curving left. The Latin translation is, Ho etiam non nulli facturum eum in conflagration mundi, iant. But the word is pi omicron iota epsilon. And this may mean that the conflagration has happened, and will happen again. The Greek philosophers in their speculations were not troubled with the consideration of time. Even Herodotus, the Histories 2:11, in his speculations on the Gulf, which he supposes that the Nile Valley was once, speaks of the possibility of it being filled up in 20,000 years, or less. Modern speculators have only recently become bold enough to throw aside the notion of the Earth and the other bodies in space being limited by time, as the ignorant have conceived it. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 501, 795. See Book 3 Chapter 1 at 43. Right arrow curving left. What a melancholy description of death and how gloomy the ideas in this consolatory chapter. All beings reduced to mere elements in successive conflagrations. A noble contrast to the Stoic notions on this subject may be produced from several passages in the Scripture. Then shall the dust return to the earth, as it was. And the spirit shall return to God who gave it, Ecclesiastes 12 verse 7. Elizabeth Carter, who also refers to 1 Thessalonians 4 verse 14, John 6:39, 40, 11:25, 26, 1 Corinthians 6:14, 1553. 2 Corinthians 5 verse 14, etc. Carter quotes Ecclesiastes, but the author says nearly what Epictetus said, quoted by Plutarch, pi alpha rho alpha mu upsilon theta. Pi rho pi omicron lambda lambda nu iota omicron nu, volume 1 page 435 edition WITT. Sigma upsilon nu epsilon kappa rho theta eta kappa alpha delta iota epsilon kappa rho theta eta kappa alpha pi lambda theta epsilon nu lambda theta epsilon pi lambda iota nu. Gamma nu pi nu epsilon mu alpha delta nu omega tau tau nu delta epsilon chi alpha lambda epsilon pi nu, omicron delta nu. Euripides in a fragment of the Chrysippus, fragment 836, ed. Johann August Nock, says. Tau mu nu kappa gamma alpha alpha phi nu tau epsilon gamma alpha alpha nu. Tau delta, pi, alpha theta epsilon rho omicron upsilon beta lambda alpha sigma tau nu tau alpha gamma omicron nu. Epsilon omicron rho nu iota omicron nu pi lambda iota nu lambda theta epsilon pi lambda omicron nu. I have translated the words of Epictetus sigma omicron nu pi nu epsilon mu alpha tau omicron epsilon pi nu epsilon mu tau iota omicron nu by, of air, spirit, to air, but the pi nu epsilon mu tau iota omicron nu of Epictetus may mean the same as the pi nu epsilon mu alpha of Epictetus. And the same as the spirit of Ecclesiastes. An English commentator says that the doctrine of a future retribution forms the great basis and the leading truth of this book, Ecclesiastes. And that the royal preacher, Ecclesiastes, brings forward the prospect of a future life and retribution. I cannot discover any evidence of this assertion in the book. The conclusion is the best part of this ill-connected, obscure and confused book, as it appears in our translation. The conclusion is, 12:13, 14 Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man, for God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing. whether it be good or whether it be evil. This is all that I can discover in the book which can support the commentator's statement, and even this may not mean what he affirms. Johann Schweighöfer observes that here was the opportunity for Epictetus to say something of the immortality of the soul, if he had anything to say. But he says nothing unless he means to say that the soul, the spirit, returns to God who gave it, as the preacher says. There is a passage, Book 3 Chapter 24 at 94, which appears to mean that the soul of man after death will be changed into something else, which the universe will require for some use or purpose. It is strange, observes Schweighöfer, that Epictetus, who studied the philosophy of Socrates, and speaks so eloquently of man's capacity and his duty to God, should say no more, but the explanation may be that he had no doctrine of man's immortality, in the sense in which that word is now used. Right arrow curving left. The text has rho chi omicron mu nu omega nu, but it probably ought to be rho chi omicron mu nu. Compare Book I Chapter 1 at 8, pi sigma alpha delta nu alpha mu iota pi iota sigma phi alpha lambda. The text from phi rho epsilon iota nu omicron nu delta epsilon to tau phi theta iota sigma iota kappa is unintelligible. Lord Shaftesbury says that the passage is not corrupt, and he gives an explanation, but Johann Schweighöfer says that the learned Englishman's exposition does not make the text plainer to him. Nor does it to me. Schweighöfer observes that the passage which begins pi sigma alpha mu epsilon gamma lambda eta and what follows seem to belong to the next chapter, 14. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöfer's note, and the Latin version right arrow curving left. All the manuscripts have good, kappa alpha lambda omicron, which the critics have properly corrected. As to sigma kappa pi epsilon iota, see Johann Schweighöfer's note. Right arrow curving left. This section is not easy to translate. Right arrow curving left. Compare Enchiridion 29. This chapter has a great conformity to Luke 14 verse 28 etc. But it is to be observed that Epictetus, both here and elsewhere, supposes some persons incapable of being philosophers. That is, virtuous and pious men, but Christianity requires and enables all to be such. Elizabeth Carter. The passage in Luke contains a practical lesson, and so far is the same as the teaching of Epictetus, but the conclusion in verse 33 does not appear to be helped by what immediately precedes verses 28, 32. The remark that Christianity enables all to be such is not true, unless Carter gives to the word enables a meaning which I do not see. Right arrow curving left. The commentators refer us to Paul, 1 Corinthians 9 verse 25. Compare Horace, Ars Poetica, 39. Verse 8 Dio quid fere recusant. Quid valiant humori. Right arrow curving left. Hieronymus Wolff thought that the word pi alpha rho omicron rho sigma sigma epsilon sigma theta alpha iota might mean the loss of an eye, but other commentators give the word a different meaning. See Johann Schweighöfer's note. Right arrow curving left. In place of Euphrates, the Enchiridion 29 had in the text Socrates, which name the recent editors of the Enchiridion altered to Euphrates, and correctly. The younger Pliny, I Epistle 10, speaks in high terms of the merits and attractive eloquence of this Syrian philosopher Euphrates, who is mentioned by Marcus Aurelius, Meditations X 31, and by others. Right arrow curving left. Rufus was a philosopher. See Book I Chapter 1, Book I Chapter 9. Galba is the Emperor Galba, who was murdered. The meaning of the passage is rather obscure, and it is evident that it does not belong to this chapter. Lord Shaftesbury remarks that this passage perhaps belongs to chapter 11 or 14, or perhaps to the end of chapter 17. Right arrow curving left. The word is sigma iota kappa chi nu alpha iota. See Marcus Aurelius Meditations v 9. Right arrow curving left. John Upton suggests that Sura may be Palfurius, Juvenal, Satires 453, or Palfurius Sura, Suetonius, Domitian, chapter 13. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöfer's note. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book 3 Chapter 5 at 4. Right arrow curving left. I have not followed Johann Schweighöser's text here. See his note. Right arrow curving left. The original is theta epsilon omega rho eta tau iota kappa nu phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma iota nu, which is translated in the Latin version visa theoretical, but this does not help us. Perhaps the author means any appearances which are presented to us either by the eyes or by the understanding, but I am not sure what he means. It is said in the Index Grecitatis, Johann Schweighöser's edition, alpha nu tau alpha sigma alpha iota theta epsilon omega rho eta tau iota kappa alpha, Notions Theoretical, 320, 1, Cabus opponunter practici ad vitam regendum spectantes. Right arrow curving left. Menicius, the son of Creon, gave up his life by which he would save his country, as it was declared by an oracle, Cicero, Tusculan Disputations I chapter 48. Juvenal, Satires 14-38, says, Quaram amor in te. Quantus erat patri declorum in pector, quantum. Dilexit theba, si Graecia vera, Menicius. Euripides, Phoenici, line 913. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöser's note. Right arrow curving left. The father of Admetus was Pheres, Euripides, Alcestis, right arrow curving left. The meaning is not clear, if we follow the original text. Johann Schweighöser cannot see the sense, with both hands, in the Greek, nor can I. He also says that in the words rho omicron nu pi rho mu phi omicron tau rho alpha, unless some masculine noun is understood which is not expressed, kappa epsilon nu omicron must be referred to the elliptes, and he translates beta alpha rho tau epsilon rho omicron by Severier. Right arrow curving left. Elizabeth Carter quotes the Epistle to the Romans, 8:28, and we show that all things work together for good to them that love God. But she quotes only the first part of the verse and omits the conclusion, to them who are the called according to his purpose. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöser's note. Right arrow curving left. Nu alpha rho chi alpha. See Book 4 Chapter 4 at 2 and 23. Right arrow curving left. Some abusive fellow, known to some of the hearers of Epictetus. We ought perhaps to understand the words as if it were said, each of you ought to say to himself, good luck to Lesbius etc. Johann Schweighöser's note. Right arrow curving left. The practical teaching of the Stoics is contained in Book 3 Chapter 7, and it is good and wise. A modern writer says of modern practice, if we open our eyes and if we will honestly acknowledge to ourselves what we discover, we shall be compelled to confess that all the life and efforts of the civilized people of our times is founded on a view of the world which is directly opposed to the view of the world which Jesus had. Strauss. Der alte und der neue Globe, p. 74, right arrow curving left. Cicero, Academica Priora 247, names Antipater and Archidemus, the chief of dialecticians, and also, opiniosissimi homines. Right arrow curving left. This passage is one of those which show the great good sense of Epictetus in the matter of education, and some other remarks to the same effect follow in this chapter. A man might justly say that we have no clear notion of the purpose of education. A modern writer, who seems to belong to the school of Epictetus, Long is being coy here. The writer is George Long himself. See, Of Education, in An Old Man's Thoughts About Many Things, 1872, Standard eBooks. Says, it cannot be denied that in all schools of all kinds it ought to be the first and the chief object to make children healthy, good, honest, and, if possible, sensible men and women. And if this is not done in a reasonable degree, I maintain that the education of these schools is good for nothing. I do not propose to make children good and honest and wise by precepts and dogmas and preaching, as you will see. They must be made good and wise by a cultivation of the understanding, by the practice of the discipline necessary for that purpose, and by the example of him who governs, directs, and instructs. Further, my men and women teachers have something which the others have not. They have a purpose, an end in their system of education. And what is education? What is human life without some purpose or end which may be attained by industry, order, and the exercise of moderate abilities? Great abilities are rare, and they are often accompanied by qualities which make the abilities useless to him who has them, and even injurious to society. Right arrow curving left. There was a great temple of Demeter, Ceres, at Eleusis in Attica, and solemn mysteries, and an hierophant or conductor of the ceremonies. Right arrow curving left. See the note of Thomas Burnet, De Fide et Officiis Christianorum, Editio Secunda page 89. Right arrow curving left. The reader, who has an inclination to compare religious forms ancient and modern, may find something in modern practice to which the words of Epictetus are applicable. Right arrow curving left. This is a view of the fitness of a teacher which, as far as I know, is quite new, and it is also true. Perhaps there was some vague notion of this kind in modern Europe at the time when teachers of youths were only priests. And when it was supposed that their fitness for the office of teacher was secured by their fitness for the office of priest. In the present ordering of deacons, in the Church of England, the person, who is proposed as a fit person to be a deacon, is asked the following question by the bishop: Do you trust that you are inwardly moved by the Holy Ghost to take upon you this office and ministration to serve God for the promotion of His glory and the edifying of His people? In the ordering of priests this question is omitted, and another question only is put, which is used also in the ordering of deacons: Do you think in your heart that you be truly called, according to the will of our Lord Jesus Christ, etc.? The teacher ought to have God to advise him to occupy the office of teacher, as Epictetus says. He does not say how God will advise. Perhaps he supposed that this advice might be given in the way in which Socrates said that he received it. Wisdom perhaps is not enough to enable a man to take care of youths. Whatever wisdom may mean, it is true that a teacher should have a fitness and liking for the business. If he has not, he will find it disagreeable, and he will not do it well. He may and ought to gain a reasonable living by his labor. If he seeks only money and wealth, he is on the wrong track, and he is only like a common dealer in buying and selling. A butcher or a shoemaker, or a tailor, all useful members of society and all of them necessary in their several kinds. But the teacher has a priestly office, the making, as far as it is possible, children into good men and women. Should he be ordered like a deacon or a priest, for his office is even more useful than that of priest or deacon? Some will say that this is ridiculous. Perhaps the wise will not think so. Right arrow curving left. See the description of Thersites in the Iliad, 2:212. Right arrow curving left. The office which in our times corresponds to this description of the cynic, is the office of a teacher of religion. Right arrow curving left. See note 153. Right arrow curving left. Quod pedis hic est. Est ulubris, animus site non deficit equus. Horace, Epodes I 11:30. Willst du immer weiter schweifen? See, das gut liegt so nah. Lern nur das Glück ergreifen. Denn das Glück ist immer da. Goethe, Gedicht. Right arrow curving left. These men are supposed to have been strong gladiators. Croesus is the rich king of Lydia, who was taken prisoner by Cyrus the Persian. Right arrow curving left. Man then is supposed to consist of a soul and of a body. It may be useful to remember this when we are explaining other passages in Epictetus. Right arrow curving left. It is observable that Epictetus seems to think it a necessary qualification in a teacher sent from God, for the instruction of mankind to be destitute of all external advantages and a suffering character. Thus doth this excellent man, who had carried human reason to so great a height, bear testimony to the propriety of that method which the divine wisdom hath thought fit to follow in the scheme of the gospel, whose great author had not where to lay his head, and which some in later ages have inconsiderately urged as an argument against the Christian religion. The infinite disparity between the proposal of the example of Diogenes in Epictetus and of our Redeemer in the New Testament is too obvious to need any enlargement. Elizabeth Carter right arrow curving left. Some of the ancients, who called themselves philosophers, did blame God and his administration of the world, and there are men who do the same now. If a man is dissatisfied with the condition of the world, he has the power of going out of it, as Epictetus often says. And if he knows, as he must know, that he cannot alter the nature of man and the conditions of human life, he may think it wise to withdraw from a state of things with which he is not satisfied. If he believes that there is no God, he is at liberty to do what he thinks best for himself. And if he does believe that there is a God, he may still think that his power of quitting the world is a power which he may exercise when he chooses. Many persons commit suicide, not because they are dissatisfied with the state of the world, but for other reasons. I have not yet heard of a modern philosopher who found fault with the condition of human things, and voluntarily retired from life. Our philosophers live as long as they can, and some of them take care of themselves and of all that they possess. They even provide well for the comfort of those whom they leave behind them. The conclusion seems to be that they prefer living in this world to leaving it, that their complaints are idle talk. And that, being men of weak minds and great vanity, they assume the philosopher's name, and while they try to make others as dissatisfied as they profess themselves to be, they are really enjoying themselves after their fashion as much as they can. These men, though they may have the means of living with as much comfort as the conditions of human life permit, are dissatisfied, and they would, if they could, make as dissatisfied as themselves those who have less means of making life tolerable. These grumblers are not the men who give their money or their labor or their lives for increasing the happiness of mankind and diminishing the unavoidable sufferings of human life. But they find it easier to blame God, when they believe in him. Or to find fault with things as they are, which is more absurd, when they do not believe in God, and when they ought to make the best that they can of the conditions under which we live. Right arrow curving left. The text is epsilon kappa xi epsilon lambda theta nu tau alpha. Heinrich Maybaum suggested epsilon sigma epsilon lambda theta nu tau alpha in place of xi epsilon lambda theta nu tau alpha. Johann Schweighauser appears to prefer epsilon sigma epsilon lambda theta nu tau alpha, and I have translated this word in the version. I think that there is no doubt about the emendation. Right arrow curving left. E kalo descendit gamma nu theta iota sigma epsilon alpha upsilon tau nu, Juvenal Satires 11:27. The expression, know thyself, is attributed to several persons, and to Socrates among them. Self-knowledge is one of the most difficult kinds of knowledge, and no man has it completely. Men either estimate their powers too highly, and this is named vanity, self-conceit, or arrogance. Or they think too meanly of their powers and do not accomplish what they might accomplish if they had reasonable self-confidence. Right arrow curving left. Compare this with the Christian precepts of forbearance and love to enemies, Matthew 5:39, 44. The reader will observe that Christ specifies higher injuries and provocations than Epictetus doth, and requires of all his followers, what Epictetus describes only as the duty of one or two extraordinary persons, as such. Elizabeth Carter right arrow curving left. John Upton quotes Hieronymus, Adversus Jovianum Book 2, where the thing is told in a different way. Right arrow curving left. I have not translated, because I do not understand, the words delta tau iota kappa alpha tau eta gamma omicron rho epsilon. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. This must be the meaning. Heinrich Maybaum suggested that the true reading is kappa upsilon nu iota kappa omicron, and not kappa upsilon nu iota kappa nu, and Johann Schweighauser seems to be of the same mind. I have repeated the word cynic several times to remove all ambiguity in this section. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note on sigma tau epsilon nu sigma omicron iota delta omicron kappa. Right arrow curving left. The Stoics recommended marriage, the procreation of children, the discharge of magisterial offices, and the duties of social life generally. Right arrow curving left. It is remarkable that Epictetus here uses the same word, pi epsilon rho iota sigma pi sigma tau omega, with st. Paul, 1 Corinthians 7 verse 35, and urges the same consideration, of applying wholly to the service of God, to dissuade from marriage. His observation too that the state of things was then, nu pi alpha rho alpha tau xi epsilon iota, like that of an army prepared for battle, nearly resembles the apostles, nu epsilon sigma tau sigma alpha nu gamma kappa eta, present necessity. St. Paul says, 2 Timothy 2 verse 4, omicron delta epsilon sigma tau rho alpha tau epsilon upsilon mu epsilon nu omicron mu pi lambda kappa epsilon tau alpha iota etc., no man that warreth entangleth himself with the affairs of life. So Epictetus says here that a cynic must not be, mu pi lambda epsilon gamma mu nu omicron nu, in relations, etc. From these and many other passages of Epictetus one would be inclined to think that he was not unacquainted with St. Paul's epistles or that he had heard something of the Christian doctrine. Elizabeth Carter. I do not find any evidence of Epictetus being acquainted with the epistles of Paul. It is possible that he had heard something of the Christian doctrine, but I have not observed any evidence of the fact. Epictetus and Paul have not the same opinion about marriage, for Paul says that, if they cannot contain, let them marry, for it is better to marry than to burn. Accordingly his doctrine is, to avoid fornication let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband. He does not directly say what a man should do when he is not able to maintain a wife, but the inference is plain what he will do, 1 Corinthians 7 verse 2. Paul's view of marriage differs from that of Epictetus, who recommends marriage. Paul does not, he writes, I say therefore to the unmarried and widows, it is good for them if they abide even as I. He does not acknowledge marriage and the begetting of children as a duty, which Epictetus did. In the present condition of the world Epictetus says that the minister of God should not marry, because the cares of a family would distract him and make him unable to discharge his duties. There is sound sense in this. A minister of God should not be distracted by the cares of a family, especially if he is poor. Right arrow curving left. The word is nu tau epsilon iota nu omicron nu. Compare Book 2 Chapter 17 at 9. Right arrow curving left. In the text it is gamma rho alpha phi epsilon alpha, tau iota lambda rho iota alpha. It is probable that there should be only one word. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Horace, Satires I6, 73, speaks of boys going to school. Levo suspensi loculos tabulamque lacerto. Right arrow curving left. The wife of Crates was Hipparchia, who persisted against all advice in marrying Crates and lived with him exactly as he lived. Diogenes Laertius, Lives 696. John Upton. Right arrow curving left. There is some difficulty about pi epsilon rho iota sigma pi sigma tau omega nu here. John Upton proposed to write pi epsilon rho iota sigma tau tau omega nu, which he explains, that which has nothing peculiar in it. Right arrow curving left. Schweighauser translates kappa omicron rho upsilon gamma chi alpha, male grunniance, perhaps it means, ugly-faced. Right arrow curving left. Diogenes Laertius, Lives 642. Right arrow curving left. The cynic is in Epictetus the minister of religion. He must be pure, for otherwise how can he reprove vice? This is a useful lesson to those whose business it is to correct the vices of mankind. Right arrow curving left. See note 421. Right arrow curving left. This is quoted by Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 1136. Right arrow curving left. Epictetus in an amusing manner touches on the practice of sophists, rhetoricians, and others, who made addresses only to get praise. This practice of reciting prose or verse compositions was common in the time of Epictetus, as we may learn from the letters of the younger Pliny, Juvenal, Martial, and the author of the treatise De Causis Corruptae Eloquentia. John Upton. Right arrow curving left. Such were the subjects which the literary men of the day delighted in. Right arrow curving left. Dion of Prusa in Bithynia was named Chrysostomus, golden-mouthed, because of his eloquence. He was a rhetorician and sophist, as the term was then understood, and was living at the same time as Epictetus. 80 of his orations written in Greek are still extant, and some fragments of 15. Right arrow curving left. These words are the beginning of Xenophon's Memorabilia, I1. The small critics disputed whether the text should be tau sigma iota lambda gamma omicron iota, or tau nu iota lambda gamma. Right arrow curving left. From the Crito of Plato, chapter 6. Right arrow curving left. The rich, says John Upton, used to lend their houses for recitations, as we learn from Pliny, Epistle 8:12, and Juvenal, Satires 7:40. See Dulcedyne Fami. Sexensis recites, Maculosas comodat 80s. Quadratus is a Roman name. There appears to be a confusion between Socrates and Quadratus. The man says, no. Socrates would not do so, but he would do, as a man might do now. He would say on the road, I hope you will come to hear me. I don't find anything in the notes on this passage. But it requires explanation. Right arrow curving left. Kappa alpha tau eta gamma omicron rho alpha is one of Aristotle's common terms. Right arrow curving left. From Plato's Apology of Socrates. Right arrow curving left. Aulus Gellius Attic Knights v1. Seneca, Epistle 52. John Upton. Right arrow curving left. Cicero, De Officiis I-18, Quae magno animo et fortiter excellentur gesta sunt, ea nescio quomodo plenior or laudamus. Hino retorum campus de Marathon, Salamine, Plataeus, Thermopolis, Luctria. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 5 at 26. Right arrow curving left. See Book 3 Chapter 13 at 15. Right arrow curving left. Homer, Odyssey I3. Right arrow curving left. Homer, Odyssey, 17487. Right arrow curving left. Pike epsilon iota nu. See Book 3 Chapter 2 at 13. Paul to the Philippians 4 verse 18. Right arrow curving left. Suetonius, Claudius, 25, says, Peregrini conditionis homines vituit usurpar Romana nomina, duntaxat gentilia. Civitatem Romanam usurpantes in campo Esquilino securi percussit. John Upton. Right arrow curving left. This is a denunciation of the hypocrite. Right arrow curving left. Pity perhaps means that he will suffer the perturbation of pity, when he ought not to feel it. I am not sure about the exact meaning. Right arrow curving left. What follows hath no connection with what immediately preceded, but belongs to the general subject of the chapter. Elizabeth Carter. The person with whom Epictetus chiefly held this discourse, seems to have been instructed by his friends to pay his respects to some great man at Nicopolis, perhaps the procurator. Book 3 Chapter 4 at 1, and to visit his house. Johann Schweighauser right arrow curving left. The reward of virtue is in the acts of virtue. The Stoics taught that virtue is its own reward. When I was a boy I have written this in copies, but I did not know what it meant. I know now that few people believe it. And like the man here, they inquire what reward they shall have for doing as they ought to do. A man of common sense would give no other answer than what Epictetus gives. But that will not satisfy all. The heathens must give the answer, for what more dost thou want when thou hast done a man a service? Art thou not content that thou hast done something conformable to thy nature, and dost thou seek to be paid for it? Just as if the eye demanded a recompense for seeing or the feet for walking. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 9:42. Compare Seneca, De Vita Beata, Chapter 9. Right arrow curving left. It was the custom at Athens when the court, the dicastes, had determined to convict an accused person, in some cases at least, to ask him what penalty he proposed to be inflicted on himself. But Socrates refused to do this or to allow his friends to do it, for he said that to name the penalty was the same as admitting his guilt. Xenophon, Apologia, 23. Socrates said that if he did name a proper penalty for himself, it would be that he should daily be allowed to dine in the Prytaneum. Plato, Apology, chapter 26, Cicero, De Orator, I-54. Right arrow curving left. The character of Diogenes is described very differently by Epictetus from that which we read in common books. Right arrow curving left. A people in Thessaly between the river Peneus and Mount Olympus. It is the same as if Epictetus had said to any remote country. Right arrow curving left. On the word kappa alpha rho pi iota sigma tau nu, see the notes in Johann Schweighauser's edition. The word is supposed to be formed from kappa alpha rho pi, kappa alpha rho phi, festuca. Right arrow curving left. Mu epsilon tau alpha pi pi tau omicron nu tau alpha. See Book I chapter 7. Right arrow curving left. This is an old practice, to go about and sell physic to people. Cicero, Pro Cluentio, chapter 14, speaks of such a quack, Pharmacopoeia, who would do a poisoning job for a proper sum of money. I have seen a traveling doctor in France who went about in a cart and rang a bell, at the sound of which people came round him. Some who were deaf had stuff poured into their ears, paid their money, and made way for others who had other complaints. Right arrow curving left. It was the custom in Roman triumphs for a slave to stand behind the triumphant general in his chariot and to remind him that he was still mortal. Juvenal, Satires X41. Right arrow curving left. Compare Marcus Aurelius Meditations 11:33 and 34. Right arrow curving left. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 11:35. Compare Book 3 chapter 13 at 14, and Book 4 chapter 7 at 75. Right arrow curving left. John Upton altered the text omicron kappa tau iota omicron nu sigma omicron mu alpha iota, omicron kappa sigma lambda lambda, lambda lambda omicron tau iota, omicron nu kappa sigma mu omicron chi rho epsilon alpha nu chi epsilon iota, into omicron kappa epsilon tau iota omicron nu sigma omicron mu alpha iota, sigma lambda lambda, lambda lambda omicron tau iota, omicron nu kappa sigma mu omicron chi rho epsilon alpha nu omicron kappa chi epsilon iota. He says that he made the alteration without manuscript authority, but that the sense requires the change. Johann Schweighauser does not accept the alteration, nor do I. Schweighauser remarks that there may be some difficulty in the words omicron nu kappa sigma mu omicron chi rho epsilon alpha nu chi epsilon iota. He first supposes that the word now, nu, means after a man's death. But next he suggests that lambda lambda omicron tau iota omicron means something different from that of which the world has now need. A reader might not discover that there is any difficulty. He might also suggest that nu ought to be omitted, for if it were omitted, the sense would be still plainer. See Book 3 chapter 13 at 15, and Book 4 chapter 7 at 15. Right arrow curving left. I am not sure if Epictetus ever uses kappa sigma mu omicron in the sense of universe, the universum of philosophers. I think he sometimes uses it in the common sense of the world, the earth and all that is on it. Epictetus appears to teach that when a man dies, his existence is terminated. The body is resolved into the elements of which it is formed, and these elements are employed for other purposes. Consistently with this doctrine he may have supposed that the powers, which we call rational and intellectual, exist in man by virtue only of the organization of his brain which is superior to that of all other animals. And that what we name the soul has no existence independent of the body. It was an old Greek hypothesis that at death the body returned to earth from which it came, and the soul, pi nu epsilon mu alpha, returned to the regions above, from which it came. I cannot discover any passage in Epictetus in which the doctrine is taught that the soul has an existence independent of the body. The opinions of Marcus Aurelius on this matter are contained in his book, Meditations 4:14, 21, and perhaps elsewhere, but they are rather obscure. A recent writer has attempted to settle the question of the existence of departed souls by affirming that we can find no place for them either in heaven or in hell. For the modern scientific notion, as I suppose that it must be named, does not admit the conception of a place heaven or a place hell. David Friedrich Strauss, Der alte und der neue Glaube, page 129. We may name Paul a contemporary of Epictetus, for though Epictetus may have been the younger, he was living at Rome during Nero's reign, 54-68 BC. And it is affirmed, whether correctly or not I do not undertake to say, that Paul wrote from Ephesus his first epistle to the Corinthians, 1 Corinthians 16 verse 8, in the beginning of 56 AD. Epictetus, it is said, lived in Rome till the time of the expulsion of the philosophers by Domitian, when he retired to Nicopolis an old man, and taught there. Paul's first epistle to the Corinthians, chapter 15, contains his doctrine of the resurrection, which is accepted, I believe, by all, or nearly all, if there are any exceptions, who profess the Christian faith, but it is not understood by all in the same way. Paul teaches that Christ died for our sins, that he was buried and rose again on the third day, and that after his resurrection he was seen by many persons. Then he asks, if Christ rose from the dead, how can some say that there is no resurrection of the dead? But if there be no resurrection of the dead, then is Christ not risen, verse 13. And, verse 19, if in this life only we have hope in Christ, we are of all men most miserable. But he affirms again, verse 20, that Christ is risen and become the firstfruits of them that slept. In verse 32, he asks what advantages he has from his struggles in Ephesus. If the dead rise not, let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. He seems not to admit the value of life, if there is no resurrection of the dead. And he seems to say that we shall seek or ought to seek only the pleasures of sense, because life is short, if we do not believe in a resurrection of the dead. It may be added that there is not any direct assertion in this chapter that Christ ascended to heaven in a bodily form, or that he ascended to heaven in any way. He then says, verse 35, but some man will say, how are the dead raised up? And with what body do they come? He answers this question, verse 36, thou fool, that which thou sowest is not quickened except it die, and he adds that God giveth it, the seed, a body as it hath pleased him. And to every seed his own body. We all know that the body, which is produced from the seed, is not the body that shall be, and we also know that the seed which is sown does not die, and that if the seed died, no body would be produced from such seed. His conclusion is that the dead is sown a natural body, it is raised a spiritual body, sigma mu alpha pi nu epsilon upsilon mu alpha tau iota kappa nu. I believe that the commentators do not agree about this spiritual body, but it seems plain that Paul did not teach that the body which will rise will be the same as the body which is buried. He says, verse 50, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God. Yet in the Apostles' Creed we pronounce our belief in the resurrection of the body, but in the Nicene Creed it is said we look for the resurrection of the dead, which is a different thing or may have a different meaning from the resurrection of the body. In the ministration of baptism to such as are of riper years, the person to be baptized is asked, dost thou believe in God the Father Almighty, etc. In the terms of the church creeds, but in place of the resurrection of the body or of the dead, he is asked if he believes in the resurrection of the flesh. The various opinions of divines of the English Church on the resurrection of the body are stated by Augustus Clissold in the Practical Nature of the Theological Writings of Emanuel Swedenborg in a letter to Whately, Archbishop of Dublin, 1859, 2nd ed. Right arrow curving left. Seneca de Consolation ad Polybium chapter 30, Cicero, Tusculan Disputations 3:13. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book I chapter 12 at 2, Book 2 chapter 14 at 11, Book 3 chapter 26 at 28. Compare this with the description of the universal care of providence, Matthew 10:29, 30, and the occasion on which it was produced. Elizabeth Carter right arrow curving left. See Book I chapter 19 at 19. Right arrow curving left. On the strange words rho delta iota nu alpha tau omega nu and pi tau iota kappa omicron iota, which occur in this sentence, see the notes in Johann Schweighauser's edition. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book 3 chapter 15 at 4. Right arrow curving left. These games were celebrated once in 4 years. Right arrow curving left. All the circuit of the games means the circuit of the Pythian, Isthmian, Nemean, and Olympic games. A man who had contended in these 4 games victoriously was named Periodonices, or Periodots. John Upton. The Greeks used to put quails in a cockpit, as those who are old enough may remember that we used to put game cocks to fight with one another. Johann Schweighauser describes a way of trying the courage of these quails from Pollux, Onomasticon 9109, but I suppose that the birds fought also with one another. Right arrow curving left. John Upton supposed that the words lambda lambda, omicron chi mu omicron iota omicron nu, to kappa nu epsilon rho gamma sigma alpha iota, in the translation, but the one case is not, to fly from evil acts, are said by the adversary of Epictetus. And Elizabeth Carter has followed Upton in the translation. But then there is no sense in the last sentence omicron pi nu omicron iota rho alpha etc., in the translation, sufferings then, etc. The reader may consult Johann Schweighauser's note. I suppose that Epictetus is speaking the words, but the one case, etc. to the end of the chapter. The adversary, who is not punished like a slave, and has no pains to remind him of his faults, is supposed so far not to have felt the consequences of his bad acts. But Epictetus concludes that sufferings of a painful character would be useful to him, as they are to all persons who do what they ought not to do. There is perhaps some difficulty in the word pi epsilon iota rho alpha tau eta rho omega nu. But I think that Schweighauser has correctly explained the passage. Right arrow curving left. Compare this chapter with the beautiful and affecting discourses of our Savior on the same subject, Matthew 6:25, 34, Luke 12:22, 30. Elizabeth Carter. The first verse of Matthew begins, "Take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat or what ye shall drink, etc." No Christian literally follows the advice of this and the following verses, and he would be condemned by the judgment of all men if he did. Right arrow curving left. It is very absurd to suppose that no fugitive slave ever died of hunger. How could Epictetus know that? Right arrow curving left. He supposes that the man who is dying of hunger has also wife and children, who will suffer the same dreadful end. The consolation, if it is any, is that the rich and luxurious and kings will also die. The fact is true. Death is the lot of all. But a painful death by hunger cannot be alleviated by a man knowing that all must die in some way. It seems as if the philosopher expected that even women and children should be philosophers. And that the husband in his philosophy should calmly contemplate the death of wife and children by starvation. This is an example of the absurdity to which even a wise man carried his philosophy, and it is unworthy of the teacher's general good sense. Right arrow curving left. We see many old beggars who endure what others could not endure, but they all die at last, and would have died earlier if their beggar life had begun sooner. The living in the open air and wandering about help them to last longer, but the exposure to cold and wet and to the want of food hastens their end. The life of a poor old beggar is neither so long nor so comfortable as that of a man, who has a good home and sufficient food, and lives with moderation. Right arrow curving left. See Book 3 Chapter 2. Right arrow curving left. Plato, using the same simile, teaches that last of all disciplines dialectic ought to be learned. Johann Schweighauser. Right arrow curving left. Pi omicron sigma alpha lambda epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. Paul, 2 Thessalonians 2 verse 2, has epsilon tau mu tau alpha chi omega sigma alpha lambda epsilon upsilon theta nu alpha iota mu pi tau omicron nu omicron. John Upton. Right arrow curving left. This is good advice. When you propose to measure, to estimate things, you should first tell us what the things are before you attempt to fix their value, and what is the measure or scales that you use. Right arrow curving left. Cleanthes, the successor of Zeno in his school, was a great example of the pursuit of knowledge under difficulties. During the night he used to draw water from the wells for the use of the gardens, during the day he employed himself in his studies. He was the author of a noble hymn to Zeus, which is extant. Right arrow curving left. It seems strange that Epictetus should make such assertions when we know that they are not true. Shortly after he himself speaks even of the good man not being supplied with food by God. Right arrow curving left. See Book I chapter 29 at 29. Right arrow curving left. The word is pi epsilon upsilon phi eta mu nu. Compare pi epsilon upsilon phi mu eta sigma alpha nu, Homer, Iliad I-22. Right arrow curving left. See Book I chapter 16 at 15. Right arrow curving left. Compare Hebrews 11 and 12, in which the apostle and philosopher reason in nearly the same manner and even use the same terms. But how superior is the example urged by the apostle to Hercules and Ulysses? Elizabeth Carter. Right arrow curving left. The story of Ulysses asking Nausicaa and her maids for help when he was cast naked on the land is in the Odyssey 6:127. Right arrow curving left. Manes is a slave's name. Diogenes had a slave named Manes, his only slave, who ran away, and though Diogenes was informed where the slave was, he did not think it worthwhile to have him brought back. He said, it would be a shame if Manes could live without Diogenes, and Diogenes could not live without Manes. Right arrow curving left. Cicero, Paradoxa Stoicorum v. Quid est enim libertas? Potestas vivendi ut velis. Cos igiter vivit ut vult, nisi correcta sequitur, etc. Right arrow curving left. Pyro omicron pi pi tau omega nu eta. Compare Book 2 chapter 1 at 10, xi alpha pi alpha tau eta theta nu alpha iota omicron nu pyro omicron pi epsilon sigma epsilon nu. Right arrow curving left. Whoever committeth sin, is the servant of sin. John 8 verse 31. Elizabeth Carter. Right arrow curving left. A usual form of oath. See Book 2 chapter 20 at 29. John Upton compares the Roman expression, per genium, as in Horace Epistles I-7, 94. Quod te per genium, dextramque, diosc penades. Obsecro et obtester. Right arrow curving left. A lover's exclusion by his mistress was a common topic, and a serious cause of complaint. Lucretius. De rerum natura for 1172. Ad lacrimens exclusus amatier limina sep. Floribus id certis operat. See also Horace, Odes, I-25. Right arrow curving left. Thrasonides was a character in one of Menander's plays, titled Mu iota sigma omicron mu epsilon nu omicron, or The Hated. Right arrow curving left. It must have been rather difficult to manage a tame lion. But we read of such things among the Romans. Seneca, Epistles 41. Right arrow curving left. The keeping of birds in cages, parrots and others, was also common among the Romans. Ovid, Amores 2:6, has written a beautiful elegy on the death of a favorite parrot. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 chapter 1 at 26. The epsilon kappa omicron sigma tau nu alpha iota were the publicani, men who farmed this and other taxes. A tax of 1/20 of the value of a slave when manumitted was established at an early time. Livy History of Rome 7:16. It appears from this passage that the manumitted slave paid the tax out of his savings, peculium. See note 222. Right arrow curving left. The reader may guess the meaning. Right arrow curving left. A gold ring was worn by the equites. And accordingly to desire the gold ring is the same as to desire to be raised to the equestrian class. Right arrow curving left. The colophon. See note 315. After the words, most splendid slavery, it is probable that some words have accidentally been omitted in the manuscripts. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book I Chapter 2 at 6. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book I Chapter 22. Right arrow curving left. Sic pretextados referunt artaxita mores. Juvenal, Satires 2 170. See Note 20. Right arrow curving left. Saturnalia. See Note 159. At this season the slaves had liberty to enjoy themselves and to talk freely with their masters. Hence Horace says, Satires 274. Age, libertate decembri. Quando ita majors voluerant, utera. Right arrow curving left. Insignia hoc exemplum est tau omicron epsilon kappa tau pyro omicron lambda psi epsilon iota phi alpha rho mu zeta epsilon iota nu tau alpha pi iota mu rho omicron upsilon omicron sigma alpha iota. De quo, vide I 22, 9, 211, 3, 217, 7. John Upton right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighöfer observes that death is in our power, as the Stoics taught, and Epictetus often tells us that the door is open. He suggests that the true reading may be kappa alpha omicron kappa pi omicron theta alpha nu epsilon nu. I think that the text is right. Epictetus asks, is life or death in our power? He means no more than if he had said life only. Right arrow curving left. He means that which seems to you to be false. See Book 3 Chapter 22 at 42. In the matter of assent then, this is the third tauro omicron or locus or division in philosophy, Book 3 Chapter 2 at 1, 5. As to the will, compare Note 114. Epictetus affirms that a man cannot be compelled to assent, that is to admit, to allow, or, to use another word, to believe in that which seems to him to be false, or, to use the same word again, to believe in that in which he does not believe. When the Christian uses the two creeds, which begin with the words, I believe, etc., he knows, or he ought to know, that he cannot compel an unbeliever to accept the same belief. He may by pains and penalties of various kinds compel some persons to profess or to express the same belief, but as no pains or penalties could compel some Christians to deny their belief. So I suppose that perhaps there are men who could not be compelled to express this belief when they have it not. The case of the believer and the unbeliever, however, are not the same. The believer may be strengthened in his belief by the belief that he will in some way be punished by God if he denies that which he believes. The unbeliever will not have the same motive or reason for not expressing his assent to that which he does not believe. He believes that it is and will be all the same to him with respect to God, whether he gives his assent to that which he does not believe or refuses his assent. There remains nothing then to trouble him if he expresses his assent to that which he does not believe, except the opinion of those who know that he does not believe, or his own reflections on expressing his assent to that which he does not believe, or in other words his publication of a lie, which may probably do no harm to any man or in any way. I believe that some men are strong enough, under some circumstances at least, to refuse their assent to anything which they do not believe. But I do not affirm that they would do this under all circumstances. To return to the matter under consideration, a man cannot be compelled by any power to accept voluntarily a thing as true, when he believes that it is not true. And this act of his is quite independent of the matter whether his unbelief is well founded or not. He does not believe because he cannot believe. Yet it is said, Mark 16 verse 11, in the received text, as it now stands, he that believeth and is baptized shall be saved, but he that believeth not, shall be damned, condemned. The cause, as it is called, of this unbelief is explained by some theologians, but all men do not admit the explanation to be sufficient, and it does not concern the present subject. Right arrow curving left. The word admire is theta alpha upsilon mu sigma in the original. The word is often used by Epictetus, and Horace uses admirari in this stoical sense. See Note 188. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note on Omicron. Right arrow curving left. The word is gamma gamma alpha rho epsilon alpha, a word of Persian origin, Herodotus, The Histories 898. It means here the seizure of animals for military purposes when it is necessary. John Upton refers to Matthew 5 verse 41, Mark 15 verse 21 for similar uses of the verb gamma gamma alpha rho epsilon omega. Right arrow curving left. Here he speaks of asses being shod. The Latin translation of the word, pi omicron delta eta mu tau iota alpha, in Epictetus is, ferias calx. I suppose they could use nothing but iron. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighauser suggests kappa alpha tau alpha beta epsilon beta lambda kappa alpha mu epsilon nu instead of pi omicron beta epsilon beta lambda kappa alpha mu epsilon nu, though all his manuscripts have the word in the text. I do not think that his proposed alteration is an improvement. Right arrow curving left. The word is pi omicron tau epsilon iota chi zeta omega, which means what I have translated. The purpose of circumvallation was to take and sometimes also to destroy a fortress. Johann Schweighauser translates the word by destroyum, and that is perhaps not contrary to the meaning of the text, but it is not the exact meaning of the word. Right arrow curving left. In this passage and in what follows we find the emphatic affirmation of the duty of conformity and of the subjection of man's will to the will of God. The words are conclusive evidence of the doctrine of Epictetus that a man ought to subject himself in all things to the will of God or to that which he believes to be the will of God. No Christian martyr ever proclaimed a more solemn obedience to God's will. The Christian martyr indeed has given perfect proof of his sincerity by enduring torments and death. The heathen philosopher was not put to the same test. And we cannot therefore say that he would have been able to bear it. Right arrow curving left. In this passage the distinction must be observed between theta lambda omega and beta omicron upsilon lambda omicron mu alpha iota, which the Latin translators have not observed, nor Elizabeth Carter. See Johann Schweighauser's note on S90. Right arrow curving left. Nu tau kappa sigma mu, he means, on earth. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighauser expresses his surprise that Epictetus has applied this word, Romu, to God. He says that Hieronymus Wolff has translated it de appetitionem, and John Upton impetum. He says that he has translated it concilium. It is not unusual for men to speak of God in the same words in which they speak of man. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 1 at 18. Johann Schweighauser expected that Epictetus would have said body and possessions etc. I assume that Epictetus did say body and possessions etc. And that his pupil or some copyist of manuscripts has omitted the word body. Right arrow curving left. The Lord gave and the Lord hath taken away. Job 1 verse 21. Elizabeth Carter right arrow curving left. The initiated, mu sigma tau alpha iota, are those who were introduced with solemn ceremonies into some great religious body. These ceremonies are described by Dio Chrysostom, Orations 12, quoted by John Upton. Right arrow curving left. And is this all the comfort, every serious reader will be apt to say, which one of the best philosophers, in one of his noblest discourses, can give to the good man under severe distress? Either tell yourself that present suffering, void of future hope, is no evil, or give up your existence and mingle with the elements of the universe. Unspeakably more rational and more worthy of infinite goodness is our blessed Master's exhortation to the persecuted Christian, rejoice and be exceedingly glad, for great is your reward in heaven. Elizabeth Carter. I do not think that Carter has represented correctly the teaching of Epictetus. He is addressing men who were not Christians, but were, as he assumes, believers in God or in the gods, and his argument is that a man ought to be contented with things as they are, because they are from God. If he cannot be contented with things as they are, and make the best of them, the philosopher can say no more to the man. He tells him to depart. What else could he say to a grumbler, who is also a believer in God? If he is not a believer, Epictetus might say the same to him also. The case is past help or advice. The Christian doctrine, of which probably Epictetus knew nothing, is very different. It promises future happiness on certain conditions to Christians, but to Christians only, if I understand it right. Right arrow curving left. See the note of Johann Schweighöfer on this passage. Right arrow curving left. The word is kappa alpha rho pi sigma tau eta nu delta delta omega. See Book 3 Chapter 24 at 76 and Note 583, also John Upton's note on this passage. Johann Schweighöfer says that he does not quite understand why Epictetus here says delta iota delta nu alpha iota kappa alpha rho pi sigma tau eta nu, der vindicem or adsertorum, instead of saying vindicate ceci in libertatem. Right arrow curving left. See Book 3 Chapter 24 at 66, Book 2 Chapter 13 at 24. Right arrow curving left. See the same story in Aulus Gellius, Attic Nights 2 Chapter 18, who says that Xeniades, a Corinthian, bought Diogenes, manumitted him and made him the master of his children. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöfer's Note 15. Right arrow curving left. See Note 21. Right arrow curving left. I do not know if dogs sweat, at least in a state of health I have never seen it. But this is a question for the learned in dog science. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöfer's note. Right arrow curving left. As John Upton remarks, Epictetus is referring to the four categories of the Stoics. Right arrow curving left. Epictetus, Enchiridion Chapter 52. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations, Thomas Gataker's 2nd edition 1697, Annot. Page 96. Right arrow curving left. Stoicus occidit barium, delator amicum. Discipulum Xenex. Juvenal, Satires 3:116. Epictetus is supposed to allude to the crime of Egnatia Celer, who accused Barrius Serenus at Rome in the reign of Nero, Tacitus, the Annals 1632. Right arrow curving left. Elizabeth Carter says that there is much obscurity and some variety of reading in several lines of the original. But see Johann Schweighöfer's notes. Epictetus is showing that talk about philosophy is useless, philosophy should be practical. Right arrow curving left. Horace Satires 2:5. Right arrow curving left. Aprilla is a Roman woman's name. It means some old woman who is courted for her money. Right arrow curving left. Compare Plato, Symposium, p. 206. All men conceive both as to the body and as to the soul, and when they have arrived at a certain age, our nature desires to procreate. But it cannot procreate in that which is ugly, but in that which is beautiful. For the conjunction of man and woman is generation. But this act is divine, and this in the animal which is mortal is divine, conceiving and begetting. See what is said in Note 420 on marrying. In a certain sense the procreation of children is a duty, and consequently the providing for them is also a duty. It is the fulfilling of the will and purpose of the deity to people the earth. And therefore the act of procreation is divine. So a man's duty is to labor in some way, and if necessary, to earn his living and sustain the life which he has received. And this is also a divine act. Paul's opinion of marriage is contained in 1 Corinthians 7. Some of his teaching on this matter has been justly condemned. He has no conception of the true nature of marriage, at least he does not show that he has in this chapter. His teaching is impracticable, contrary to that of Epictetus, and to the nature and constitution of man, and it is rejected by the good sense of Christians who affect to receive his teaching. Except, I suppose, by the superstitious body of Christians, who recommend and commend the so-called religious, and unmarried life. Right arrow curving left. Felician. See Book I Chapter 19. Right arrow curving left. Epictetus alludes to his lameness. Compare Book I chapter 8 at 14, Book I chapter 16 at 20, and other passages. John Upton. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighöfer doubts if the words omicron gamma rho nu, which I have omitted, are genuine, and gives his reasons for the doubt. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighöfer has a note on this difficult passage, which is rather obscure. Right arrow curving left. The sense of law, nu mu omicron, can be collected from what follows. Compare the Discourse of Socrates on obedience to the law. Crichton, chapter 11, etc., right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöfer's note on pi epsilon rho iota sigma tau tau omicron upsilon. Right arrow curving left. Socrates fought at Potidaea, Amphipolis and Delium. He is said to have gained the prize for courage at Delium. He was a brave soldier as well as a philosopher, a union of qualities not common. Plato's Apology. Right arrow curving left. Socrates with others was ordered by the 30 tyrants, who at that time governed Athens, to arrest Leon in the island of Salamis and to bring him to be put to death. But Socrates refused to obey the order. Few men would have done what he did under the circumstances. Plato's Apology, Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 766. Right arrow curving left. Cicero, Tusculan Disputations I-29. Right arrow curving left. The dialogue of Plato, named Crichton, contains the arguments which were used by his friends to persuade Socrates to escape from prison, and the reply of Socrates. Right arrow curving left. This alludes to the behavior of Socrates when he refused to put to the vote the matter of the Athenian generals and their behavior after the naval battle of Arginusi. The violence of the weather prevented the commanders from collecting and honorably burying those who fell in the battle. And the Athenians, after their hasty fashion, wished all the commanders to be put to death. But Socrates, who was in office at this time, resisted the unjust clamor of the people. Xenophon Hellenica, I chapter 7, 15, Plato, Apologia, Xenophon, Memorabilia I1, 18. Right arrow curving left. The original is pi omicron gamma rho nu tau iota mu epsilon nu omicron nu kappa epsilon nu omicron iota. This seems to mean, if we had escaped and left the country, where would those have been to whom we might have been useful? They would have been left behind, and we could have done nothing for them. Right arrow curving left. This is the conclusion about Socrates, whom Epictetus highly valued. The remembrance of what Socrates did and said is even more useful than his life. The life of the dead, says Cicero of Servius Sulpicius, the great Roman jurist and Cicero's friend, rests in the remembrance of the living. Epictetus has told us of some of the acts of Socrates, which prove him to have been a brave and honest man. He does not tell us here what Socrates said, which means what he taught. But he knew what it was. Modern writers have expounded the matter at length, and in a form which Epictetus would not or could not have used. Socrates left to others the questions which relate to the material world, and he first taught, as we are told, the things which concern man's daily life and his intercourse with other men. In other words, he taught ethic, the principles of morality. Fields and trees, he said, will teach me nothing, but man in his social state will, and man then is the proper subject of the philosophy of Socrates. The beginning of this knowledge was, as he said, to know himself according to the precept of the Delphic oracle. Know thyself, gamma nu theta iota sigma epsilon alpha upsilon tau nu, and the object of his philosophy was to comprehend the nature of man as a moral being in all relations. And among these the relation of man to God as the Father of all, Creator and Ruler of all, as Plato expresses it. Socrates taught that what we call death is not the end of man. Death is only the road to another life. The death of Socrates was conformable to his life and teaching. Socrates died not only with the noblest courage and tranquility, but he also refused, as we are told, to escape from death, which the laws of the state permitted. By going into exile or paying a fine, because as he said, if he had himself consented to a fine or allowed others to propose it. Xenophon, Apology of Socrates, section 22. Such an act would have been an admission of his guilt. Both, Socrates and Jesus, offered themselves with the firmest resolution for a holy cause, which was so far from being lost through their death that it only served rather to make it the general cause of mankind. Das Christliche de Platonismus oder Socrates und Christus, by Ferdinand Christian Bauer. This essay by Bauer is very ingenious. Perhaps there are some readers who will disagree with him on many points in the comparison of Socrates and Christus. However, the essay is well worth the trouble of reading. The opinion of Rousseau in his comparison of Jesus and Socrates is in some respects more just than that of Bauer, though the learning of the Frenchman is very small when compared with that of the German. What prejudices, what blindness must a man have, says Rousseau, when he dares to compare the son of Sophroniscus with the son of Mary. The death of Socrates philosophizing tranquilly with his friends is the most gentle that a man could desire. That of Jesus expiring in torments, insulted, jeered, cursed by a whole people, is the most horrible that man could dread. Socrates taking the poisoned cup blesses him who presents it and weeps. Jesus in his horrible punishment prays for his savage executioners. Yes, if the life and the death of Socrates are those of a sage, the life and the death of Jesus are those of a god. Rousseau, Emile, Volume 3, page 166. Amsterdam, 1765. Right arrow curving left. He means that you must not do as he does, because he does this or that act. The advice is in substance, do not do as your friend does simply because he is your friend. Right arrow curving left. See Iliad, 2:216, and for the description of Agamemnon, Iliad 3:167. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. The text is obscure, and perhaps there is something wrong. Johann Schweighauser has a long note on the passage. Right arrow curving left. He alludes to the factions in the theaters, Book 3 Chapter 4 at 4, Book 4 Chapter 2 at 9. John Upton. Right arrow curving left. See Note 157, Book 4 Chapter 7 at 17. Right arrow curving left. Masurius Sabinus was a great Roman jurisconsult in the times of Augustus and Tiberius. He is sometimes named Masurius only, Persius, v. 90. Gaius Cassius Longinus was also a jurist, and, it is said, a descendant of the Cassius who was one of the murderers of the dictator Julius Caesar. He lived from the time of Tiberius to that of Vespasian. Right arrow curving left. Sigma pi alpha sigma mu omicron. See this chapter further on. Right arrow curving left. See Bishop Butler's remarks in the preface to his Sermons Volume 2. He speaks of the idle way of reading and considering things. By this means, time even in solitude is happily got rid of, without the pain of attention, neither is any part of it more put to the account of idleness, one can scarce forbear saying. Is spent with less thought, than great part of that which is spent in reading. Right arrow curving left. Sed veri numerosque medas ediscere vitae. Horace, Epistles 2:2, 144. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 3:1. Right arrow curving left. The readers perhaps may grow tired with being so often told what they will find it very difficult to believe, that because externals are not in our power, they are nothing to us. But in excuse for this frequent repetition, it must be considered that the Stoics had reduced themselves to a necessity of dwelling on this consequence, extravagant as it is, by rejecting stronger aids. One cannot indeed avoid highly admiring the very few who attempted to amend and exalt themselves on this foundation. No one perhaps ever carried the attempt so far in practice, and no one ever spoke so well in support of the argument as Epictetus. Yet, notwithstanding his great abilities and the force of his example, one finds him strongly complaining of the want of success. And one sees from this circumstance as well as from others in the Stoic writings, that virtue cannot be maintained in the world without the hope of a future reward. Elizabeth Carter, right arrow curving left. Compare Horace, Satires I4, 133, Nec enim cum lectulis, etc. right arrow curving left. See Note 32, Book 3 Chapter 15 at 4, and Book I Chapter 24 at 1, Book I Chapter 29 at 34. The athletes were oiled, but they used to rub themselves with dust to be enabled to lay hold of one another. Right arrow curving left. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations I-17, thanks the gods that he did not waste his time in the resolution of syllogisms. Right arrow curving left. See Book 3 Chapter 2. Right arrow curving left. See Aulus Gellius Attic Night 1719, where he quotes Epictetus on what Gellius expresses by intolerantia and incontinentia. Compare Marcus Aurelius, Meditations v. 33, on the precept nu chi omicron upsilon and pi chi omicron upsilon, right arrow curving left. Plato in the Phaedon, Chapter 4, says that Socrates in his prison wrote a hymn to Apollo. Right arrow curving left. Book I Chapter 22. Right arrow curving left. Compare Enchiridion, 52. Cleanthes was a Stoic philosopher, who also wrote some poetry. See Note 607. Right arrow curving left. He alludes to the practice of dependents paying formal visits in the morning at the houses of the great and powerful at Rome. John Upton refers to Virgil, Georgics, 2-461. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book I Chapter 19 at 6. Right arrow curving left. Compare Horace Satires I-5, 83. Right arrow curving left. See Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 6-2 and 9-6. Thy present opinion founded on understanding, and thy present conduct directed to social good, and thy present disposition of contentment with everything which happens, that is enough. Right arrow curving left. Compare John Upton's note on pi chi omicron upsilon sigma iota, and Johann Schweighauser's version, and the Index Grecitatis. These commentators do not appear to be quite certain about the meaning of the text. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 12 at 15. Right arrow curving left. See Xenophon, Memorabilia, 2-2, right arrow curving left. The word sigma tau rho alpha tau eta gamma sigma alpha iota may be translated either way. Right arrow curving left. See Book 4 Chapter 1 at 77, and the use of theta alpha upsilon mu zeta epsilon iota nu. Right arrow curving left. See Book 2 Chapter 10 at 14, Book 4 Chapter 1 at 120. So Plato says, Laws 6, that a man who has had right education is wont to be the most divine and the tamest of animals. John Upton. On the doing wrong to another, see Plato's Crito, and Book 4 Chapter 1 at 167. Right arrow curving left. See Book 3 Chapter 1 at 40. Right arrow curving left. Like Hercules and Diogenes. See Book 3 Chapter 12 at 2. Right arrow curving left. The allusion is to a passage, a fragment, in the Cresfontes of Euripides translated by Cicero into Latin iambics, Tusculan Disputations I-48. Delta epsilon iota gamma rho mu sigma lambda lambda omicron gamma omicron nu pi omicron iota omicron upsilon mu nu omicron upsilon. Tau nu. Phi nu tau alpha phi rho eta nu epsilon sigma rho chi epsilon tau alpha iota kappa kappa alpha. Tau nu delta alpha phi alpha nu tau alpha kappa alpha pi nu omega nu pi epsilon pi alpha upsilon mu nu omicron nu. Chi alpha rho omicron nu tau alpha. Epsilon phi eta mu omicron nu tau alpha kappa pi mu pi epsilon iota nu delta mu omega nu. Herodotus, the Histories v. 4, says of the Trossi, a Thracian tribe, when a child is born, the relatives sit round it and lament over all the evils which it must suffer on coming into the world and enumerate all the calamities of mankind, but when one dies, they hide him in the earth with rejoicing and pleasure, reckoning all the evils from which he is now released and in possession of all happiness. Right arrow curving left. The word is pi alpha nu delta omicron kappa epsilon omicron nu, which Johann Schweighöfer says that he does not understand. He supposes the word to be corrupt. Unless we take it to mean the inn in which a man lives who has no home. I do not understand the word here. Right arrow curving left. See the note of Johann Schweighöfer on the word tau epsilon tau rho sigma sigma alpha rho omicron nu in the text. Right arrow curving left. This does not mean, it is said, that Nero issued counterfeit coins, for there are extant many coins of Nero which both in form and in the purity of the metal are complete. A learned numismatist, Francis Wise, Fellow of Trinity College Oxford, in a letter to John Upton, says that he can discover no reason for Nero's coins being rejected in commercial dealings after his death except the fact of the tyrant having been declared by the Senate to be an enemy to the Commonwealth. Suetonius, Nero, Chapter 49. When Domitian was murdered, the Senate ordered his busts to be taken down, as the French now do after a revolution, and all memorials of him to be destroyed. Suetonius, Domitian, Chapter 23. Dion also reports, LX, that when Caligula was murdered, it was ordered that all the brass coin which bore his image should be melted, and, I suppose, coined again. There is more on this subject in Wise's letter. I do not believe that genuine coins would be refused in commercial dealings for the reasons which Wise gives, at least not refused in parts distant from Rome. Perhaps Epictetus means that some people would not touch the coins of the detestable Nero. Right arrow curving left. He says tau kappa rho iota nu omicron nu, which Elizabeth Carter translates, a piece of wax. Perhaps it means, a piece of wax in the form of an apple. Right arrow curving left. The word is pi iota phi eta sigma omicron nu tau alpha iota, the form of which is not Greek. Johann Schweighöfer has no remark on it, and he translates the word by ad orienter. The form ought to be pi iota phi sigma omicron nu tau alpha iota. See Stephen's lexicon on the word pi iota phi omicron nu alpha iota. Probably the word is corrupted. Right arrow curving left. Elizabeth Carter renders phi omicron beta epsilon rho nu by formidable, and in the Latin translation it is rendered formidabilum, but that cannot be the meaning of the word here. Right arrow curving left. Eteocles and Polynices were the sons of the unfortunate Oedipus, who quarreled about the kingship of Thebes and killed one another. This quarrel is the subject of the 7 against Thebes of Aeschylus and the Phoenici of Euripides. See note 400. Right arrow curving left. Every man in everything he does naturally acts upon the forethought and apprehension of avoiding evil or obtaining good. Bishop Butler, Analogy, Chapter 2. The bishop's naturally is the phi sigma iota of Epictetus. Right arrow curving left. Socrates' wife Xanthippe is charged by her eldest son Lamprocles with being so ill-tempered as to be past all endurance. Xenophon, Memorabilia 2:7. Xenophon in this chapter has reported the conversation of Socrates with his son on this matter. Diogenes Laertius, Lives 2, tells the story of Xanthippe pouring water on the head of Socrates, and dirty water, as Seneca says, De Constantia, Chapter 18. Aelian, Varia Historia 11:12, reports that Alcibiades sent Socrates a large and good cake, which Xanthippe trampled under her feet. Socrates only laughed and said, "Well then, you will not have your share of it." The philosopher showed that his philosophy was practical by enduring the torment of a very ill-tempered wife, one of the greatest calamities that can happen to a man, and the trouble of an undutiful son. Right arrow curving left. This is one of the wisest and noblest expressions of Epictetus. Right arrow curving left. See Aristophanes, The Peace, line 1188, John Upton. Pi omicron lambda lambda gamma rho delta mu delta kappa eta sigma alpha nu. Nu tau epsilon omicron kappa omicron iota mu nu lambda omicron nu tau epsilon. Nu mu chi delta lambda pi epsilon kappa epsilon. Right arrow curving left. Here it is implied that there are things which God cannot do. Perhaps he means that as God has given man certain powers of will and therefore of action, he cannot at the same time exercise the contradictory powers of forcing man's will and action. For this would be at the same time to give power and to take it away. Bishop Butler remarks, Analogy, Chapter 5, the present state is so far from proving, in event, a discipline of virtue to the generality of men, that, on the contrary, they seem to make it a discipline of vice. In fact, all men are not convinced and cannot be convinced in the present constitution of things, what things are good and bad. Right arrow curving left. Something is perhaps wrong in the text here. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. In place of mu epsilon pi alpha pi pi tau omicron nu tau alpha, Johann Schweighauser suggests that Arian wrote kappa alpha tau lambda lambda alpha sigma alpha tau omega or something of the kind. On mu epsilon tau alpha pi pi tau omicron nu tau alpha, see Book I Chapter 7. Right arrow curving left. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 736. Right arrow curving left. Psi omicron nu tau alpha iota. See Note 31. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighauser says that he has not observed that this proverb is mentioned by any other writer, and that he does not quite see the meaning of it. Unless it be what he expresses in the Latin version, 410, 24, alterum opus cum altero nihil commune habet. I think that the context explains it. If you wish to obtain a particular end, employ the proper means, and not the means which do not make for that end. Right arrow curving left. See Note 432. Epictetus is making a parody of the verses of Pythagoras. See Johann Schweighauser's remarks on the words, he who has risen, etc. I have of necessity translated kappa alpha kappa omicron eta phi iota sigma mu epsilon nu omicron in an active sense. But if this is right, I do not understand how the word is used so. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note on the text. By the Galileans it is probable that Epictetus means the Christians, whose obstinacy Marcus Aurelius also mentions, Meditations 11:3. Epictetus, a contemporary of St. Paul, knew little about the Christians, and only knew some examples of their obstinate adherence to the new faith and the fanatical behavior of some of the converts. That there were wild fanatics among the early Christians is proved on undoubted authority, and also that there always have been such, and now are such. The abuse of any doctrines or religious opinions is indeed no argument against such doctrines or religious opinions. And it is a fact quite consistent with experience that the best things are liable to be perverted, misunderstood, and misused. Right arrow curving left. This agrees with Ephesians 5 verse 20, giving thanks always for all things to God. Elizabeth Carter. The words are the same in both except that the Apostle has epsilon chi alpha rho iota sigma tau omicron nu tau epsilon, and Epictetus has chi rho iota upsilon chi omicron nu. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. He says that the body will be resolved into the things of which it is composed, none of them will perish. The soul, as he has said elsewhere, will go to him who gave it, note 502. But I do not suppose that he means that the soul will exist as having a separate consciousness. Right arrow curving left. Kappa alpha rho pi iota sigma tau nu, see Book for Chapter 1 at 113. Right arrow curving left. See Note 129. Right arrow curving left. Nevertheless not as I will, but as thou wilt, Matthew 26 verse 39. Elizabeth Carter. Our resignation to the will of God may be said to be perfect, when our will is lost and resolved up into His, when we rest in His will as our end, as being itself most just and right and good. Bishop Butler, Sermon on the Love of God. Right arrow curving left. See Note 672. Right arrow curving left. I do not see the meaning of sigma tau epsilon rho omicron nu. It may perhaps mean, after leaving the school. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. Here Epictetus admits that there is some power in man which uses the body, directs and governs it. He does not say what the power is nor what he supposes it to be. Upon the whole then our organs of sense and our limbs are certainly instruments, which the living persons, ourselves, make use of to perceive and move with. Bishop Butler's Analogy, Chapter 1. Right arrow curving left. The will of a fool does not make law, he says. Unfortunately it does, if we use the word law in the strict sense of law, for law is a general command from a person, an absolute king, for example, who has power to enforce it on those to whom the command is addressed, or if not to enforce it, to punish for disobedience to it. This strict use of the word law is independent of the quality of the command, which may be wise or foolish, good or bad. But Epictetus does not use the word law in the strict sense. Right arrow curving left. The word is lambda iota phi omicron sigma tau rho tau omicron iota, which means what we name mosaic floors or pavements. The word lambda iota phi sigma tau rho omega tau omicron nu is used by John 19 verse 13, and rendered in our version by pavement. Right arrow curving left. This term, tau gamma epsilon mu omicron nu iota kappa nu, has been often used by Epictetus, Book I chapter 26 at 15, etc., and by Marcus Aurelius. Here Epictetus gives a definition or description of it. It is the faculty by which we reflect and judge and determine, a faculty which no other animal has, a faculty which in many men is neglected. And weak because it is neglected. But still it ought to be what its constitution forms it to be, a faculty which plainly bears upon it marks of authority over all the rest, and claims the absolute direction of them all. To allow or forbid their gratification, Bishop Butler, preface to his sermons. The words in the text, kappa lambda epsilon gamma mu epsilon nu omicron nu, pi epsilon kappa lambda epsilon gamma mu epsilon nu omicron nu, selection and rejection, are expressed by Cicero, De Finibus 9:2, 11, by D. Ligure and Regisir. Right arrow curving left. See Book for Chapter 4 at 44. Right arrow curving left. Compare Horace, Epistles I 19:12, etc. Quid, si cas volta torvo feris et pedi nudo. Exeguec togae simulat text or cadenum. Virtutum repairs aentet mores que catonis. Right arrow curving left. See Book 3 Chapter 15 at 8. Right arrow curving left. Yea, a man may say, Thou hast faith, and I have works. Show me thy faith without thy works, and I will show thee my faith by my works. Epistle of James 2 verse 18. So a moral philosopher may say, I show my principles, not by what I profess, but by that which I do. Right arrow curving left. See the statues of Hephaestus, Montfaucon, L'Antiquite expliqué et representi en figures volume I, Book 3, Chapter 1. John Upton. Right arrow curving left. In what then was he, seems to mean, in what did he employ himself? Right arrow curving left. The text of Johann Schweighöser is omicron kappa nu mu omicron iota delta omicron kappa kappa sigma tau nu alpha iota omicron delta epsilon nu. He says, temera omicron kappa nu mu omicron iota delta omicron kappa epsilon edition BAS. Et sequentia. But delta omicron kappa epsilon is right. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book 3 Chapter 22. Right arrow curving left. The word is phi alpha iota nu lambda eta, which seems to be the Latin paenula. Right arrow curving left. The gardens of Adonis are things growing in earthen vessels, carried about for show only, not for use. The gardens of Adonis is a proverbial expression applied to things of no value, to plants, for instance, which last only a short time, have no roots, and soon wither. Much things, we may suppose, were exhibited at the festivals of Adonis. Johann Schweighöser's note. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighöser's note. Right arrow curving left. They, who are desirous of taking refuge in heathenism from the strictness of the Christian morality, will find no great consolation in reading this chapter of Epictetus. Elizabeth Carter, right arrow curving left. Aristides was a Greek, but his period is not known. He was the author of a work named Milesiaca or Milesian Stories. All that we know of the work is that it was of a loose description, amatory and licentious. It was translated into Latin by Lucius Cornelius Sisenna, a contemporary of the dictator Sulla. And it is mentioned by Plutarch, Life of Crassus, chapter 32, and several times by Ovid, Tristia 2:413, etc. Ivinus was perhaps a poet. We know nothing of this Ivinus, but we may conjecture from being here associated with Aristides what his character was. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note on the word mu upsilon rho alpha lambda epsilon iota phi omicron nu, which he has in his text. It should be mu upsilon rho alpha lambda omicron iota phi omicron nu, if the word exists. Right arrow curving left. The original is phi epsilon lambda sigma alpha iota delta epsilon. Seneca, Epistle 80, quid tibi opus est ut sis bonus? Vel. John Upton. The power of the will is a fundamental principle with Epictetus. The will is strong in some, but very feeble in others. And sometimes, as experience seems to show, it is incapable of resisting the power of old habits. Right arrow curving left. Virtue is its own reward, said the Stoics. This is the meaning of Epictetus, and it is consistent with his principles that a man should live conformably to his nature, and so he will have all the happiness of which human nature is capable. Elizabeth Carter has a note here, which I do not copy, and I hardly understand. It seems to refer to the Christian doctrine of a man being rewarded in a future life according to his works, but we have no evidence that Epictetus believed in a future life. And he therefore could not go further than to maintain that virtuous behavior is the best thing in this short life, and will give a man the happiness which he can obtain in no other way. Right arrow curving left. See a passage in Plutarch on tranquility from Euripides, the great storehouse of noble thoughts, from which ancient writers drew much good matter, and perhaps it was one of the reasons why so many of his plays and fragments have been preserved. We must not quarrel with the things that are, for they care not for us, but he who feels them. If he disposes well of things, fares well. Right arrow curving left. See Book 3 Chapter 2. Right arrow curving left. Thine they were, and thou gavest them to me. John 17 verse 6. Elizabeth Carter. Right arrow curving left. I wish it were possible to palliate the ostentation of this passage by applying it to the ideal perfect character, but it is in a general way that Epictetus hath proposed such a dying speech, as cannot without shocking arrogance be uttered by anyone born to die. Unmixed as it is with any acknowledgement of faults or imperfections, at present, or with any sense of guilt on account of the past. It must give every sober reader a very disadvantageous opinion of some principles of the philosophy, on which it is founded, as contradictory to the voice of conscience, and formed on absolute ignorance or neglect of the condition and circumstances of such a creature as man. Elizabeth Carter. I am inclined to think that Epictetus does refer to the ideal perfect character, but others may not understand him in this way. When Carter says, but it is in a general, dying speech, she can hardly suppose, as her words seem to mean, that Epictetus proposed such a dying speech for every man or even for many men. For he knew and has told us how bad many men are, and how few are good according to his measure and rule. In fact, his meaning is plainly expressed. The dying speech may even be stronger in the sense in which Carter understands it, in my translation, where I have rendered one passage in the text by the words, I have not dishonored thee by my acts, which she translates, as far as in me lay, I have not dishonored thee. Which apparently means, as far as I could, I have not dishonored thee. The Latin translation, quantum in me fuit, seems rather ambiguous to me. There is a general confession of sins in the Prayer Book of the Church of England, part of which Epictetus would not have rejected, I think. Of course the words which form the peculiar Christian character of the confession would have been unintelligible to him. It is a confession which all persons of all conditions are supposed to make. If all persons made the confession with sincerity, it ought to produce a corresponding behavior and make men more ready to be kind to one another. For all who use it confess that they fail in their duty, and it ought to lower pride and banish arrogance from the behavior of those who in wealth and condition are elevated above the multitude. But I have seen it somewhere said, I cannot remember where, but said in no friendly spirit to Christian prayer, that some men both priests and laymen prostrate themselves in humility before God and indemnify themselves by arrogance to man. Right arrow curving left. See Book 4 Chapter 2 at 2. Right arrow curving left. These were what the Romans named sportuli, in which the rich used to give some eatables to poor dependents who called to pay their respects to the great at an early hour. Nun sportula primo. Limine parva sedet turbi rapienda togeti. Juvenal, Satires I 95. Right arrow curving left. You cannot serve God and mammon. Matthew 6 verse 24. Elizabeth Carter. Right arrow curving left. See Book 4 Chapter 2 at 5. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book I Chapter 15 at 18, and Book I Chapter 9 at 20. Right arrow curving left. See the note in Johann Schweighauser's edition. Right arrow curving left. Epictetus refers to the passage in the Iliad 24:5, where Achilles is lamenting the death of Patroclus and cannot sleep. Right arrow curving left. This is a wretched idea of friendship, but a necessary consequence of the Stoic system. What a fine contrast to this gloomy consolation are the noble sentiments of an apostle. Value your deceased friend, says Epictetus, as a broken pipkin, forget him, as a thing worthless, lost and destroyed. St. Paul, on the contrary, comforts the mourning survivors, bidding them not sorrow, as those who have no hope, but remember that the death of good persons is only a sleep, from which they will soon arise to a happy immortality. Elizabeth Carter. Epictetus does not say, value your deceased friend as a broken pipkin. Achilles laments that he has lost the services of his friend at table, a vulgar kind of complaint. He is thinking of his own loss, instead of his friend. The answer is such a loss as he laments is easily repaired. The loss of such a friend is as easily repaired as the loss of a cooking vessel. Carter, in her zeal to contrast the teaching of the apostle with that of Epictetus, seems to forget for the time that Epictetus, so far as we know, did not accept or did not teach the doctrine of a future life. As to what he thought of friendship, if it was a real friendship, such as we can conceive, I am sure that he did not think of it as Carter says that he did. For true friendship implies many of the virtues which Epictetus taught and practiced. He has a chapter on friendship, Book 2 Chapter 22, which I suppose that Carter did not think of when she wrote this note. Right arrow curving left. The word is tau kappa omicron iota nu omega nu iota kappa omicron nu. Compare Book I Chapter 23 at 1. Book 2 Chapter 10 at 14, Book 2 Chapter 20 at 6. Right arrow curving left. In the text there are two words, kappa alpha phi alpha rho, which means pure, and kappa alpha phi rho iota omicron, which means of a pure nature, loving purity. Right arrow curving left. The xi sigma tau rho alpha, as Epictetus names it, was the Roman stridulus, which was used for the scraping and cleaning of the body in bathing. Persius, Satire v. line 126, writes, pure, ed stridules crispini ad balnea defer. The stridules were of bronze or iron of various forms. They were applied to the body much in the same way as we see a piece of hoop applied to a sweating horse. Pompeii, edited by Thomas Henry Dyer. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note. If the text is right, the form of expression is inexact and does not clearly express the meaning, but the meaning may be easily discovered. Right arrow curving left. See what is said of this passage in the latter part of this chapter. Right arrow curving left. Aristophanes, Noobs, line 225, and v. 179. Right arrow curving left. Xenophon, Memorabilia 312. Right arrow curving left. See Book 3 Chapter 22 at 88. Right arrow curving left. Diogenes, it is said, was driven from his native town Sinope in Asia on a charge of having debased or counterfeited the coinage. John Upton. It is probable that this is false. Right arrow curving left. On the word sigma tau epsilon, see Johann Schweighauser's note. Right arrow curving left. As to Polemon, see Book 3 Chapter 1 at 14. Right arrow curving left. It has been suggested that the words s. 19, if you do not choose to wash with warm water, wash with cold, belong to this place. Right arrow curving left. This is the literal translation, but it means, will you go, etc., tear it? Right arrow curving left. The youth, probably, means the scholar, who neglects neatness, and the old man, the tutor, that gives him no precept or example of it. Elizabeth Carter. Right arrow curving left. The Greek is lambda gamma tau sigma chi lambda alpha. Cicero uses the Latin scholos habere to hold philosophical disputations. Tusculan Disputations I-4. John Upton. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Schweighauser's note on the words epsilon theta epsilon iota pi epsilon rho tau iota phi mu epsilon nu omicron nu, in place of which he proposes xi omega phi pi epsilon rho tau iota phi mu epsilon nu omicron. Compare Persius, Satire v. line 66. Cras hoc fiat. Idem cras fiat, etc. And Marshall, Epigrams v. 58. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book 4 Chapter 4 at 39, Book I Chapter 14 at 12, and Enchiridion Chapter 32, and the remark of Simplicius. Johann Schweighauser explains the words tau omicron mu epsilon tau, kappa epsilon nu omicron nu thus, ca post illum, deum, 80 sub illo rebus humanis praesent, ca proximum ab illo locum tenent. Right arrow curving left. Compare Book 2 Chapters 13, 15, and XX. And Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 635, is it not strange if the architect and the physician shall have more respect to the reason, the principles, of their own arts than man to his own reason? Which is common to him and the gods. Right arrow curving left. Quid summus, aut quid nam victuri gignomer. Persius, Satires 367. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighauser thinks that the text will be better translated according to John Upton's notion and H. Stevens, or de propos, by quid sit abs re futurum, what will be out of season. Perhaps he is right. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighauser says that the sense of the passage, as I have rendered it, requires the reading to be kappa alpha tau alpha phi rho omicron nu sigma omicron upsilon sigma iota, and it is so, at least in the better Greek writers. Right arrow curving left. See Book 3 Chapter 14 at 7, Book I Chapter 29 at 64. Right arrow curving left. Compare Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 8:22, attend to the matter which is before thee, whether it is an opinion, or an act, or a word. Thou sufferest this justly, for thou choosest rather to become good tomorrow than to be good today. Right arrow curving left. Johann Schweighauser writes pi omicron tau epsilon, etc. and translates ex cytomer quodamito et ipsi, etc. He gives the meaning, but the pi omicron tau epsilon is properly a question. Right arrow curving left. The man, whether a soldier or not, was an informer, one of those vile men who carried on this shameful business under the empire. He was what Juvenal names a delator. John Upton, who refers to the life of Hadrian by Aelius Spartianus, speaks even of this emperor employing soldiers named frumentarii for the purpose of discovering what was said and done in private houses. John the Baptist, Luke 3 verse 14, in answer to the question of the soldiers, "And what shall we do?" said unto them, "Do violence to no man, neither accuse any falsely, and be content with your wages." Upton. Right arrow curving left. The wheel and pitch were instruments of torture to extract confessions. See Book 2 Chapter 6 at 18, and Johann Schweighauser's note there. Right arrow curving left.